Mecha and Sword. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 The violence must continue. When Ji Xinghe arrived at the hangar, Jackson had already set off, because Jackson didn't need to say goodbye to anyone. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, Major Jackson said, "You don't have to go to support, he can go, he has no say. I received the mission and chose to accept it." Ji Xinghe didn't explain too much, nor did he think too much, he just decided to go to support. But now the only manned starship in our base has already set off with Major Jackson on board, and we don't have a second one that can carry people. The relevant personnel in the hangar were very embarrassed. The purpose of designing a manned starship was not to carry people and transport. The only modified training type manned starship had already taken off with Jackson pulling the pilot. Apply for one for me, but communication is sometimes available, and it is very risky to drive a single soldier starship in a dust storm. Just apply, there will always be a time when it can be transmitted. Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment and said, "Help me find a single soldier starship driver named Wang Shizhen and ask him if he dares to come. It is the same mission." Ji Xinghe can choose to accept or not, but those single soldier starship drivers have no right to choose to refuse. They are all professional soldiers and obeying orders is their duty. In fact, the possibility of sacrifice of single soldier starship drivers is extremely high, because the most powerful attack method of single soldier starships is to dive directly into the surface from space and attack the Empire's position as if they were missiles. Compared with weapons such as orbital missiles, single soldier starships with drivers have a higher success rate in breaking through blockades when facing interception by air defense weapons. But this combat method, which is called the last blow, has a mortality rate of 100%. Under this premise, all those who are willing to become single soldier starship drivers are not afraid of sacrifice, so when they receive relevant tasks, they will definitely choose to pick up Ji Xinghe. But Ji Xinghe chose to name names. During the quiet waiting, Ji Xinghe actually wanted to talk to Ji Xinghe, but he didn't want Ji Xinghe to think that he went to support base number 6 because of Ji Xinghe's request, which would make Ji Xinghe bear the pressure that she should not bear at her age. He also knew that Ji Xinghe chose to let him support base number 6, not only because of Ms. Rong's patriotic education, but also because Ji Xinghe didn't want to be a burden to him and didn't want to restrict his freedom because of her existence. The grandfather and grandson were both thinking about each other. After waiting in silence in the hangar for almost an hour, Wang Shizhen finally came. "Report to the commander, Corporal Wang Xinghe, a single soldier starship pilot of the Transport Aviation Brigade and the 1st Orbital Airborne Corps of the Federation Longzhou Space Fleet, is here to report." It was almost exactly the same as what Wang Shizhen said to Ji Xinghe the last time they met. The difference was that this time Wang Xinghe had the rank of corporal. This sounds a little abnormal, because on the Azure Star, the rank of fighter pilots is generally lieutenant or captain. When they graduate from the relevant flight academy, they can be promoted to the rank of lieutenant and assigned to the level of deputy company commander. And the pilots who can fly a single soldier starship have to go on countless missions before they can get the rank of corporal, which seems a little unfair. But Wang Shizhen didn't think it was unfair, and people like him didn't think it was unfair either. They were ready to sacrifice when they joined the army, and the rank didn't really mean anything to them. "I'm sorry," Ji Xinghe didn't make a formal response, but apologized directly, which made Wang Shizhen, who was very emotional when he saw Ji Xinghe, stunned. "I know this operation is dangerous, so I specifically asked you for your name." "That's right, if you don't ask me, who else can you ask?" Wang Shizhen lost his military look in an instant. His military posture was loose, and he said with a smirk, "I told you before that you must strive to get the qualification to sit in my co-pilot seat all the time." "Obviously, sir, you have done it now." Ji Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. This is why he chose to find Wang Shizhen. When he first met Wang Shizhen, he thought this man was very bad. Not only did he drive fast, but he also said that he was the 13th young master of Xinfeng. You know, it takes an hour to run the ring road of Xinfeng City if you drive normally, but this man claimed that he ran it in 13 minutes. How much speeding was that? Ji Xinghe used to think that Wang Shizhen was very bad and should be beaten, so he beat Wang Shizhen, but when he saw Wang Shizhen for the second time, He saw that the red afro on this man's head was gone, replaced by the most common buzzcut hairstyle of federal soldiers on alien planets, and he wore a military uniform. So he knew that this man was just a bit reckless, not bad, and he had courage and strength. Driving a car is different from driving a single soldier starship, but there is no difference in essence. Speed and passion are indispensable. Okay, you call me Lao Ji from now on, really? Ho ha ho ha. Wang Shizhen put his hands on his hips and laughed out loud, making Ji Xinghe seem to see Shen Mu in a trance. Lao Ji, yeah, Lao Ji, are you done? I'm in a hurry. I know you're in a hurry, but I have to refuel. We still have 2 minutes. Single soldier starships do not need to be refueled. There is no oil on alien planets, and the Federation will not transport gasoline, diesel, aviation kerosene and the like to alien planets. Fuel engines on alien planets have almost been eliminated, and only some spaceships warships will use them. But whether it is conventional battery technology or nuclear fuel cell technology, it requires a charging and filing medium similar to refueling. Were you on a mission just now? Yes, I was doing orbital cruise. But I couldn't see anything. The patrol area was almost completely covered by dust storms. The dust storms on this alien planet are too terrifying. Not only can they blow several thousand meters high, but they can't disperse. Is there any problem taking off and landing in a dust storm? No problem, don't worry about my skills, Lao Ji. I'm not bragging. Do you really think the title of 13th Young Master of Xinfeng City is just a false reputation? In the entire Xinfeng City, except me, no one can finish the ring road in 13 minutes. The previous record was 14 minutes. I improved it by a whole minute. Do you know what that means? There was still time. Ji Xinghe was not in a hurry. Looking at Wang Shizhen, who was called over by him, he hesitated slightly. I know, because your car is better. What do you mean my car is better? It's my skills, Wang Shizhen said dissatisfiedly. Old Ji, if you don't know how to drive, don't talk nonsense. Ji Xinghe hesitated slightly. 39 years ago, when the ring road was just opened, I ran 13 minutes and 49 seconds. Wang Shizhen was stunned. When Ji Xinghe thought Wang Shizhen would ask him what kind of car he drove, Wang Shizhen's angle was so tricky that Ji Xinghe was silent. Old Ji, you are racing yourself. How dare you hit me? Thinking of the scene in the detention center where he was beaten by Ji Xinghe and hung on the wall, Wang Shizhen still felt a little headache. Ji Xinghe explained seriously, I was not racing, that was an official competition. Moreover, I didn't hit you, I just subdued you, when you were about to attack me first. Wang Shizhen frowned and thought, then questioned in a decisive tone, no, there is no such record. I checked it, the record is 14 minutes, don't try to fool me, I haven't heard of your record in underground racing, I have never participated in any underground racing, I participated for someone else. At that time, a racer came to modify the car, stepped on the oil and slipped and broke his leg. But later I was found to be an impersonator, so the result was invalidated. This story is very long, I will tell you when I have time. Wang Shizhen was speechless, but fortunately his single soldier starship could finally take off. Just like the last time, Ji Xinghe, who already had experience, was not afraid of the dust storm. He believed in Wang Shizhen's technology. Wang Shizhen did not disappoint Ji Xinghe's expectations. He drove the single soldier starship to send Ji Xinghe to the Shenzhou space battleship. This space battleship, which belongs to the Longzhou Space Fleet, has been designated as a special battleship for the orbital airborne mecha corps. Almost all the mechas used by the mecha warriors of the orbital airborne mecha corps will be sent to the space battleship in advance during non-war time. Old Ji, why don't you get 2 mechas for each of you? Wang Shizhen asked curiously during the process of landing on the space battleship. Because there is no money, is that right? Only 2 mechas for each person. Aren't there only more than 300 special class people? The Federation can't afford to build more than 300 mechas. The special class mechas are very expensive because they have been modified. Moreover, the mechas are about to be replaced. Ji Xinghe did not explain too much and flew away directly from the hatch opened by the single soldier starship. Wang Shizhen was no longer amazed after seeing this scene. He also flew out of the single soldier starship. When he saw Ji Xinghe was about to pass through the metal gate, he finally couldn't help asking. Lao Ji, what car are you driving? Ji Xinghe stretched out his hand to grab the edge of the gate, and gave the answer without looking back before exerting force. Aeon 86, Wang Shizhen was stunned. He knew this car was a family sedan of Longzhou's own brand. It was completely different from the top sports car he drove to run 13 minutes. It was completely correct to describe it as a world of difference. How is it possible? Modification, it must be modification. Lao Ji is a car mechanic. He must have illegally modified the car, otherwise it would be impossible to run a 14-minute result. You are good. Lao Ji. You said you were participating in a legal race, but you illegally modified the car privately, and even pretended to be someone else to participate in the race. Sure enough, you are still the violent element who should be sentenced. Wang Shizhen gave himself an answer in his heart. Looking at Ji Xinghe's flying back, he whispered, Old Ji, you must continue to be violent. Kill those dog gorillas. Ji Xinghe didn't hear it, but he would be violent. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, the orbital airborne delivery is about to begin. Please make sure you are ready. Confirmed. The mecha driven by Ji Xinghe is still the customized and modified Federation 16th generation standard mecha. The relevant parties have re-equipped him with weapons. The two 8-cut swords without characteristics that were not damaged before are still spare. The newly added weapons are two mecha swords with high-frequency oscillation characteristics. If he hadn't brought the tungsten steel gold mecha heavy sword back to base number 5, perhaps he would have two tungsten steel gold mecha swords now? Ji Xinghe didn't regret it, because these 4 swords were enough. Orbital airborne, delivery. When the prompt sounded, Ji Xinghe fell straight to the surface of the alien planet from an altitude of 60,000 meters. Armor piercing, with a knife. Chapter 177 The hunt begins. No one knew how many mechas the Empire had, just like no one knew how many Imperial mechas were outside base number 6. The dust storm blocked the view of all the Federation's high-altitude reconnaissance satellites, and 1/3 of the detection eyes deployed outside base number 6 were destroyed in the first place, and the remaining detection eyes were also in a state of being destroyed. 120 are known, 4 complete Imperial mecha formations. We have destroyed 39 of them, but our combat losses have reached 47, of which only 31 can be recovered. It will take at least 2 days to repair them all. We have enough mecha warriors, and there are still 500 people, but we don't have that many mechas. Major Jackson, we only have 156 mechas that can be put into battle now, but we are not sure how many mechas the Empire has sent this time, and a mecha squad was wiped out, including a special mecha warrior. The staff believes that the commander of the Imperial mecha formation this time is likely to be an Count-class Imperial mecha, Major Jackson, who arrived at base number 6 through orbital airdrop nearly an hour earlier than Ji Xinghe, did not get any good news from all the intelligence he received. The location of base number 6 had been suspected to have been exposed before, but because the Empire did not specifically target base number 6 when launching a full-scale attack, it seemed that the goal was to destroy base number 3. Therefore, although the number of mechas at base 6 is much larger than that of the last dust storm, there are only 200 of them. Facing the attack of at least 120 Imperial mechas, including an Count-class Imperial mecha, it is impossible to hold on without the support of a special class like Jackson. A special class like Jackson who is close to the ace is necessary. Special classes who have just received 20 gold stars, such as the Blind and the Lame, are just a drop in the bucket. I know, Jackson responded softly. He was not affected by the bad news. He landed directly within the shortwave communication range of base 6. He did not enter the base to rest, but directly formulated his battle plan in the communication channel. Send me the exact coordinates of the annihilated mecha squad, and the possible route of the Earl-class mecha analyzed by the General Staff, and send me a mecha squad to follow me for support. Jackson came to support with only one goal, which was the Earl-class Imperial mecha that could instantly kill ordinary Federal mecha warriors. Whether from the perspective of protecting his comrades or from the perspective of capturing the thief first, his choice was not wrong. But we are not sure how many mechas are protecting the other side. If it is a complete Imperial mecha formation, Major Jackson, this is very dangerous. The relevant personnel of base number 6 questioned and suggested, we think you should take a mecha squad to hunt and kill, and destroy the ordinary Imperial mechas as much as possible. The number of ordinary Imperial mechas that have been discovered so far is not as many as the number of mechas in base number 6, but the average combat power of the two sides is somewhat different. In addition, the communication is affected in the dust storm, and the detection eye is destroyed by the Imperial mecha, making it difficult to accurately locate the Imperial mecha. The mechas of base number 6 cannot fight with more people, so the damage rate is extremely high. According to the current situation, If the ordinary imperial mechas are not contained, all the mechas of base number 6 will be destroyed. The staff officers have their own perspectives, and Jackson has his own perspective. Everyone has a certain difference in their understanding of war and fighting. Jackson suddenly thought of the last time Ji Xinghe said he didn't believe him. At this moment, he somewhat understood Ji Xinghe's mood at the time. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe will come to support, and the hunting mission will be handed over to him. My mission target is only the count-level mecha of the Empire. If necessary, should I apply for a higher command authority, Lieutenant Ji Xinghe? Hearing this name, everyone in the command center of base number 6 suddenly became excited, more excited than when Jackson parachuted outside the base. Judging from the number of Venus, Ji Xinghe can't compare with Jackson at all now, but judging from the confidence of everyone in base number 6, Lieutenant Ji Xinghe is far superior to Major Jackson. No, Major Jackson, your battle plan has been approved, the support team has been mobilized, and it consists of 21 mechas. The relevant location information and intelligence information have been sent, please check. Okay, Jackson was not surprised that his battle plan was approved. Compared with Ji Xinghe's battle plan, which must be justified and even violated military orders to be passed, his major rank gave him great convenience. Perhaps this is the reason why Ji Xinghe's rank has never been in line with his merits. No one wants a person who often violates military orders to get a higher rank. Jackson did not wait for the arrival of the support team, but set off first. He was not alone, but always maintained a communication distance of 1.5 kilometers with a support team, which is the maximum communication distance of shortwave communication in the dust storm. In fact, 1 kilometer is the safest, because when the dust storm occurs, the alien dust full of hematite often affects the relevant communication signals inexplicably. Only a communication distance of 1 kilometer can ensure the absolute smoothness of communication. The detection eyes arranged outside the number 6 base also have the function of shortwave communication, which can maintain communication while detecting the enemy. But when the detection eye is destroyed, all aspects will be seriously affected. What Jackson can do now is to make judgments based on the intelligence sent back to the base before the detection eye was destroyed and before the death of the mecha warriors who have sacrificed, and then find the location of the Earl-class Imperial mecha in the dust storm. Some of the mecha warriors who have sacrificed have not been able to send back any substantial information before their death due to communication problems, but their death itself is a kind of information. Suddenly, there was a roar in the dust storm. It was another mecha of the Orbital Airborne Mecha Corps that successfully landed. Self-check the body, communication signal detection. Ji Xinghe, who was in the dust storm, had a visibility of less than 100 meters. This dust storm was more severe than the last one. Not only did it cover a wider area, but the density of dust flying in the local area due to the dust storm was also greater. Detection completed, communication connection successful. The mecha's built-in intelligent assistance system spoke and lit up green. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, it's me. The other end of the successfully established communication was the number 6 base in crisis. Old Ji, because they were too familiar with each other, the flow and titles of the conversation became less in line with the rules, but no one cared at this time. You are 1.7 kilometers away from the base. The specific coordinates have been sent. There are currently no traces of Imperial mechas within a radius of 5 kilometers. There are 30 of our mechas divided into 7 reconnaissance units. The number of Imperial mechas we have discovered is, the relevant information just told to Jackson was repeated to Ji Xinghe again, including Jackson's battle plan. Ji Xinghe was not surprised. Jackson said that he would not let him come, and took away the only manned single soldier starship at the number 5 base. But just as Jackson believed that Ji Xinghe could help him improve with strength, Jackson also believed that Ji Xinghe would come to support him. After listening to all the information known so far, Ji Xinghe paused for a moment and then whispered, "First, except for Major Jackson and the mecha team supporting him, tell our mecha warriors that after encountering the Imperial mecha, unless they have an absolute advantage, do not start fighting, let them wait for me. Second, always keep in touch with me. Be sure to inform me of the locations of all confirmed Imperial mechas, and the rearrangement of the detection eyes, based on my route. Third, let Xiaoliu prepare the relevant parts. He knows what I need and is ready to repair my mecha at any time. If possible, please prepare a transport vehicle and bring all the parts. You don't need to bring a mechanic, but a toolbox. Xiaoliu knows what tools I need. Master Liu, who is actually not young, can only be called Xiaoliu in Ji Xinghe's mouth. After all, He and Master Liu's grandfather are of the same generation. Okay, the relevant personnel of the command center of base number 6 responded at the first time. In fact, Ji Xinghe did not have the power to formulate such a combat plan. He should act under the command of relevant personnel. But he is Ji Xinghe, and this is base number 6. Ji Xinghe did not wait for the support team, because he did not ask for it. The command center of base number 6 knew without asking that he wanted to fight alone, quickly respond to all battles that needed support, and maximize his combat effectiveness. But when Ji Xinghe rushed to the relevant coordinates, a staff officer at the command center of base number 6 could not help but speak before the communication was temporarily interrupted. "Old Ji, you haven't asked that question yet." Hearing this, the people in the command center had different expressions. Some were looking forward to it, some were surprised, and some stared at the staff officer who asked the question. Ji Xinghe, who controlled the mecha to start running, sighed helplessly in his heart. When did he develop this habit? But he asked it after all, because this is what many people expect. "Do you believe me?" Ji Xinghe's voice echoed in the command center, and people with different expressions suddenly spoke in unison. "Believe it?" The staff officer who asked the question was the most excited. He shouted again, "Hunting, start." Not to mention a certain staff officer who was too immature, who was temporarily deprived of the power of communication command, ran 27 kilometers to Ji Xinghe and started his hunting today. Deviate and pull, wait for support. Detour and pull, wait for support. The mecha team composed of 7 federal mechas, under the continuous orders of the captain, pinned down 9 imperial mechas. The communication with the base has been interrupted. They don't know when their support will be in place, nor do they know that Jackson and Ji Xinghe, 2 special class soldiers, have joined the battlefield, let alone Ji Xinghe's battle plan. The reason why they dare not fight head-on is that they are not a real mecha team. There is no special class among them. They can only be regarded as a temporary mecha combat formation. The end of 7 against 9 is bound to be annihilation. "I can't hold on any longer, Captain. You guys go first. I'll save my base." A young mech warrior's voice rang out in the communication channel. His mech was damaged and its running speed slowed down. It was impossible for him to continue to maneuver. "Save your grandma's legs." The captain was so excited that he made a slip of the tongue. "Run as hard as you can for me. Run as hard as you can." He couldn't run away but still had to let people run. This was not a challenge, but the captain, who could have continued to maneuver, chose to turn around and maneuver. This did not conform to the combat plan and goals, but they were not mechanical soldiers, they were people. "Captain, fuck his grandma's dog gorilla, let's go back and do it. If you're afraid of death, I won't join the army." "Captain, you want to be a hero alone, right? I don't accept it." "Everyone, continue to maneuver and wait for support. This is an order," the captain said firmly. He didn't know whether his teammates would follow his orders, just like he didn't know whether he could survive when he charged in front of the imperial mech. But he had to order like this, and he had to continue to charge. In the noisy communication channel, the people with mixed emotions did not notice the new communication signal coming in. But when a strange and somewhat old voice sounded, the communication channel suddenly became quiet. "I am Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, special grade, 45 gold stars." Ji Xinghe, who started the charge, was not sure whether these mecha warriors knew him, so he introduced himself first, and then issued an order. "Detour, pull, leave the rest to me." Chapter 178. This time, you can run away. Because of the roundabout pulling of the 7 federal mechas, the 9 imperial mechas that had the advantage were scattered widely, but all were within the visual range of Ji Xinghe's 100 meters. In fact, the imperial mechas in pursuit discovered Ji Xinghe, who suddenly joined the battlefield earlier than the federal mechas, and they also noticed the 45 gold stars on Ji Xinghe's mecha. The specific number is actually difficult to calculate clearly during Ji Xinghe's charge, but this 16th generation federal standard mecha that has fought many battles with Ji Xinghe has begun to give people a dense feeling of gold stars on its chest. At first glance, it is full of the word master. Retreat. The drivers of the 9 imperial mechas all had this idea in their minds. There were no noble mechas among them, all of them were ordinary imperial mechas, and their strength was equivalent to that of the 2nd level or 1st level federal mecha warriors. So they knew very well that their advantage had completely disappeared, and if they didn't leave, the end would be annihilation. But in the pursuit between mechas, it is not so easy to retreat, because the speed of mechas is very fast, and the visibility of both sides is very low in the dust storm. So the pursuit distance is actually very close. They were originally in a scattered pursuit state, and began to make maneuvers with the purpose of converging, wanting to form a cluster combat force to deter the Federal Special Mecha and the other 7 Federal Mechas, and then calmly retreat and leave this battlefield. But neither they nor the drivers of the 7 Federal Mechas knew how fast Ji Xinghe was in a full-speed charge state. The Mecha is still the same Mecha, and the replacement of weapons will not affect the speed, but Ji Xinghe is faster than the last time. His speed made Jackson, a special Mecha warrior who already has 86 gold stars, choose to temporarily give up the battlefield to learn from him. His speed, after a month of silence after the last battle, crossed a straight-line distance of nearly 1,000 kilometers, airdropped from the orbit and then really broke out outside the number 6 base. His speed exceeded the reaction of the Mecha drivers on the scene. Detour, pull, and leave the rest to me. This sentence still echoed faintly in their ears. The 7 Mecha warriors of the Federation had just changed their thoughts from fighting to the death to who is this person. Ji Xinghe had already said the answer in the previous sentence. They all knew that Ji Xinghe was the most special Mecha warrior in the history of the Federation, but they did not think of it at the first time because it was too unexpected. When all of them finally remembered and matched the name of Lieutenant Ji Xinghe and the 16th generation standard Mecha of the Federation that was charging, only 1 or 2 seconds had passed. The destruction had already occurred. Ji Xinghe, who was charging, controlled his Mecha and flew past an imperial Mecha like the wind. The blade was not visible, but the huge head had already flown up and mixed with the orange-red dust on the alien planet, and it could not land for a while. There were still 8 left. The 2 sides were equal in number, and only 3 seconds had passed. This was the role of special Mecha warriors on the battlefield. The killing effect they can cause is far less than that of missiles and other weapons. But in the case that missiles and other weapons are not suitable for use, their individual combat power is enough to change the local war. A cannon shot is worth 1,000 taels of gold. 10,000 taels of gold, just for a cannon shot. Although the cost of Mecha is also expensive, and elite Mecha warriors are 1 in a million, the battle of Mecha warriors driving Mecha is sustainable. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, the captain of this Mecha team, exclaimed in surprise. There is no need to say more about the feeling of escaping death. The idea of killing 1 to protect the capital and killing 2 to make money was thrown out of his mind at this moment. They want to escape. Ji Xinghe made this judgment through the maneuvers of the Imperial Mechas, and in the process of making this judgment, he single-handedly destroyed an Imperial Mecha. Everything was completed in an instant. With the increase of combat experience, the analysis of the battlefield situation has gradually become another instinct similar to physical instinct, another memory besides muscle memory. It can be said to be a consciousness instinct, it can be said to be a mental memory. It is understandable to exaggerate a little. This is the reawakening of Ji Xinghe's combat consciousness. Follow me. Ji Xinghe changed the battle order he had issued before. These 3 simple words were clearly heard by the 7 Mecha warriors. Compared with the very complicated order of detour and pull, this order was much easier to execute. Follow him. No one said these 3 words, but everyone resolutely executed them according to these 3 words. The 7 federal mechas that were scattered because of the detour and pull completed their respective turning maneuvers, while Ji Xinghe continued to charge, including the captain who was about to rush in front of an imperial mecha, who also made a turning maneuver without hesitation. Who wants to die if they can survive? The maneuvering changes of other mechas did not affect Ji Xinghe's charge. Whether it was a federal mecha or an imperial mecha, they could not stop his charge at this moment. With 2 swords in hand, the high-frequency oscillation characteristics have been activated, and the full power mode has been turned on when joining the battlefield. An imperial mecha facing Ji Xinghe chose to turn around without hesitation. It was not going to meet up with its teammates, it had to run first. Is this the deterrent power of 45 gold stars? When Ji Xinghe was thinking about something, the performance of the mecha, which had been significantly enhanced after the custom modification, allowed him to successfully catch up with the fleeing Imperial Mecha. The Imperial Mecha made a turning and maneuvering movement again. It knew that it could not escape, so it did not hesitate to shoot while turning around. The lance with a length of more than 6 meters did not hit the target successfully as expected by all the people and the gorilla, but the next scene exceeded everyone's expectations. Ji Xinghe, who easily avoided this shot, could have used the advantages of weapons and mecha performance to break it like before, but he did not choose to break it directly. Even if this imperial mecha is more fully prepared and it takes more time to break it, what does it matter? It does matter. Ji Xinghe did not make any explanation. The mecha sword in his right hand swept out, and an imperial lance turned into an imperial long stick. The mecha twisted its body and slid past a damaged imperial mecha like dancing. The two swords slashed out one after the other. After two clangs, the camera on the head of the imperial mecha was broken in 3 places. Kill it. When Ji Xinghe spoke again, he had already started charging again. He gave the Venus to the Federation mecha warriors who had appeared behind him. Okay, the Federation mecha warriors did not hesitate or refuse. This was not the time to talk nonsense. The ownership of Venus had no meaning for the defense of base number 6. The number of Empire mechas was definitely more than 120. This was a fact that intelligence could not confirm but everyone could guess. Ji Xinghe, who had appeared in front of the 3rd Imperial mecha, saw the other 2 Imperial mechas near it. The 3 Imperial mechas were very close and were ready to work together to deal with him, but the time difference caused by the distance between them was clearly seen by Ji Xinghe. The speed of the charge did not decrease, and he still had the strength to whisper the command. I'll cripple them, you guys break them, follow me closely, the combat goal, total victory, yes, in a unison shout, Ji Xinghe, who had been running for only 50 meters, faced 3 Imperial mechas, and the 2 swords in his hands flew again. The 3 bayonets broke one after another, and Ji Xinghe, who used the time difference to swim through the 3 Imperial mechas, just did what he said, only crippled them. Without weapons and some cameras, even if the combat power of the Imperial mechas was higher than that of the Federal mechas on average, it was impossible to face the 7 Federal mechas that were as powerful as tigers at this time. The appearance of Ji Xinghe not only made them only have to face the crippled Imperial mechas, but also finally gave them the absolute advantage of fighting with more people against fewer. Follow closely. Break. Total victory. The remaining 4 Imperial mechas had taken the opportunity to escape, and they were very smart to split into 2 directions. Ji Xinghe chose one of the directions without any hesitation, which made the 7 Federal mecha warriors who were besieging the 3 Imperial mechas a little panicked. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, there are Imperial mechas in that direction, I know, Ji Xinghe responded softly. This voice was full of self-righteousness, which gave the 7 Federal mecha warriors an idea. If there were no Imperial mechas in this direction, why would he choose this direction to pursue? They all felt Ji Xinghe's strong self-confidence, which came from their desire for incomparable strength. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe. It was just the first time they met, and they had never seen each other in the true sense. But this name had been engraved in the hearts of the 7 Federal mecha warriors. The captain looked at the mecha driven by Ji Xinghe, which was about to disappear in the side of the dust storm, and asked hurriedly, Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, what about the 2, command? In fact, in Ji Xinghe's view, the current command has nothing to do with him, but when he chose to cripple rather than destroy, and these mecha warriors were not members of the Xinghe team, he had already felt why Han Li, Jackson and other special grade people were on the battlefield all year round, but never became Mace mecha warriors. It's not because of strength, it's not because of the performance of the mecha, but because of responsibility and obligation. Don't chase, keep up with me, Ji Xinghe responded softly during the charge. His tone was calm as if he was taking a walk, as if he did not choose to bear that responsibility and obligation. But when he joined the battle to support base number 6 this time, he had already taken on the responsibilities and obligations that he was unwilling to take on before. Maybe it's because of Ji Xinghe? Maybe it's because of what he just heard from these 7 strange mecha warriors, who were ready to fight to the death for their teammates? Maybe it's because of Ji Xinghe? Maybe it's because of the many people he met after coming to the alien planet, the many teammates who fought side by side, and the stories he heard about courage and responsibility, sacrifice and obligation? No, those are not stories, those are facts of iron and blood. The reason is not important. What's important is that Ji Xinghe wants to do this, and he has the ability to do so. Yes, the 7 Federal mechas that were besieging the 3 Imperial mechas had already used this short time to gain an absolute advantage. They did not hesitate to send 2 mechas to chase Ji Xinghe, in order to ensure the goal of winning with more people against fewer, and to ensure that they could keep up with Ji Xinghe in the dust storm. He's already 66 years old. But when he charged, young people in their 20s and 30s were afraid of not being able to keep up. Just like nearly a year ago, Ji Xinghe surpassed one young man after another outside the stadium in Xinfeng City, and then those young people could no longer catch up with Ji Xinghe. The location changed from the blue star to the alien star. The age changed from 65 to 66. The action changed from running to charging. Ji Xinghe never stopped after he took the first step, and it was getting faster and faster. He chased the two desperate imperial mechas and said softly in his heart, "Son, I know you want to kill them all, so I sent them to see you. If you can't beat them, don't worry, run first and wait for me to help you. This time, you can run." Chapter 179. He also said. The occasional communication made the atmosphere in the command hall of base number 6 still very tense. The addition of two special mecha warriors, Ji Xinghe and Jackson, gave them some confidence, especially Ji Xinghe, who had repeatedly created miracles and was more familiar to them, but after all, there were only two of them. When the number of enemies was unclear, they could not feel at ease. Is there no new support? No, the Empire's attack on base number 3 is more intensive than before, which has tied up a lot of our forces. Other military camps and blockades that are relatively clear to the Empire have also been attacked by the Empire's mechas at the same time. Because of the influence of the dust storm, our firepower support has been severely restricted. There are also warning areas of other bases, and reconnaissance formations of the Empire's mechas have also been discovered. At this moment, everyone can be sure that this is a long-planned full-line attack by the Empire. Unlike the previous full-line attacks, because of the dust storm, the Federation's high-altitude reconnaissance satellites, communication satellites, space battleships, individual starships, etc. that can play a huge role on alien planets have been severely restricted. The main force is the attack of the Imperial Mecha, and only the Federation Mecha can deal with it, because only Mecha can deal with Mecha. The Orbital Airborne Mecha Corps can indeed deal with this situation, but how many Orbital Airborne Mecha warriors does the Federation have? The prerequisite that non-special class soldiers cannot participate in the election is to allow this new type of soldiers to grow more stably and healthily, but now we can only sigh that time is running out. Report: the repair of the number 39 detection eye has been completed. In fact, it is not a repair, but a new detection eye has been replaced, but it makes no difference. The latest intelligence: Xinghe's team successfully destroyed 6 Imperial mechas and won all the victories. This is exciting news, but it is also doubtful news. Xinghe team. Don't they have only 7 mechas? How did they achieve complete victory and destroy 7 Imperial mechas? It was Lieutenant Ji Xinghe. During the period when Xinghe team lost contact, they encountered 9 Imperial mechas. After Lieutenant Ji Xinghe joined, he helped them destroy 1 Imperial mecha and damaged 6 Imperial mechas. Then they completed the destruction of the 6 damaged Imperial mechas. 2 other Imperial mechas escaped, and Lieutenant Ji Xinghe asked them not to pursue them. Beautiful, someone exclaimed in admiration, triggering a deliberately suppressed cheer. Keep it in the record, count our losses and the enemy's losses, accurately break the coordinates, and look for opportunities to recycle the Empire mecha. Yes, where's Xinghe's team now? Before the communication was lost again, they were chasing Lieutenant Ji Xinghe. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe was acting alone and was about to reach the location of the number 41 detection eye. What's the situation there? Before the communication was lost, we had 12 mechas in the area, and the enemy was suspected to have 15 mechas in the area. The people who had just been excited for a moment became worried again. If Ji Xinghe took 12 mechas to fight against 15 Empire mechas, even without the support of Xinghe's team, they believed that Ji Xinghe would most likely bring them good news of a complete victory. Even if it is impossible to achieve a complete victory, victory is a foregone conclusion. But the problem is, when Ji Xinghe arrived at the area where the number 41 detection eye was located, how many of the 12 federal mechas in the area survived? Will the Empire have new support in the area? Everything is unknown, so they are very worried. Report: the number 41 detection eye has been repaired successfully, and the communication has been restored. Speak: when Lieutenant Ji Xinghe arrived at the area, there were 6 intact mechas on our side and 11 intact mechas on the enemy side. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe injured 9 of the Imperial mechas and destroyed 2 of them. The 6 intact mechas on our side remained intact. When Xinghe's team assembled and arrived, the battle was over. If the news just now made everyone cheer in a low voice, then this news made everyone happy and shocked at the same time, because there was an absolute gap in the number of mechas in the 2 battles. In the intelligence, Xinghe's team failed to join the battle, which means that Ji Xinghe took 6 federal mechas to deal with 11 Imperial mechas, which was much more difficult than the 8 to 9 just now. It can be seen from the fact that the 11 Imperial mechas did not choose to escape when facing Ji Xinghe this time. They wanted to kill Ji Xinghe, but they were broken or injured by Ji Xinghe like cutting melons and vegetables. Yes, everyone imagined the scene of Ji Xinghe chopping melons and vegetables. If not, why could the battle end before the 7 mechas of Xinhu's team arrived? And in a sense, after Ji Xinghe joined the battle, the federal mechas once again won a complete victory. Old Ji, are you so strong now? Someone couldn't help asking. They all knew that Ji Xinghe was very strong, because when Ji Xinghe came to the alien planet, he was at base number 6. The first battle was when he went from base number 6 to base number 3. The second battle was at base number 6. The third battle was when he moved from base number 6 to base number 5. And the fourth battle was when he went from base number 6 to base number 3. Except for the battle after Ji Xinghe joined the orbital airborne mecha corps, every battle before was closely related to base number 6, so the people at base number 6 knew the miracles created by Ji Xinghe in every battle the most. But even so, they didn't expect Ji Xinghe to be so strong now. It should be because of the mecha. The mecha he is driving now is a custom-made one. It is completely different from the standard mecha he drove before, and the weapons are much more powerful than before. How many gold stars does Lao Ji have? 48. He destroyed 3 imperial mechas. What about the ones he injured? Really, don't they count for him? Lao Ji won't want them. I know him very well. If he wanted gold stars, he would definitely have more than so many gold stars now, and he would not choose to injure instead of destroy. What he wants is to save time, ensure the lives of our other mecha warriors, and restore all detection eyes as soon as possible. Yes, Lao Ji won't want it, so, someone looked at the middle-aged staff officer who was punished to stand aside, with a smile on his face but a very serious tone, saying, "This is not hunting, this is guarding." This sentence has been recognized by many people. In fact, the meaning of the existence of soldiers has never been killing, but guarding. Defending the country, protecting the elderly, the weak, the sick, the disabled, women and children. They don't want to participate in wars, don't want to kill, but in order to protect the people they want to protect, they have to participate in wars and start killing. I know I was wrong. It's because I was too excited just now. Don't say it. I really know I was wrong. No one was entangled in this issue. Everyone was paying attention to more intelligence. Because of the recovery of the number 41 detection eye, the communication in the relevant area was basically fully restored. Only the inexplicable fluctuations caused by the dust storm caused a brief loss of contact again, but the impact was not great. The command center successfully established communication with Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe was once again in a running state, but the bumpy running and continuous fighting did not cause his tone to fluctuate. Follow the combat plan I said before. You will assign their combat tasks. I don't have time to think too much. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, how many mechas do you need to follow you? 3, okay. The relevant instructions were conveyed the first time. Many staff officers made very reasonable allocations based on the integrity of the fuselage, energy reserve level, combat capability, and combat methods of the 13 mechas, including Xinhu's team. At this time, 3 mechas chased Ji Xinghe into the dust storm. 10 mechas were divided into 2 teams, continuing to carry out reconnaissance missions in related areas and repairing detection eyes. The alert area of base number 6 is very large. It is not realistic to let all these mechas follow Ji Xinghe to charge. If there is a blockade loophole, the Imperial mecha is likely to break through to the vicinity of base number 6. In the dust storm, the relevant weapons equipped by base number 6 cannot play their due role. Once the relevant weapons of base number 6 have to be used, it means that the location of base number 6 is truly exposed. Just like base number 3, after the location is exposed, the Empire will do everything possible to accurately locate its location, and the final outcome is bound to be destroyed. Either it will be destroyed by the Empire's army breaking through all the blockades, or it will be destroyed by the Empire's long-range firepower. The possibility of the latter is actually very low, because the Empire's long-range attack weapons are not as good as those of the Federation. They lack military satellites on alien planets, and it is difficult for them to carry out precise strikes. In addition, all bases are built underground and have certain air defense capabilities, so the biggest possibility is that they will be directly attacked by the Imperial Army. In this case, the precise location must not be exposed, and the Imperial Army must be prevented from making a mistake that could lead to a huge loss when launching an attack on the ground. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe and the 3 mechas that support him have entered the lost contact area. So fast? I forgot to ask just now if Lao Ji's mecha has been damaged. What about Master Liu? How is he prepared? The system detection shows no damage, and the energy is still around 83%. Master Liu is not ready yet. Why is Lao Liu slow today? Lao Ji has destroyed so many imperial mechas. It's not that Master Liu is slow, it's that Lieutenant Ji Xinghe is too fast. Say sorry to Master Liu for me. Where's the transport vehicle? Is the transport vehicle ready? The transport vehicle is in place, and the toolbox is ready. But, are you really not going to let Lieutenant Ji Xinghe come back? It is very difficult and dangerous to repair mechas in a dust storm. If Lieutenant Ji Xinghe's mecha is really damaged, I suggest letting Lieutenant Ji Xinghe come back. Let's talk about it then. Lao Ji said he won't come back, which means he has confidence. I believe in Lao Ji. Where's Major Jackson? The communication has not been restored. He is still in the lost contact area. Before the last loss of contact, Major Jackson had already reunited with a mecha team supporting him. No communication makes people very anxious. Even if Jackson is a special grade, the number of Venus is much more than Ji Xinghe. From the perspective of body shape, age, military service time, and combat experience, his strength is stronger than Ji Xinghe. But the people at base number 6 have to worry more about Jackson, because Jackson needs to face the Imperial Earl-class mecha, and there are countless Imperial mechas guarding the Earl-class mechas. It is very likely that it is a complete Imperial mecha formation. In the anxious waiting, the detection eyes outside base number 6 were repaired one by one. When Ji Xinghe joined the battle, he helped the Federal mecha warriors to win continuously with efficiency beyond everyone's expectations. Before Ji Xinghe joined, base number 6 replaced 39 Imperial mechas with 47 mechas. After Ji Xinghe joined, 11 Federal mechas replaced 32 Imperial mechas. The gap is not small. Moreover, the 11 Federation mechas that were destroyed were almost all because Ji Xinghe did not have time to rush over. Based on the previous intelligence, there are 120 Empire mechas. The Empire currently has only 49 mechas left, and the mechas at base number 6, including those that have been repaired after the previous battle damage, are as many as 152, including Ji Xinghe and Jackson, 2 special grade ones. Even if the area that base number 6 needs to defend is very large, the mecha warriors must be dispersed for defense and reconnaissance, but the dawn of victory is already very dazzling. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe has already obtained the 51st gold star, and the mecha energy is 19% remaining. It can no longer be turned on at full power for a long time. The fuselage is 91% intact and must be repaired. Do you want him to come back first? This news moved everyone, because they all knew that Ji Xinghe could actually get more gold stars, but the price was that other mecha warriors at base number 6 would suffer more casualties. And Ji Xinghe's mecha had already been damaged. Before the commander issued an order, another loud shout made the entire command center quiet down. Report, Major Jackson's communication has been restored. They encountered 2 Earl-class mechas and 30 intact Imperial mechas. They are the latest Imperial mechas discovered. There are more than 120 of them, but 152, 2 Earl-class mechas? 30 brand new Imperial mechas? The support team led by Jackson has only 21 mechas. There is a very obvious gap between top-level combat power and ordinary mechas. Support immediately. Where's Lieutenant Ji Xinghe? Let him come back in support after resting. We have many people. It will be fine. It will definitely be fine. Tell Major Jackson not to fight to the end, but to make detours and wait for support. Yes, when the relevant personnel were about to issue an order to Ji Xinghe, they saw that the light dot representing Ji Xinghe on the screen had begun to move at high speed, and the direction of movement was not the location of base number 6. Report, Lieutenant Ji Xinghe went to support Major Jackson. Let him come back. He has no energy. The mecha is damaged. What is he going to do? Lieutenant Ji Xinghe asked him to drive the repair vehicle he wanted over. It will be faster. He will wait for the repair vehicle to arrive at the edge of the battlefield, he said. Don't forget, he is the best mechanic in our number 6 base. He also said that when we order all the mecha warriors to go to support, we must be careful, because the Empire is likely to surround and attack the reinforcements. Ji Xinghe actually didn't need to remind this, because the staff had already thought of it and were ready to make corresponding suggestions and arrangements. This is their responsibility. No one is perfect, and concern leads to chaos. Not everyone can do everything without omissions and make all the plans. Even the wisest commander needs the help of the staff. But Ji Xinghe is a mecha warrior and a mechanic. Why can he still want these at this time? The staff of the number 6 base thought, This is the ability to become a general. Chapter 180 Yellow Bird. Ji Xinghe didn't want to be a general, he just wanted the weapons of the Earl-level mecha. It should be made of tungsten steel gold. If there are 2 Earl-level ones, then there will be 2. If Shenmue modifies it, each of the blind man and the others can have a tungsten steel gold dagger. If they are not used to using daggers, then don't modify it. Give them 2 first, and take the rest later. While running, he thought of what he had promised the blind man and the lame man before. A weapon made of tungsten steel gold for each person can greatly improve the strength of the Xinghe team. In the Federation, even a special level like Jackson only uses a mecha-heavy sword with high-frequency oscillation characteristics. Although the material used for making it is better and can touch the weapon made of tungsten steel gold, it is not as good after all. The Federation and the Empire have different focuses on science and technology. They advocate individual force and have some metal mineral resources that the Federation does not have, so the Empire is far ahead of the Federation in the development of cold weapons. Tungsten steel gold is very precious, so Ji Xinghe was so stingy last time. After running for more than 30 kilometers, Ji Xinghe finally stopped. He successfully connected to the shortwave communication channel of the mecha team led by Jackson, and Jackson also discovered this at the first time. "You are here, I am here, you shouldn't have come." Hearing Jackson's inexplicable words, Ji Xinghe was relieved. "Hasn't the fight started yet?" "Not yet." Jackson's tone returned to normal. "They want to surround the reinforcements and now surround us. I think they should have support." At this time, the two were 1.2 kilometers apart, and the shortwave communication channel could play a role, but the two were in very different situations. Ji Xinghe, who was running, stopped at the edge of a temporary safe distance, waiting for the repair vehicle from base number 6 to arrive, and then repair his mecha and replace the nuclear fuel cell stack. Jackson, who arrived early, and the support team he led were now surrounded by the Empire mecha. Previous intelligence said that they still have 49 mechas, but the 32 mechas you have here are all newly discovered, so they still have at least 81 mechas. It is impossible to determine whether they can maintain communication. "We must assume that they can mobilize all the other 49 mechas," Ji Xinghe said the information he knew and his analysis and judgment. "I know," Jackson said. "Good news, we have not found the diamond metal body at present. Either they have run out of them and destroyed them, or they did not come with a diamond metal body this time. The diamond metal body is very important. If it exists, it will definitely be carried by the Earl-level mecha. Ordinary imperial mechas are in the dust storm. When facing the federal mechas, whose number is also unknown, it is difficult to guarantee the timely transfer or destruction of the diamond metal body." Ji Xinghe asked, "What are you going to do?" "Of course we will fight." Jackson did not hesitate. "The impact of the dust storm is very bad. They destroyed the nearby detection eyes. We can't apply for fire support without accurate positioning, so we can only fight hard, wait for support, of course. It's not that easy for them to surround and attack the reinforcements. All the mechas that enter the communication range have been notified by us to stay on standby and wait for follow-up support to arrive and complete the assembly. When the number of our reinforcements exceeds theirs, it's time for us to wipe them out." "Okay." Ji Xinghe did not question Jackson's battle plan and waited quietly for his transport and repair vehicle. This really saves time. The speed of the transport and repair vehicle is not much slower than that of the mecha. If it weren't for the low visibility in the dust storm, the speed of the vehicle would actually exceed that of the mecha. Not too long after waiting, before Jackson started fighting, a familiar voice of Ji Xinghe sounded in his communication channel. "Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, please reply if you receive it. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, please reply if you receive it." The voice that had been shouted countless times after entering the lost contact area finally got a response. "Got it, Xiao Liu." Lao Ji, Master Liu cheered. "Fuck, I finally found you. Why are you running so fast? Where are you? Send me the exact coordinates." "Why are you here?" Ji Xinghe frowned and asked, and sent the coordinate information to Master Liu. In fact, it was not accurate enough, because the satellites could not be used now. These coordinate information were based on the previous exploration of the surrounding terrain by base number 6 and the comprehensive analysis of the information left by various detection eyes. But it is not difficult to find. I'll help you. I believe you can repair the mecha by yourself, but it's too troublesome and a waste of time in the dust storm. You don't want to save time, so you don't go back to the base. I'll help you save time. Master Liu, sitting in the co-pilot, continued to speak excitedly. "Don't worry about me. We have 3 elite soldiers in the car, 2 sets of exoskeleton armor, and a mecha warrior. The information that Master Liu said was not professional was not accurate, but Ji Xinghe understood it. One of the 3 elite soldiers was a driver, and 2 had exoskeleton armor. In addition to the parts and tools he needed, the transport and repair vehicle also had a mecha as a guard. Okay, needless to say, Ji Xinghe started running again, heading in the direction of Master Liu, and the 2 sides soon met in the dust storm. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, after greeting each other, the mecha warrior and the 2 elite soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor dispersed in 3 directions, like the 3 corners of an equilateral triangle, keeping a sufficient distance from each other. This was not the first time Ji Xinghe had seen the exoskeleton armor of the Federation. From the appearance, it looked like a small mecha that was exactly the same as the human body, wrapping the whole body of the elite warrior in it. The outer layer was almost entirely made of metal, and the shape was very slim, allowing the elite soldiers to maintain high-efficiency mobility and flexibility. There was an orange-yellow bulletproof glass mask on the helmet, which integrated various intelligent functions. There was a metal box behind it, carrying ammunition and oxygen supply devices. The weapons they use are firearms, which are not good enough when facing mechas, but when facing ordinary imperial guerrilla soldiers, they can be as fierce as ignoring firearms attacks, causing as much damage as possible before their bullets run out. But this exoskeleton armor cannot defend against artillery shells. The slim design ensures flexibility while sacrificing a lot of defensive capabilities. Not to mention a direct hit by a shell, even the power generated by the explosion at close range is enough to kill them on the spot. So the real battle still depends on mechas. Thank you. When Ji Xinghe thanked him, he had already jumped out of his cockpit. At the same time, Master Liu also jumped down from the co-pilot seat of the transporter. He was wearing a normal spacesuit and looked a little bloated. Old Ji, you come to command me. Master Liu, as the best mechanic at base number 6, was willing to obey Ji Xinghe's command at this time. Ji Xinghe did not shirk anything. With the help of Master Liu, he immediately began to replace the damaged parts of his mecha and replaced the nuclear fuel cell. There was no time to repair it, so it had to be replaced. The replaced parts and protective armor were not wasted, and they were all left on the transport and repair vehicle to be transported back. During the repair process, the dust storm did bring a lot of trouble. If the alien dust filled with hematite entered the relevant parts of the mecha and was not cleaned up in time, it would affect the performance of the mecha in the future. Master Liu made sufficient preparations for this. The maintenance equipment similar to the hairdryer was designed to deal with the dust attack on the mecha in the dust storm. The only difference was that it was used inside the base before, but this time it had to be used in the dust storm. It was a bit troublesome, but overall it did save more time than Ji Xinghe going back to the base. Moreover, if he went back to the base, it would be difficult to guarantee that Jackson would always be able to live in peace with the Imperial mecha. Fortunately, your mecha has no internal damage, otherwise it would be difficult to repair it in the dust storm. Master Liu was busy and sweating. Ji Xinghe said directly, Xiao Liu, you go back, quickly. No, we still have spare parts. Master Liu refused. I'll have someone build a temporary repair cabin, which will be built soon and can isolate the dust storm. Later, we will come with the other 3 transport vehicles. When you start fighting, we will stay in the safe area and wait. If there is a damaged mecha, come directly to us and enter the repair cabin and we will repair the mecha for you. Ji Xinghe frowned and said, but this is very dangerous. Who is not in danger? Are you not in danger? Master Liu said seriously, Lao Ji, don't think about ordering me. Take what you said before. I am a mechanic, not a professional soldier. Ji Xinghe was silent for a short time and nodded to Master Liu. Be careful, don't worry, I still have to live to repair the mecha for you. If there is something, we will definitely run away first. The mechanic running away is not considered a deserter. Speaking of the word run, Master Liu did not hesitate at all, because he did not need to fight to the death. It was his responsibility and obligation to stay alive to continue repairing the mecha. The mechanic's escape is indeed not considered a deserter. But is Master Liu really talking about himself? Ji Xinghe said nothing more, and jumped into the cockpit of his mecha. After cleaning the dust inside the cockpit, the self-inspection of the body was completed. And the brand new Federation's 16th generation standard mecha turned and left. The mecha that escorted the repair vehicle came back, and the 2 soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor also came back. Master Liu got on the car, and they also turned and left. But as they said, They didn't really want to leave, they just went to a relatively safer area with communication signals to wait, and participate in this battle in their own way. On the other side, the Empire Mecha was still motionless, surrounding Jackson, and they didn't know how long they would have to wait. Ji Xinghe, who had completed the repair of the Mecha, once again connected to Jackson's communication channel. Jackson, I want to change the battle plan. How? They want to surround a point and attack its reinforcements, so we'll attack their reinforcements. Huh? Have you heard of the saying the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Yes, I have heard of it, but why didn't you tell me the problem just now? My Mecha ran out of energy just now, but now it has, and I can fight. P.S. In the new month, please give me a guaranteed monthly ticket, a recommended ticket, and a subscription. Chapter 181 Chess and Cicada. More and more federal mechas came to support. In order to prevent being ambushed by enemies whose positions were unclear, they chose to meet in a safe area and wait to concentrate all their forces to fight the imperial mechas. Fighting with more people against fewer, even if they cannot win completely, the victory is definitely beyond doubt. Maintaining a distance of about 1.2 kilometers, the federal mechas that came to support formed a close communication network with themselves as the transit. No enemy was found in Area 25, no enemy was found in Area 46, no enemy was found in Area 37. Intelligence information was shared by the Mecha warriors in the relevant areas one after another. Almost all Mecha warriors could get this information, but only a few could find problems from it. Ji Xinghe was one of the very few. With a Mecha team led by Jackson as the center point, the area of 10 kilometers was divided into many areas. The federal mechas occupied some of the areas in small teams and waited quietly. They did not find any traces of the imperial mechas. It sounds like there are only 2 world-class imperial mechas leading 30 ordinary imperial mechas within a radius of 10 kilometers. With the current number of federal mechas, even if the opponent has world-class mechas, they can achieve the goal of annihilation. Team number 3, march 300 meters to area number 23. Ji Xinghe's voice sounded from the communication channel, and after several rounds of transfer, it reached the ears of the Mecha warriors of team number 3. If you find the enemy, retreat. Yes, team number 3 immediately started to act, and while they were acting, Ji Xinghe continued to issue orders. Team number 4, march 500 meters to area number 26. If you find the enemy, retreat. Team number 5, team number 6, one after another, the orders came out, and in the absence of Jackson, the special class, raising clear objections, all the federal Mecha warriors responded and executed them at the first time. Some of them didn't understand why Ji Xinghe did this, and some people thought of something, but they couldn't figure out how Ji Xinghe did it. Ji Xinghe did not explain to anyone, nor did he stop in place to wait for intelligence. Based on the analysis of the existing intelligence, he controlled the Mecha to start running. His running direction seemed to be irregular, and he made inexplicable maneuvers from time to time. Like a lost lamb dizzy in a dust storm. But what no one knew at this time was that Ji Xinghe's continuous running and constant maneuvers were actually very purposeful. The area within a radius of 10 kilometers formed a structure like a go board in his mind, and 3/4 of the area was in a foggy state. Those federal Mecha warriors who were scattered and constantly executing his orders were the white chess pieces on this huge chessboard. The chessboard filled with fog gradually became clear as these chess pieces moved, and those imperial mechas hidden in the foggy area were finally discovered like black chess pieces. Area 42, 6 imperial mechas have been spotted. Retreat. Ji Xinghe, who had completed the turning maneuver again, was actually very close to Area 42. He had been running in this direction before he received the intelligence, so at this time he had established a communication connection directly with the federal Mecha squad in that area. The federal Mecha squad in that area would naturally retreat at the first opportunity after receiving the intelligence and conveying the instructions at the first opportunity. They are chasing us. The voice that continued to sound on the communication channel indicated that the imperial mechas that had been spotted had received relevant instructions before, and they would launch an attack at the first opportunity when they were spotted or discovered. Retreat. Ji Xinghe emphasized again that the running speed did not change at all, and the route was already straight. The federal mechas, like white chess pieces, soon appeared in his sight. These federal mechas that had been retreating in accordance with his orders were actually more numerous than the imperial mechas, like black chess pieces. They could actually fight. So when they received Ji Xinghe's orders to retreat, different voices also sounded on their internal communication channels. Let's go back and fight, Captain. Yes, we are outnumbered now, so we can definitely fight. If their support is nearby, then we will be outnumbered. They must have support nearby, otherwise how dare they chase us? Lieutenant Ji Xinghe is very powerful, but he doesn't seem to have learned how to command a battle. His decision is likely to be wrong. Shut up and obey orders. Although he said this, the captain of the Mecha team felt a little uncomfortable because Ji Xinghe did not actually have command power over them. Otherwise, ask Major Jackson. Just as the captain was about to contact Jackson, he saw a Mecha running out of the dust storm. Judging from the model and the number of gold stars on the chest, it must be Ji Xinghe. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, Before the captain finished speaking, Ji Xinghe had already issued a new order. Move sideways and surround them. Surround? Good. The 10 Federal Standard mechas that were escaping had been patient for a long time. Now that they finally received the order, they excitedly began to complete the lateral maneuver. The 10 mechas that were originally running like arrows completed the change in formation in a very short time. The two sides of the arrow extended, like a corner of an isosceles triangle, and became the right angle of a right triangle. As they moved sideways, this angle continued to expand. When the 6 Imperial mechas in pursuit saw this scene, they started to brake and maneuver at the same time. They wanted to turn around and then pull around. They did not choose to break out to the sides because the Federal mechas had surrounded the two sides in front of them. Seeing the reaction of the Imperial mechas and their relatively slow start after suddenly braking and turning around, the Mecha warriors in this Mecha team finally understood why Ji Xinghe asked them to retreat continuously. If they did not let these Imperial mechas chase them, it would be difficult for them to catch up with them in a short time. It is even possible that they will be caught up in the encirclement of the Imperial mechas. When they suddenly understood, they saw a Mecha passing through the gap between them, rushing towards the 6 Imperial mechas at a very high speed, and quickly opened up a gap with their formation. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, you should keep the formation. This was the reminder that the captain of the Mecha team wanted to say, but he couldn't finish his words. Even if he said it, it would be meaningless. It was difficult for Ji Xinghe, who lacked sufficient formation training and didn't know them well, to perfectly integrate into their formation. Since he couldn't integrate, then don't integrate into it. Only fighting alone can bring out Ji Xinghe's combat effectiveness advantage, which is also his greatest advantage. Because he is not a black or white piece on this chessboard, but a chess piece that mistakenly entered the Go chessboard. When charging alone, he is a rook. When he uses the momentum of other Mecha warriors to expand his advantage of individual breakthroughs, he is a cannon. After rushing into the enemy formation, he rushed left and right, and kept interspersing at angles that the Imperial Mecha could not predict at all. He was a horse. Chariots, horses, and cannons can all capture enemy chess pieces, but enemy chess pieces are Go chess pieces, and can only be captured after the encirclement is completed. This is indeed the case. If you want to defeat Ji Xinghe, you must use a large number of mechas to surround him. Even if the Earl-level Mecha is in front of him, he is not afraid at all. With a clang, the Mecha sword with high-frequency oscillation characteristics easily cut off the weapon of an Imperial Mecha. Ji Xinghe, who did not slow down, quickly rushed to the second Imperial Mecha. Swing the knife. The sparks generated by metal friction flashed in the dust storm. The originally intact Imperial Mecha had a crack on the protective armor on the side. This wound was not fatal. If there was only this wound, it would not even have much impact on the combat effectiveness of the Imperial Mecha. But Ji Xinghe's knife was very sharp. He wanted to break not only the protective armor of the Imperial Mecha, but also the energy transmission plate located at that location. After only one blow, the Imperial Mech suffered from an imbalance in energy supply, and was defeated by the Federal Mech that arrived later, with an absolute advantage of 2-1. Ji Xinghe's battle continued. When he drove the mech in the dust storm, it was like he had turned into the wind, closely connected with the dust storm, making it impossible for the Imperial mechas in the dust storm to escape. The two mech swords could easily cause damage to the Imperial mech, and these damages were enough to allow the Federal mech, which already had an advantage in numbers, to win the battle with a complete victory. But from the perspective of defeating the Imperial mech, Ji Xinghe failed to get even one gold star in this battle. Is this the reason why Han Li, Jackson and others have never been able to become aces? Is it more important to make yourself an ace mech warrior, obtain the resources of the Federation and personal honor, or to help your teammates as much as possible and win the battle with a complete victory? Ji Xinghe did not consider this answer. Just as Ji Xinghe had said to him before he came this time, there were many people he knew in base number 6, and he wanted to protect these people. This time the battle was not about hunting, but guarding. After completing the encirclement of the federal mecha, they only had to face 3 damaged imperial mechas, and they no longer had to worry about their battle. Before they finished the battle, Ji Xinghe had already left the battlefield in a charging posture, because another area had discovered imperial mechas. The federal mecha warriors, scattered within a radius of 10 kilometers, have been firmly executing the reconnaissance orders conveyed by Ji Xinghe. They let the fog on the chessboard gradually dissipate, allowing Ji Xinghe to see more and more clearly. And during the battle, Ji Xinghe has been fully committed to conveying new instructions, and with the help of the communication network built with the federal mecha as the link point, he commanded the reconnaissance and combat of the entire field. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole is behind. Jackson is the cicada, the 32 imperial mechas are the mantises, and we are the orioles. The mantis cannot fly, but we can. Flexible and maneuverable combat is the combat of the oriole. So, don't fight to the death, and run when you should. When the mecha driven by Ji Xinghe disappeared in the dust storm, his voice was heard in the communication channel of the 10 mecha warriors. I am here, run with confidence. The 10 mecha warriors who were already convinced responded in unison in the communication channel. Yes, this communication was also transmitted to the ears of other mecha warriors. Jackson, who was surrounded by mantises, curled his lips. I am not a cicada, I am a tiger, a bear. Although he said this in his heart, he did not move, like a quiet cicada, waiting for the arrival of summer to make the most crisp chirping sound, resounding between heaven and earth. When will summer come? The cicada said, asked the oriole. Chapter 182 Captain Ji Xinghe. In the command hall of base number 6, everyone looked at the screen. One green light spot after another represented the location of the federal mecha, while the red light spots represented the location of the known imperial mecha. The most conspicuous point on the screen was the center point, where 22 mechas, including Major Jackson, formed a defensive formation. Their positions were actually quite far apart, but they were densely packed on the big screen as if they were stacked together. On their periphery, there were 32 red light spots that were clearly dispersed, surrounding Jackson and other federal mecha warriors in a very confident formation. This is where the most attention should be paid at this time, because among the 32 red light spots, there were 2 Earl-level imperial mechas, whose combat power was enough to kill ordinary federal mecha warriors in seconds. Even the special level ones with more than 20 gold stars would find it difficult to hold up in their hands. But the attention of everyone in the hall was on the more peripheral areas, where the lines formed a grid that divided the entire screen into many blocks. Some areas seemed to be painted black, indicating that the situation in the area was completely unknown. There was not a single green light spot in these areas. Green spots of light have appeared in some areas, and the overall color has turned orange-red, which is the color of the alien land. In some of these areas, there are still red spots of light, indicating that the discovered imperial mecha has not been dealt with. People's focus is not on these red spots of light, or the green spots that seem to be chasing and surrounding the red spots of light, but on a bright yellow spot of light. If you look closely at the big screen, you can see 2 words marked on this bright yellow spot of light, yellow bird. The only mecha that is different from all the other mechas is naturally Ji Xinghe, who formulated and executed this combat plan. In addition to the bright yellow spots of light representing him, there are also many very thin bright yellow lines, representing all his movement tracks in the area. You say, does this look like a chessboard? A Go board, all the area signs are like this, but this time is different. This time, the instructions issued by Lieutenant Ji Xinghe gave me the feeling that he was playing chess. Playing chess, yes, playing chess. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe is playing a big game of chess with our mecha warriors as white pieces and the Empire's mechas as black pieces, but he doesn't look like a chess player at all. He's rushing around fighting on the chessboard, it seems so. Except for the clear arrangements when gathering intelligence, Lieutenant Ji Xinghe is still a bit reckless when fighting. He always rushes to the front alone, allowing the rest of our mecha warriors to surround the discovered Empire mechas as much as possible. Reckless? If Lieutenant Ji Xinghe is reckless, then why haven't we suffered even a single casualty from the beginning of this battle until now? Because he is too strong, so he can be so reckless. When we formulate combat plans in the future, we must never be like Lieutenant Ji Xinghe. Then what if he is in our command camp? It's very simple, leave it to Ji Xinghe. These discussions and content show that the atmosphere in the command hall of base number 6 is no longer as tense as before. As Ji Xinghe's metro is repaired, the battle plan he formulated began. The number of imperial mechas in the area was constantly decreasing, while the federal mechas not only did not suffer any damage, but their number increased, because support from other areas was gradually in place. Report: we currently have 157 combat mechas, and the number of mechas that have arrived in the area has reached 90. The remaining mechas are repairing all detection eyes except for some defense bases. At present, we have only 50 enemy mechas, including 2 Earl-class Imperial mechas. If a frontal battle begins, we can mobilize 20 mechas to the combat area within 10 minutes, 90 to 50, with 20 support. Base number 6 has an absolute advantage. This is the benefit of having logistical supplies. The damaged mechas have been repaired with all their strength. However, the Imperial mechas have no logistical supplies, and it seems that they have no more support at present. Among them, Ji Xinghe's role is crucial. The commander suddenly asked, "Old Ji, how many gold stars have you got?" "Currently 54. Although we have destroyed 102 Imperial mechas in this local battle, Lieutenant Ji Xinghe has only received 9 gold stars so far. However, there are still 42 Imperial mechas that were injured by Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, 37. Many people sighed in their hearts. If Ji Xinghe chose to destroy these mechas, then now Ji Xinghe is less than 10 gold stars away from the 3-digit gold star requirement for the ace mecha warrior. With the current number of Imperial mechas, Ji Xinghe can easily get the last 9 gold stars required for promotion to the ace mecha warrior. But if Ji Xinghe chose to take gold stars, the number of existing mechas in base number 6 would definitely not be 157, and the advantage would not appear so quickly. The commander of base number 6 suddenly asked, "With my authority, what is the highest rank that I can promote old Ji to?" This is a question that surprised many people. As the commander-in-chief of the base, how could he not know his authority? But after thinking about it, everyone understood that the commander was not really asking how high his authority was, but asking whether everyone agreed. So, everyone's eyes suddenly shifted collectively to a corner of the command hall. Tang Qiao just stood there. After Ji Xinghe came to support, he hadn't said a word. It was not known whether it was because he didn't dare to say anything, or because he knew that no one wanted to hear what he said. "Captain. Sir, you can directly promote Lieutenant Ji Xinghe to captain at the highest level. If you want to promote him to the level of major, you need approval from above." The commander didn't look at Tang Qiao. During the brief silence, he didn't wait for anyone to object. For some reason, he was actually a little disappointed. Perhaps it was because Ji Xinghe had suffered unfair treatment in base number 6 and was arranged to work in the auto repair area. And in that matter, he, the commander, had no say. "Okay, make a notification. From now on, we will call Lao Ji Captain Ji Xinghe." Yes, because of the temporary interruption of satellite communications, the notification of base number 6 did not spread to all federal agencies on the alien planet at the first time, but the communication will always be restored. Ji Xinghe, who has 54 gold stars, finally began to match his rank. With the help of the ground communication network established by the detection eye, this information was transmitted to all mecha warriors at the first time. Everyone is fighting, but only Ji Xinghe's rank has been promoted. Will anyone be dissatisfied? The commander of base number 6 did not worry about this problem, and the staff did not worry about this problem, because none of the mecha warriors who participated in the war were dissatisfied. One mecha team after another, one mecha warrior after another, after being led by Ji Xinghe to win a complete victory, they have long been convinced. From a certain perspective, Han Li's original suggestion to Ji Xinghe, even if Ji Xinghe really did it, the effect that could be achieved would not be as good as it is now. More than 100 Federation mecha warriors participating in the battle are elites. Among them, there are many first-level mecha warriors, and 5 special-level ones with just over 20 gold stars. The number is not worth mentioning compared to the 300,000 Federation mecha warriors, but if we only look at the first-level and special-level ones, it is already a big voice. "Captain Ji Xinghe, congratulations, congratulations, old Ji, Captain Ji Xinghe." The advantage is gradually expanding. The mecha warriors participating in the battle no longer need Ji Xinghe's charge. With the advantage of numbers, they can completely annihilate the Empire mecha they discovered when they implement a battle plan. When they congratulated, Ji Xinghe had stopped fighting and returned to Master Liu's position again. 4 transport vehicles surrounded a metal cabin with their bodies. Ji Xinghe drove his mecha into it, and the relevant equipment began to operate. All the dust inside was cleared, and Master Liu started the maintenance work with several mechanics. In the battle just now, Ji Xinghe's mecha was damaged again, and the energy dropped to the warning level. Congratulations, Lao Ji, you're already a captain. You've been on alien planet for less than a year. Yeah, Ji Xinghe responded with a frown, looking at the information displayed on the bracelet. His bracelet was connected to the system of the mecha. The metal cabin used to repair the mecha in the dust storm did not isolate the signal, so he could see all the known information on the battlefield. What's wrong, Lao Ji? Master Liu couldn't see Ji Xinghe's expression because he was wearing a helmet, but he heard some problems from Ji Xinghe's tone. Something is not right, Ji Xinghe explained while looking at the screen of the bracelet. I thought before that when we destroyed the imperial mecha on the periphery, the imperial mecha surrounding Jackson would take action, so I told Jackson that we should cooperate inside and outside to annihilate them. But they haven't moved yet. Master Liu frowned and asked, could it be because there is a problem with their communication, and they have no idea that the mechas they deployed on the periphery have been destroyed one by you? Unlikely, because the two battles I just fought were very close to the center point. Xiao Liu, what is the communication distance of the Empire's mecha communication module in this environment? About 2 kilometers. Their intelligent modules are not good, and they can only transmit information by voice, so the communication distance is longer than ours. Master Liu became nervous. How far were you just now? Almost. Ji Xinghe fell silent as he looked at the mecha he was repairing. Master Liu stopped asking questions, but worked harder to help Ji Xinghe repair the mecha, but he had already worked very hard before, and he couldn't improve it anymore at this time. Time passed little by little, and the Federation's mecha warriors gradually cleared the outer imperial mechas. Although there was no reckless charge by Ji Xinghe, the advantage of numbers allowed them to continue to maintain their victory. Damage to the mechas was inevitable. If the people were fine, they would be victorious. If the mechas were broken, they would be pulled over for repair. Ji Xinghe and the 6 mecha warriors stood together. Their 6 mechas did not come in because they could not fit. Captain, have you seen that diamond-shaped metal body? How does that thing work? The mecha warriors gathered around Ji Xinghe curiously. What they wanted to know most was the miniaturized device that allowed the imperial mechas to jump. Ji Xinghe described all the information he knew. This was not a leak. All the mecha warriors already knew the existence of the diamond-shaped metal body. Although the Federation did not want to avoid panic, it was more afraid of sudden unexpected situations that would make the mecha warriors flustered. I didn't see this thing. This time, they came with a total of 152, more than any other time. It's impossible that there are no diamond-shaped metal bodies, but I didn't find it. It can't be that they buried it after using it, not really. They can completely defend it. If they don't take it out and use it, bury it and dig it out, wouldn't it give us a chance to snatch it? It takes time to dig it out. How many times can that thing be used? Not sure. In the discussion of the 6 mecha warriors, Ji Xinghe's mecha has been repaired. He has the power to fight again and decided to speed up the battle. After entering the cockpit, Ji Xinghe asked softly, Jackson, 1 person and 1 plane, are you confident? I had it half a month ago, and now I have it even more. Jackson is not worried about his own problems, he is worried about Ji Xinghe. Old Ji, how is your physical fitness? You have been fighting for a long time. Ji Xinghe's physical fitness has always been an indispensable part of the discussion about how high his combat effectiveness is, because he was completely exhausted after a battle. And this time's battle was more intense than the last one. Have you forgotten? Ji Xinghe replied softly, I broke through last time. Jackson laughed. He knew that the summer he had been waiting for had finally arrived, brought by Ji Xinghe. Okay, we each have one. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 The Talking Imperial Earl. When the mecha squad led by Jackson began to change their formation, the imperial mechas surrounding them finally made a move, and they changed from a scattered encirclement to a cluster formation. During this process, Jackson did not choose to break through the weak area of the imperial mecha formation, nor did he try to break through the ordinary imperial mechas that were moving. Because there were 2 Earl-level imperial mechas watching covetously, If Jackson moved, the two world-level Imperial mechas would definitely move as well. 22 Federal mechas and 32 Imperial mechas faced each other head-on. The distance between the two sides was kept at a distance of about 80 meters, based on the caution of both sides, so that the mechas at the end of the formation on both sides seemed to disappear in the dust storm. After the formation changed, the two sides once again entered a state of quiet confrontation, as if they were waiting for something. Jackson was the first one to arrive. A 16th-generation Federal Standard Mecha passed through the dust storm and slowly walked from the side, dragging two Mecha swords in his hands. The protective armor on the chest was covered with the gold stars. Because the movement speed was very slow, both the Federation and the Empire mechas could clearly see the number of gold stars. 54. Old G, you are not kind. Just repair the mecha. Why are you spraying new gold stars? Jackson complained in the communication channel, with a slightly dissatisfied tone. Ji Xinghe knew the reason for Jackson's dissatisfaction. The number of gold stars a mecha has is very important in the upcoming battle. In short, the more gold stars a mecha has, the more fierce the attack it will suffer. So after he finished repairing his mecha, he wasted time and asked Master Liu to help him spray new gold stars, and also focused on repairing the gold stars that were damaged in the previous battle. I don't know what kind of paint Master Liu used. These gold stars seem to glow in the dim dust storm. Ignoring Jackson's complaints, Ji Xinghe asked directly, "Do you command, or do I command?" Jackson hesitated for a moment, but thinking of the information he had obtained while waiting, he took a deep breath and said, "You command, I assist. Turn on full channel broadcasting." When Ji Xinghe spoke, his Mecha Intelligence Core had completed the operation, and what he said next would be directly transmitted to the independent shortwave communication channels of all Federal Mecha teams. Because of different technologies, the Imperial Mecha cannot receive his communication signals. Even if it has been modified to receive, it is generally impossible to understand it. Just like the Federation has very strict control over the learning of the Imperial language in order to prevent the emergence of human rapists. The Empire is also worried about the emergence of chimpanzee rapists and monkey rapists. What's more worried is that after the language is unobstructed, some of the captives are more likely to confess important information, so the matter of learning the Federal language is also under strict control. Ji Xinghe had thought about learning the Imperial language before, but he was not authorized. Judging from the analysis results of relevant personnel on him, he may never have the opportunity to learn the foreign language in the Federation in his life. The plan is very simple. Major Jackson and I will each be responsible for an Earl-class Imperial mecha. If we fight with the two of them, you will surround and beat up the other mechas. I don't need to tell you how to fight. If we fail to fight with the two of them, you should not move and continue to surround them. Do you understand? Understand, understand, understand. Responses rang out one after another. The combat plan that did not conform to the norm was stated by Ji Xinghe in a very straightforward way. Fortunately, everyone could understand it. That's it, Jackson agreed, but asked again, then how do we get the two of them to come out and fight us? Although I believe that the two of them also want to solve us first, if they want to sacrifice other Imperial mechas to create opportunities, we need someone to charge with us. He also turned on the full channel broadcast mode, and all the Federal mechas on the battlefield could hear his question. But no one else responded to Jackson's question. The captains of the mecha formations who had the authority to respond knew very well who Jackson was asking and who is the most qualified to answer. If they are scared, then lead the charge. When Ji Xinghe gave this answer, the speed was faster than Jackson expected. Leading the charge means that there will inevitably be sacrifices. Jackson asked this question in public because of this. What he never expected was that Ji Xinghe could accept the sacrifice of teammates so calmly. Judging from Ji Xinghe's past combat choices, didn't he save whoever he could? Isn't he the kind of person who would not let his teammates sacrifice if he could avoid it? But, it's just you who leads the charge, Ji Xinghe's supplement made Jackson suddenly realize, and he said, I will charge alone and entangle a Earl-class Imperial mech, and you can handle the rest. What if they lead the team to beat you up? Old G. Jackson was interrupted by Ji Xinghe before he could finish his words. Let me try first. Ji Xinghe walked slowly between the Federation mech and the Empire mech, and finally stopped. He was only 40 meters away from the Empire mech at this time. For the size and speed of the mech, this is definitely not a safe distance, but a dangerous distance that may be focused and attacked at any time. If it doesn't come out, everyone charge. If it comes out, it comes out. Jackson stared blankly at the back of Ji Xinghe's mech. When he was thinking about what Ji Xinghe was going to do, he saw a flying mech sword. It was one of the two swords in Ji Xinghe's hand. He threw it more than 20 meters away from his side and inserted it diagonally into the ground. Ji Xinghe, who only had 3 swords left, looked like he had only 1 sword left. He controlled his mech to make a provocative move towards the Empire mech. He threw out the left-handed sword, and left the right-handed sword. At this time, he used his right hand to hold the mech sword in the backhand position and inserted it into the ground in front of him, and his hand pressed the handle of the sword like a crutch. The empty left hand stretched forward, palm up, hooked. This was a very obvious provocation, because Ji Xinghe's posture was completely unsuitable for fighting at this time. Once the opponent's Earl-class mech launched a charge, he could only barely lift the knife and face the battle in a very passive state. And he also lost a knife. Because of the angle, Jackson couldn't see Ji Xinghe's knife-leaning posture at this time, but he saw it, because he saw the mecha sword inserted in the ground between the legs of Ji Xinghe's mecha. The mecha behind him was not completely gathered, but arranged in a long snake formation, so the federal mecha on the side could clearly see that Ji Xinghe was arrogantly hooking his hands at 32 imperial mechas. The federal mecha warriors finally understood what Ji Xinghe was going to do, so they were all shocked. Even if everyone has confirmed that Ji Xinghe is an undisputed special class mecha warrior who can fight against the imperial Earl class mecha. But is this really okay? You have been fighting for a long time today. You destroyed 9 imperial mechas and injured dozens of imperial mechas. Is your physical fitness really okay? Old Ji, you? Jackson was shocked and interrupted by Ji Xinghe again. Jackson, I have taught you the Ji family boxing. Now, I will teach you the Ji family swordsmanship. Ji family boxing? Mecha boxing? Ji family swordsmanship? Mecha swordsmanship? Because of the mecha warriors from other continents, they did not react for a while that Ji Xinghe was talking about the Ji family instead of mechas, but the Longzhou mecha warriors who reacted first suddenly disappeared from their shock, replaced by unprecedented excitement. Captain Ji Xinghe's unique skills? It is still a full-channel broadcast communication mode, so Captain Ji Xinghe is not only teaching Jackson, but also taking the opportunity to teach us? Ji family swordsmanship. Jackson would not have heard it wrong. If it wasn't for the wrong timing, he would really like to complain about Ji Xinghe's naming ability. Perhaps, it was not Ji Xinghe's fault, but the reporter Suhia who first proposed the Ji family boxing method? Yes, Ji Xinghe said softly, the first move of Ji family swordsmanship is the heart-cutting knife. Jackson looked at Ji Xinghe's extremely arrogant attitude at this time, and looked at the Earl-class imperial mecha that should have charged Ji Xinghe at the first time but was still staying in place. Suddenly, he understood the true meaning of this knife. The heart-cutting knife cuts the heart. This knife is a cut without cutting, so it will hit the target, and it will hurt and break the defense of the heart, Ji Xinghe said concisely, regardless of whether the mecha warriors who could hear his words could understand or not. His voice was very light but his tone was full of confidence. Their defense has been broken, so what is there to fear? Jackson understood and noticed that the Empire's mecha did not move much, so he asked curiously, then why is it not called the heartbreak knife? I think it is more appropriate to call it the heartbreak knife to hurt or defense of the heart. Or call it the star-slashing knife, the heart of Venus. Ji Xinghe ignored Jackson and continued, you all heard it, this knife is also easy to learn, but if you have not become a special grade, don't use this knife easily. In a trance, the mecha warriors felt that they were not in a high-tech mecha, but like the chivalrous knights in the vast desert, following the master who was a teacher in the dust storm. Time seemed to have returned to hundreds of years ago. They had no guns and cannons, only swords, spears, and halberds, and only martial arts. Is this so-called swordsmanship really useful? The mecha warriors actually had doubts. They probably understood what Ji Xinghe meant. Some of these mecha warriors had watched Ji Xinghe's battle videos and heard Ji Xinghe's fear theory before. That is, the enemy's fears are strength. But what if the enemy is not afraid of this, but angry, and then the combat effectiveness increases? Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Captain Ji Xinghe said that he should not use this knife easily before becoming a special grade? What they don't know is that Ji Xinghe is actually a little embarrassed at this time, because he threw a knife and made a posture that was not convenient for fighting. But the 2 imperial mechas that were only more than 40 meters away from him did not move. It's like they were really cut by Ji Xinghe's knife, and they were so frightened that they didn't dare to fight with Ji Xinghe. But Ji Xinghe didn't believe this. It's not that his swordsmanship is not strong enough, but because his number of Venus is not enough, and it is limited to the front protective armor of the mecha, and it has not reached the level of some mecha warriors. Venus needs to be all over the body to be painted. If he had 100 gold stars, this knife could really make the two Earl-class Imperial mechas completely lose their will to fight. The heart-slashing knife is a knife that does not cut, so it does not depend on the knife skills, but on the person who uses the knife. So, Ji Xinghe was ready to give up the provocation. He was not stupid enough to make more provocative moves, because he might not be able to bear it. He was going to let Jackson lead the charge, while he would wander in the cluster battle of the mechas and drag another Earl-class Imperial mecha. But a strange voice suddenly sounded, coming from the formation of the Imperial mecha. Is it you? Some weird federal language. In this Imperial mecha formation, are there gorillas who can speak the federal language? All eyes were focused on the two leading Earl-class Imperial mechas. There was only this possibility, and everyone even ignored the content of their questions. There was no answer. So it stepped out 2 steps and used the external speaker of the mecha to ask again, battleship, landing, fighting, is it you? This, like this, as it said, the Earl-class mecha made a hook gesture. Ji Xinghe understood, he said. It's your grandpa. Chapter 184 The old horse runs away. Old Ji, how can you scold yourself? Jackson said with some worry, and took 3 steps forward. He had seen Ji Xinghe's performance during the entire battle when the Heart Moon Fox space battleship forced to land. The scene of provoking with a hooked finger appeared in that battle. How could he not understand at this time that the two sides have a grudge? This sounds like nonsense. How could there be no hatred between the Federation and the Empire? That is a hatred that cannot be extinguished even if all the water in the 4 seas is poured out. It is actually the same for both sides. But in fact, it is not nonsense. Because in many cases, the revenge power brought by the hatred between individuals will be higher than the revenge power brought by the hatred between races. Just like Ji Xinghe's hatred, just like the hatred of the Earl-class mecha that spoke at this time. After being prepared to charge and support at any time, Jackson's curiosity surged in his heart. He has participated in the war for so many years and experienced countless battles, but he has never seen an Imperial guerrilla speaking on the battlefield. It's not like he hasn't seen the Earl-class Imperial mech before. Last time, he defeated one with the help of Ji Xinghe. But that Earl didn't speak the language of the Federation, and he didn't even make a sound like an orangutan before committing suicide. Your name? The Earl mech didn't seem to understand Ji Xinghe's curse, and it didn't seem to care, and spoke again word by word. Because the atmosphere of the alien planet is extremely thin, the effect of air transmission is far lower than that of the blue planet. The sound that should have been very loud became very faint after coming out of the speaker, and it was not obvious in the dust storm. If it weren't for the good sound collection device of the mecha, Ji Xinghe might not even hear the sound of the Earl-class mecha. Don't say it, Jackson called out in a hurry in the communication channel. He didn't know if he could answer his own name, but he was cautious because he cared about Ji Xinghe. But as a major, he obviously couldn't order Ji Xinghe, and Tu Yuan, a general, might not be able to do it. Ji Xinghe turned on the maximum volume of the mecha speaker and answered with the same word by word. Ji Xinghe, the Federation mecha warriors all fell silent. They still felt a little overwhelmed by the somewhat strange conversation. Ji Xinghe, the Earl-class Imperial mecha marked as number 1 repeated these 3 words. There was not much difference in pronunciation, but it certainly did not know which 3 words they were. Ji Xinghe, it repeated it a second time, and then a third time, and finally took action, which made the Federation mecha warriors nervous. The only one who was not nervous was Ji Xinghe, who had to face this Earl-class mecha. The moment the Earl-class mecha took action, he determined that the other party was not going to charge. Jackson was the second to make such a judgment, so he did not charge either. The Earl-class mecha that stood up walked slowly to place only 30 meters away from Ji Xinghe, and then spoke to Ji Xinghe again. The sword. There was doubt in the tone, which made Ji Xinghe frown slightly. His first reaction was the mecha sword that he threw out. This Earl-class Imperial mecha is very courageous. He actually asked him to take back the other knife. But in a flash, Ji Xinghe remembered his first real special sword. It was a trophy he snatched from a Viscount-class Imperial noble mecha during the battle to protect base number 6 during the last large-scale dust storm. So, it was for revenge for that Viscount? But it mentioned the forced landing battle of the Heart Moon Fox space battleship. In that battle, Ji Xinghe also defeated the Viscount-class Imperial Mecha. Was it for this? It is also possible that during the landing battle of the Heart Moon Fox, his battle process and the weapons he used were recorded by the combat recorder of the Imperial Mecha, or the relevant system of the Imperial space battleship, and transmitted back to the Imperial base camp. The reason cannot be determined, but it does not need to be determined. Ji Xinghe said, single, challenge. You, me. The mecha sword leaning on the ground was pulled up by Ji Xinghe, and his right hand stretched straight to the side of his body, with the tip of the knife pointing to the other side of the empty armor. The Count Mech number 1 understood what Ji Xinghe meant. It was silent for a short time, and it was unknown whether it was communicating with other Imperial mechas. But after about 10 seconds, it responded to Ji Xinghe's request with action. Holding a mech heavy sword made of tungsten steel gold, it turned and walked slowly in the direction pointed by Ji Xinghe's long sword. During the whole process, there was no sign of high-speed maneuvering at any time. It walked over like a stroll, and when it was at the edge of the visibility range of the dust storm, it turned and looked at Ji Xinghe. Hooking fingers. It was provoking Ji Xinghe, using the way Ji Xinghe provoked them. From this point of view, there was really a grudge. The change in the scene was beyond the expectations of Jackson and other mech warriors. They never thought that the Count-class Imperial mech would surrender so easily. That direction seemed to be empty, but in fact, there were 12 federal mechas in that direction, which could appear behind the Count-class mech number 1 within 3 minutes. There is support, so. Ji Xinghe had already moved before others figured it out. He also walked slowly towards the Earl-class mecha. Take the knife, Lao Ji, take your knife back, Jackson reminded him, but Ji Xinghe did not even turn his head. He could not take the knife, because if he took the knife, the Earl-class mecha on the opposite side might escape. Weakening one's own strength to make the enemy want to kill is the routine that Ji Xinghe has always been best at. If there is no killing intention, there will be no fight to the death. If there is no fight to the death, Ji Xinghe will not be able to catch up with the opponent due to the performance of the mecha. If he wants his teammates to stop it, he must bear the grief of his teammates' sacrifice. Come on, don't worry about this, Ji Xinghe, who was walking slowly, said softly. All the mechas that can be supported, go to support Major Jackson's frontal battle, and don't need to help me. Those who should be alert and encircled should continue to be alert and encircle. If I need help, I will tell you in time. The battle plan was determined in this way. Ji Xinghe, who took away an Earl-class Imperial mecha, gave Jackson and his team a greater advantage in the frontal battle. The combination of 2 Earl-class mechas can easily create an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Ji Xinghe, who did not train with Jackson and other mecha warriors in the joint attack formation, found it difficult to completely restrict the 2 Earl-class Imperial mechas with Jackson in the melee. The result of being unable to restrict is that ordinary federal mecha warriors are killed instantly, or injured, and then broken by other Imperial mechas. Just like what he and Jackson did during the battle. Okay, Jackson did not ask Ji Xinghe that question, but agreed directly, which made Ji Xinghe a little uncomfortable. He just got used to answering that question. It can only be said that Jackson trusted Ji Xinghe too much, at least in the single combat. All the mechas were waiting quietly. They had already turned on the full power mode of the mechas and were ready to charge and fight at any time. Ji Xinghe's actions were like a referee holding a gun during a track and field competition. As long as he gave an order, more than 100 mechas would start a melee. He did not let all the mechas wait too long. Walking turned into running, and then from running to running, and then to charging. Skilled operation allowed him to control the mecha's movements closely and complete the transition of combat postures within a very short distance. The number 1 Earl mecha stood with a sword, facing Ji Xinghe, who had already started charging. It was ready to deliver a fatal blow as if it had won. Something was wrong. Ji Xinghe suddenly had a flash of vigilance in his heart. If this Earl-level mecha knew him, or even came to find him, he should know that he had gained an absolute advantage in the single combat with another Earl-level mecha. At that time, the Federation did not set up a communication shielding area. The Imperial mecha and related communication equipment could completely contact the base camp further behind and transmit relevant information. With the strength that Ji Xinghe showed at that time, it was impossible for him not to be recorded by the relevant departments of the Empire. Admittedly, Ji Xinghe was able to remain unscathed in that battle, in large part because the Earl-class Imperial mecha had no intention of fighting, and Jackson's support brought great pressure. But no matter what, it wouldn't make this Earl-class mecha so arrogant, right? Because I'm missing a knife? Or is it because the gorilla who came to find me didn't know the combat effectiveness I had shown before? Ji Xinghe acted decisively. His charging posture seemed to have no change. In fact, he was in the cockpit and had made advanced preparations for non-standard tactical maneuvers. The longsword in his hand took advantage of the potential energy of the charge and chopped at the Earl-class mecha standing in place at a very fast speed, but the opponent did not choose to defend it the first time, but completely ignored Ji Xinghe's sword, raised the mecha heavy sword and stabbed it directly between the chest and abdomen of Ji Xinghe's mecha. It is not afraid of my sword at all. Ji Xinghe, who had this idea in his mind, had already made a maneuver, gave up the attack, dodged the sword of the Earl's mecha sideways, and jumped over the Earl's mecha at a very fast speed and appeared behind it. Back to back, both sides could see each other's movements clearly. Ji Xinghe, who wanted to turn around and attack, noticed that the Earl-class mecha made a turning maneuver first, and the speed was faster than he expected, and launched a charge at the moment of completing the turning maneuver. Something is wrong. At this moment, Ji Xinghe finally determined why he felt this way. Because of the speed of this Earl-class mecha exceeded Ji Xinghe's understanding of the Imperial Earl-class mecha. Including the fact that he did not dodge or evade the attack just now, it can also be said that the defense of this Earl-class mecha exceeds that of a normal Earl-class mecha. So, Ji Xinghe gave up turning and maneuvering, maintaining the speed when he just passed the Earl-class mecha, and continued to charge with his back to the Earl-class mecha. There was no enemy in front of him, and he kept charging just to run. Ji Xinghe ran away. But he did not escape from this battle, because the Earl-class Imperial Mecha No. 1 was chasing him behind. He led away this powerful Imperial Mecha alone, reducing the pressure of the frontal battle. But why? The Mecha warriors who had expected Ji Xinghe's battle before had the same question in their hearts. In their imagination, Ji Xinghe should be able to fight this Earl-class Mecha on equal terms and gain a certain advantage. When the frontal battle is about to end, the Mecha warriors will be able to come to support him and solve this Earl-class Imperial Mecha with more people against fewer people. Why lead it away? No one knows the answer. Ji Xinghe, the only one who knows the answer, doesn't want to say it, because it will affect the battle of others. The Earl-class Imperial Mecha chasing behind him is actually a disguised Marcus-class Imperial Mecha, at least. But he is not panicked at all, but a little excited. If it is a Marcus, will it know Ki? Moreover, it can speak Longzhou language. Chapter 185 The Secret of Ki. Although Ji Xinghe's way of blowing the battle order was different, when he ran away with Account-class Mecha No. 1, the frontal battle was already on the verge of breaking out. Jackson, who was about to lead his men to charge and take on the important task of dealing with Account-class Mecha No. 2, suddenly heard Ji Xinghe's voice, and it was a separate communication. Here, Jackson responded briefly, indicating that he had received the communication. The one behind me should be a Marcus-class Imperial Mecha. It is disguised as an Account-class Mecha. You have to pay attention to yours. After confirming this, Ji Xinghe decided to choose to believe in Jackson's psychological endurance and ability to withstand pressure. If he didn't tell Jackson, and the Count-class Imperial Mecha No. 2 was also disguised, then Jackson might die on the spot because of a moment of carelessness, and this battle with an absolute advantage would also be lost due to chain reaction. Jackson instantly understood why Ji Xinghe wanted to run. If it was a Marcus-class Imperial Mecha, Ji Xinghe would not only not be able to defeat the opponent, but it is very likely that he would not be able to entangle the opponent. Allowing a Marcus-class Imperial Mecha to rush into the formation of the Federation Mecha, the consequences are almost no different from an ace Mecha warrior rushing into a formation composed of ordinary Imperial Mechas. The killing effect that the Marcus-class Mecha can cause far exceeds what Ji Xinghe has done in this battle before. I'll go help you. Jackson paused his charge. Without his orders, the other Federation Mecha warriors waited silently. No, let's deal with your one first. I can hold on. As confident as Ji Xinghe was, he only said I can hold on instead of I can handle it, and he didn't even ask Jackson if he believed him. Things are serious and the situation is critical. Jackson now has two choices. One is to help Ji Xinghe and try to break the Marcus-class Mecha with two special class powers, but the cost of doing so is that more than a dozen or even dozens of Federation Mechas will be broken in the case of outnumbered. It is impossible to win all, and the possibility of victory has also been greatly reduced. Another option is, then hold on, I don't believe that this is also a disguised Marcus-class Mecha. Without saying much, Jackson took the lead in launching a charge. The federal mecha warriors who had already received orders because of Ji Xinghe's maneuvers chose to follow at the first time. When the mecha warriors behind Jackson began to charge, the federal mechas in the outer layer that were surrounded also began to charge because of the instructions on the communication channel. The frontal battle began. Jackson made the right bet. The Earl-class Imperial mecha he needed to face was only the strength of the Earl class. Behind him, there were two special mecha warriors with more than 20 gold stars to assist. With the overall number of mechas occupying an absolute advantage, he believed that he could handle it. Lao Ji, hold on. Ji Xinghe had never thought that the Imperial apes were so treacherous that they disguised the better-performing Marcus-class mecha as the familiar Earl-class mecha of the Federation. That's not all. It even changed the badge style of its own mecha badge. Because of the badge, Ji Xinghe, Jackson and other mecha warriors all subconsciously assumed that the No. 1 Earl-class Imperial mecha was the Earl class. But that's not the case. Ji Xinghe inexplicably thought of his first battle. In that Grand Canyon, when the Imperial mecha he first encountered saw that there was no gold star on his mecha, he did not hesitate to use him as a breakthrough. As a result, through the camera behind his head, Ji Xinghe clearly saw the movements of the Marcus-class mecha. Although it started charging several steps later than him, the other party had reached the same speed as him in this short time. The acceleration ability is very strong, and the speed of the charging state is very fast, faster than the speed of Ji Xinghe's mecha. 3 minutes. A time flashed through Ji Xinghe's mind. This is the time it takes for him to be caught up by the other party if both sides maintain their current speed. The performance of his mecha is actually not weak. It is already a customized and modified version, but the social system of the Empire makes the power, wealth, and resources owned by different titles very different. The pyramid-like structure is more obvious than the social structure of the Federation. The promotion from Earl to Marcus means that the performance of the mecha he drives will also be significantly improved. As long as he goes to the battlefield, as long as he drives the mecha, both the performance of the mecha and his operating ability will be significantly improved. These have been verified countless times, and Ji Xinghe, as a mechanic, has further confirmed his judgment through his understanding of the performance parameters of the Imperial mecha. Chasing behind him is the Marcus-class Imperial mecha. Ji Xinghe, who fled in a charging posture, now only has a mecha sword with special characteristics. His previous arrogant provocation seems to have begun to become retribution. If there is no accident, he will pay a very painful price this time. So Ji Xinghe needs an accident. He looked at the distance between himself and the Marcus-class Imperial mecha, and suddenly spoke with an external speaker. You can breathe. He spoke slowly, because he was worried that the other party would not understand him if he spoke too fast. After asking, he added, gift, you, the Emperor, the gift, the power, the breath. The speed of the Marcus-class Imperial mecha slowed down a little as Ji Xinghe expected, but this only turned the 3-minute pursuit time into 3.5 minutes. After a short deceleration, the Marcus-class mecha accelerated again. It understood. I can breathe. It didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill Ji Xinghe. It didn't seem to be worried that Ji Xinghe would have reinforcements, or that Jackson and the others would come immediately after solving the battle. I can breathe. The power of the gift, the Emperor, Ji Xinghe repeated, with a slightly expectant tone, but because the sound was difficult to transmit on the alien planet, the other party did not hear his expectation. However, this expectation was confirmed by Ji Xinghe when he asked this question. I can breathe. I really can. If he was not unsure whether he could win, Ji Xinghe would have turned around without hesitation. The existence of Qi is very important to him, because Qi can completely cure Ji Rongzinayu, let Ji Rongzinayu grow like a normal person, and even let Ji Rongzinayu have physical fitness beyond the limit of human beings. Ji Xinghe does not believe in limits, but almost everyone has limits. What is Qi? Ji Xinghe did not seem to be running away, but rather like running, and the Marcus-class Imperial mecha chasing him behind him was like his companion. His companion laughed, and there was no obvious difference between his laughter and that of humans. As primates, according to the research results of relevant experts, the similarity between human genes and those of these imperial gorillas reached 98.5%. It is very close, but the gap is also very large, because the genetic similarity between humans and chimpanzees on the Azure Star is almost the same value. But the gap between humans and chimpanzees is huge, and the gap between chimpanzees and imperial gorillas is even greater. Qi is power, the imperial Marcus gorilla said. You, take off your armor, I teach you, You teach your grandmother monkey legs. Ji Xinghe rarely swears, but he still cursed in his heart. He hated the imperial orangutan, not to mention that the orangutan treated him like an idiot. If it was really an ordinary imperial orangutan, Ji Xinghe, with a knife in hand, would be sure to kill the other party if both sides took off their armor. But an imperial Marcus orangutan has a physical fitness that exceeds that of ordinary imperial orangutans, and has the power of Ki. How could he take off his armor and fight the other party? And this Marcus orangutan obviously doesn't know how to take off his armor. You, take off your armor. Ji Xinghe used his own way to treat the other person. I, surrender, learn, Ki. The Marcus orangutan didn't fall for it, which made Ji Xinghe a little disappointed. It would be better if these orangutans could be a little stupider. Ki, why? The Marcus orangutan spoke more coherently, as if he rarely spoke this language before, and today's conversation made it find the memory of learning it at the beginning. Because, I want to become your emperor. Ji Xinghe was actually not used to this way of speaking word by word, but he wanted the Marcus orangutan to understand more clearly. This is the first move of the Ji family's swordsmanship. He is running, but he keeps striking with his sword. The Marcus orangutan understood, so he was angry. He knew Ji Xinghe was talking nonsense, but he couldn't control his anger at all. For the nobles of the empire, they either want to become emperors or want to maintain the rule of the current emperor at all costs. The difference depends on where their power and status come from. This Marcus orangutan of the empire happens to be the latter. Everything it and its family have comes from the current emperor. It is difficult to guarantee the fate of a different emperor. From this point of view, the social system and current situation of the empire are almost the same as those feudal monarchies in the history of Azure. You deserve to die. Your whole family deserve to die. Ji Xinghe, who almost never quarrels with others, was a little abnormal today, but he had to do so. If he was driving Xinghe and directly started the overclocking mode. Unfortunately, it was not. The Marcus orangutan became even more angry, and the speed of pursuit increased again, which made both sides quickly arrive at the lost contact area. But it still couldn't catch up with Ji Xinghe. The advantage of being several steps ahead allowed the relatively slow Federation's 16th generation standard mecha to maintain its advantage within 2 minutes. What to do after 2 minutes? Ji Xinghe had already thought of several coping strategies, so he was not actually worried about his own safety. He continued to ask and continued to draw his sword. What is Ki? The Marcus mecha ignored Ji Xinghe and chased him fiercely. Tell me, I will take off my armor. Tell me, I will not run. I have support. 40 Federation mechas, my support. 40, 4 is 4, 10 is 10, 14 is 14, 40 is 40. Follow me closely. Don't run. I will kill you. Tell me, what is Ki? I will slow down. One after another. Ji Xinghe lied without any change in his tone, sometimes outrageous and sometimes serious. He said he slowed down, and he actually started to slow down. When the pursuit distance only took 1 minute and would be surpassed by the Marcus mecha, Ji Xinghe suddenly began to slow down, but only slowed down for a few seconds before accelerating to the previous state again. Look, I'm slowing down. The Marcus mecha also has an intelligent assistance system. It sensed the change in the speed of the Ji Xinghe mecha, so it knew that Ji Xinghe had proposed a deal with it. What it couldn't be sure of was whether Ji Xinghe had so much support. It understood the number 40. It said, Ki is power. Ji Xinghe did not slow down. It continued, Ki is energy. Ji Xinghe's speed began to slow down, but the amplitude was very small, barely enough for the Marcus mecha to sense. So it continued to chase, and continued, Ki is life, energy, gift, must, gift, you, can't, be gifted. Is it really impossible to master the power of Ki without a gift? Ji Xinghe was suddenly a little disappointed. Could it be that he really couldn't practice it? Just like he couldn't create a transformer. So, the only way to learn Ki is to capture the Emperor of the Empire. P.S. Woo woo woo, the average number has dropped. A little bit is dropped for each chapter. Today it has dropped more than 20 words. I am so sad as I update 10,000 words every day. Please subscribe, please give me monthly votes, please give me recommendation votes. Chapter 186:40, I said. 10 seconds. Because of Ji Xinghe's deceleration and the time consumed by the conversation, the distance between the Marcus class Imperial mecha and him can be crossed in 10 seconds. Although he wanted to continue asking, the Marcus class mecha would definitely not say anything more, and who could guarantee the truth of the information currently said by the Marcus class mecha? Ji Xinghe chose to believe what the Marcus-class Mecha said, because he was sure that the Marcus-class Mecha did not know how much information he had about Qi, or in other words, he was not sure how much information the Federation had about Qi. So, Qi is a kind of life energy? But there is also the problem of different languages. Can this Imperial Marcus, who is not a professional translator, really accurately describe it? It's a waste of time to ask. Ji Xinghe began to speed up crazily, and the mecha under his control soared to speed beyond its performance limit, but he was still not as fast as the Marcus-class Imperial mecha. When he was about to be caught up, Ji Xinghe finally made a turning maneuver. Running in a straight line is definitely the fastest. Ji Xinghe, who has been charging in a straight line, seems to be not good at sudden turning maneuvers in the charging state. If he uses it rashly, it will only make the distance between the two sides closer. But when Ji Xinghe began to turn, the pursuing Marcus mecha actually hesitated for a moment, because it failed to capture the direction that Ji Xinghe really wanted to turn in the first time. Left? Right? Or other directions? 11 o'clock, Ji Xinghe's voice suddenly sounded. He was reminding the Imperial Marcus gorilla, and the direction he said was the direction in which he turned and maneuvered, with great accuracy. At this time, the Imperial gorilla had already determined this, and also made a turning maneuver to catch up. It also heard Ji Xinghe's words, but unfortunately it didn't know what 11 o'clock meant. 10 o'clock, when Ji Xinghe spoke again, he had already made a second turning maneuver. Making such a turning maneuver in the charging state is very stressful for the mecha warriors, but his voice was very calm, as if he was talking while taking a walk. The Marcus mecha followed closely. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 11:30, 10:50, 1:10. Ji Xinghe kept reporting the precise direction of his upcoming maneuver, and it became more and more accurate, even taking into account the movement of the hour hand between the 2 points, regardless of whether the Marcus-class mecha could understand it or not. The Imperial Marcus understood, but the time unit of the Empire was different from that of the Federation. If the time of the Federation was used, the Empire star was not 24 hours a day, so the Imperial Marcus did not understand Ji Xinghe's meaning at first. But it understood the word direction, and combined with the time that Ji Xinghe kept reporting, it finally thought of the information related to the Federation time that it had seen. In its mind, a clock gradually emerged: 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock. These directions gradually formed concepts in its mind, and then compared with Ji Xinghe's on-site teaching, it gradually became clear. 11:35, 11:23. Ji Xinghe was still reminding the Marcus mecha, as if he was worried that the other party would not catch up or give up the pursuit. As long as he makes a turning maneuver first, the Marcus-class mecha will fall behind him. Theoretically, if he can keep turning maneuvers like this, the Marcus-class mecha will never be able to catch up with him. You can't. Your body can't. The Imperial Marcus was silent for a long time and then spoke again. The Imperial Marcus also made continuous turning maneuvers and maintained a state of charging throughout the whole process. The load that the Imperial Marcus endured was almost no different from that of Ji Xinghe at this time. It said very confidently, "My body can." The two sentences before and after have already explained the physical fitness gap between the Imperial gorilla and humans. This is a recognized fact. If the same load is applied to the gorilla, let alone the Marcus-class gorilla, even the ordinary Imperial gorilla will not have any problem. But if it is applied to humans, even mecha warriors will find it difficult to bear. In the Marcus gorilla's cognition, the Federation's special mecha warriors cannot withstand too many such turning maneuvers. If it is really unlimited, it would have stopped chasing long ago. Really, Ji Xinghe's tone was still very relaxed. Unfortunately, due to the atmospheric environment of the alien planet, his tone was difficult to be sensed by the Imperial Marcus. Otherwise, this would be another heart-slashing knife. Let's continue and see who can't hold on first. Ji Xinghe no longer spoke word by word. He didn't care whether the Imperial Marcus could understand him or not. He continued to make very sudden turning maneuvers and reminded the Marcus of the orangutan while making the operation. The strong load was constantly applied to Ji Xinghe's body. The protective clothing dedicated to mecha warriors itself has a certain load resistance, but everything has a limit. The load capacity generated by this kind of steering in a state of extreme speed charge exceeds the bearing limit of the protective clothing, and most of it is directly applied to Ji Xinghe's body. The most critical point is the control of the center of gravity of the mecha. If a car driving at high speed suddenly turns the steering wheel, it is easy for the wheels to slip and the body to roll over. Although the mecha running with legs like humans is relatively much better in this regard, it is still easy to lose its center of gravity. After the modification, the weight of the mecha reached 2.6 tons. Once it could not control its center of gravity, the result would inevitably fall to the ground, and the end result would be that the Marcus-class mecha that caught up with it would be chopped to death with a mecha-heavy sword made of tungsten steel gold. Ji Xinghe, who had made more than 40 turning maneuvers, still maintained control of the center of gravity of the mecha. He didn't know how shocked the Imperial Marcus who was chasing him was. In fact, he was also shocked. Before, he only ran in a straight line just to chat with the Imperial Marcus, but found that the Imperial Marcus was really fast and couldn't chat too much, so he could only start turning in advance to delay time. I thought the distance between the two sides would be widened because of this, but after more than 40 turning maneuvers, the distance between the two sides was still able to be crossed in just 10 seconds. The premise is that Ji Xinghe no longer turns and runs in a straight line as before. The performance gap of the mecha can be regarded as one reason, and the most important reason is that the mecha of this Imperial Marcus is very capable in operation and has strong physical fitness. Taken together, if Jackson faced this Marcus-class Imperial mecha, he should be dead now, right? Old G, I've got it. Jackson didn't know what Ji Xinghe was thinking, otherwise he would never have come to support so quickly. It wasn't Jackson who came, but Ji Xinghe, who kept turning and maneuvering, ran back with a Marcus-class Imperial mech chasing him in the dust storm with extremely low visibility. This was actually the second time he ran back. The previous turning and maneuvering and continuous charging allowed him to get close to the front battlefield, but after a brief communication with the Federal Mecha warriors on the periphery, it was determined that the battle on the front battlefield was not over, and Ji Xinghe turned around and left again without hesitation. During the whole process, it was not known whether it was because the Marcus-class Imperial mech didn't find it, or it didn't care, or because it really wanted to kill Ji Xinghe. It kept chasing behind Ji Xinghe, waiting for the time when it knew that Ji Xinghe would inevitably have a physical collapse. And when Ji Xinghe charged back to the front battlefield with the Marcus mech in circles on the battlefield for the second time, Jackson finally got it done. Catch him alive, Ji Xinghe still didn't forget the key he wanted to learn, and reminded Jackson. That's for sure, Marcus. I'm going to be promoted to Lieutenant Colonel today. Jackson was extremely excited. He said that it was because he was about to get military merit, but in fact it was because Ji Xinghe really held on and was safe and sound. Many instructions sounded in the shortwave communication channel. One coordinate after another was accurate. The Federal Mecha warriors who had already solved the frontal battle, with 4 mechas as a combat unit, kept running at a distance of 1 kilometer from Ji Xinghe, and then continued to narrow their encirclement. Time passed bit by bit, and the Marcus-class Imperial mecha that was constantly chasing finally saw the scene it wanted to see. Ji Xinghe stopped and turned to face it. You can't. The voice of the Marcus-class mecha seemed a little proud. Although it didn't sound real, it should be like this. Ji Xinghe stood in place, holding a knife. Really? When he asked back, 40 Federal mechas appeared within a visibility range of 100 meters. The Marcus mecha stopped charging. Ji Xinghe said seriously, 40, I said. Chapter 187 Fist. The surrounded Marcus-class Imperial mecha stopped 30 meters away from Ji Xinghe. The distance that could be crossed in a breath turned into a natural chasm at this time, only because Ji Xinghe really had 40 mechas to support him. The most conspicuous one was the mecha driven by Jackson, which had more than 80 gold stars, more than Ji Xinghe, the tough opponent. Moreover, it just took a short time to destroy an Earl-class Imperial mecha, which was more powerful no matter how you looked at it. The end of the charge must be death, and it would be difficult to replace Ji Xinghe before death. The Imperial Marcus, who thought about this clearly, began to observe the other 39 mechas. Now there are 41 mechas surrounding him, but except Ji Xinghe and Jackson, he does not take other mecha warriors seriously. It still has a chance to break out. The combat unit composed of 4 mechas cannot stop it, and the mechas surrounding it are even less likely to block it at the same time. But the question is, are there really only 40 mechas coming to support? In the dust storm, visibility was maintained within a range of 100 meters. 40 mechas were divided into 10 combat units, leaving enough space between each other, without blocking the side of the Marcus-class mechas. It could see the end of the site obscured by the dust storm, through the station intervals of these Federal mechas, where there seemed to be only dust storms. But it was absolutely certain that there must be more Federal mechas hidden in the dust storm. The frontal battle ended too quickly, completely beyond its expectations. In its expectation, another true Earl-class mecha could break Jackson, a special class with more than 80 gold stars. Under 100 stars, in theory, they could not be an obstacle to them. But it never thought that Ji Xinghe's strength was stronger than the intelligence it had obtained, and Jackson's strength had also been significantly improved after Ji Xinghe's teaching. Waste! It cursed in its heart, cursing the Earl Gorilla. A ray of light suddenly appeared. It was a federal mecha that waved and threw out a mecha sword, which fell directly on the side of Ji Xinghe and inserted into the ground. This was the knife that Ji Xinghe had thrown away to lure the enemy. Old Jackson controlled the mecha and slowly walked to the side of Ji Xinghe. When he saw Ji Xinghe calmly picking up the mecha sword and standing with two swords in hand, he said in a tone of giving orders, "I will attack, and you will support me from the side." As he spoke, Jackson raised the two weapons in his hands. The alloy shield was still the same as before, but there were many scars on it, and the mecha heavy sword he had used was replaced with a trophy he had just seized, the imperial mecha heavy sword made of tungsten steel gold. It can't be said that the shotgun was replaced with a cannon, but there was also a very obvious improvement, so Jackson was full of confidence at this time. Okay, Ji Xinghe didn't compete, because this Marcus-level imperial mecha was indeed very strong. When the performance of the weapons and mecha was completely behind the opponent, he had to be more cautious. "Brothers," Jackson said in full channel broadcast mode, "please let me and Lao Ji take the credit. Just stand by and watch. If it runs to your side, just delay it for a while, don't confront it head-on. Yes. When the battle plan was determined, Jackson controlled his mecha to make a charging posture, and Ji Xinghe did the same. When the battle was about to start, a voice came from the Marcus-class Imperial mecha again. "I surrender." Surrender? All the mecha warriors present were shocked. Now they all knew that this was a Marcus-class mecha disguised as an Earl-class. Thinking of the Earl-class mecha fighting to the death just now, they suddenly felt a little dreamy. "Get down." Jackson maintained a charging posture, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, and shouted, "Get down." Ji Xinghe added beside him, "Take off the armor." The Marcus-class Imperial mecha did not hesitate. It stood still and opened the door of the cockpit, and jumped out of its mecha wearing a spacesuit. With a height of more than 2 meters, it was not very noticeable next to the 5-meter-tall mecha. It was only wearing protective clothing and did not seem to carry any weapons. At this moment, all the mecha warriors finally believed that it had really surrendered. Jackson was still a little bit unbelievable and asked in the communication channel, "Old G, what's the situation? What did you do to it just now? It knows that it won't die if it surrenders, and it doesn't want to die." Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment and explained, "It wants to kill me. How can it kill you if it surrenders? Because it has mastered the power of ki and a lot of intelligence about the Empire. It has the ability to negotiate terms." Ji Xinghe did not tell the answer he got from his analysis, and directly issued an order in the communication channel, "Let someone bring a tranquilizer gun and a signal shielding device, and take it back to the base." Yes. The battle ended earlier than everyone expected. When the last wave of frontal battles ended, only this Marcus-class Imperial mech was left in the dust storm. When it chose to surrender, the mecha warriors of base number 6 successfully repaired all the detection eyes, and base number 6 once again mastered all the situations in the warning area. The mecha warriors who were finally able to return to the base, as well as Master Liu and others, all breathed a sigh of relief, eating when they should eat and resting when they should rest. The capture of an Imperial Marcus alive has nothing to do with almost all of them, it's just a topic of conversation. When it comes to confidential intelligence, you need certain permissions to participate and know. Ji Xinghe, who has just been promoted to captain, does not have this authority, but his combat effectiveness and his relationship with this Imperial Marcus give him the authority to participate in the interrogation. The collective funeral will be held 11 hours later, when the sun rises. Although they can't see it because of the dust storm, they should be able to see it. Jackson stood beside Ji Xinghe and whispered, without any grief on his face. The same was true for the others around him. Everyone had become accustomed to the sacrifice of their comrades, and their inner pain would no longer show on their faces. "Well, I'll attend." Ji Xinghe nodded gently, his tone was very calm, and his eyes were focused on the holographic projection screen in front of him. The Imperial Marcus was captured and brought back to the base. The signal shielding device ensured that it could not expose the precise location of base number 6. The disinfection and cleaning process basically avoided the infectious viruses that it might carry. Even so, The relevant personnel had to wear protective clothing during the interrogation. It can be clearly seen from the screen that the Imperial Marcus was imprisoned in a completely enclosed metal room, and the relevant personnel could only enter this room after passing through the airlock. The structure inside the room is very simple. The real imprisonment of the Imperial Marcus is a steel cage temporarily welded by the mechanics of the base. The alloy pillar with a diameter of 15 centimeters would take some time to destroy even if the Metro wanted to, let alone the unarmed gorilla. At this time, the gorilla was still in a coma, and its hands and feet were all locked with special alloy shackles. Ji Xinghe, who originally wanted to remind the relevant personnel of the base, knew when he saw the shackles that the relevant personnel of the base had already known through his Mecha combat recorder that this was an Imperial gorilla that could breathe. It is impossible to break free even with a breath. What is breath? Jackson looked at the cautious relevant personnel on the screen, who were using equipment to check the body of the Marcus gorilla, and asked curiously. A kind of life energy, it said. Ji Xinghe responded simply. Life energy. Jackson frowned and asked, is it Kigen, or internal force? Or some kind of magic power? Lao Ji, you have reached the level of Ganjin. Have you practiced breath? You are so strong at such an old age? Is it because you have the power of breath? A series of questions made Ji Xinghe not know how to answer. He had never thought that a special mecha warrior like Jackson did not know the existence of breath. Gangjin, the commander of base number 6, was also present. He looked at Ji Xinghe in surprise and asked, Old Ji, when did you become Gangjin? Weren't you still Gangjin in the first 2 months, during the last battle? Jackson answered for Ji Xinghe, looked at the commander and asked, how much confidential information are you hiding from me? I didn't mean to hide it from you. You have the authority to know it, but you haven't been exposed to this aspect before, so I didn't tell you. After the commander responded, he continued to ask Ji Xinghe with expectation, Old Ji, have you practiced Ki? No. Ji Xinghe's answer disappointed everyone present, including Tang Qiao. At this time, there were only 2 people with real authority in the room. In addition to Tang Qiao, the commander of base number 6, Ji Xinghe and Jackson's authority was limited to knowing and participating, and they had no decision-making power. Sure enough, I still can't practice it, the commander sighed. Jackson asked, tell me first, what exactly is Ki? Tang Qiao answered, Ki is a special kind of power. From the information we have obtained so far, one must obtain the grace of the Emperor of the Empire to obtain this extraordinary power. It can be simply understood as a kind of energy controlled by gorillas, which allows them to do things beyond the physical level, such as, during the introduction, Tang Qiao, who is from Eagle Island like Jackson, played some video clips for Jackson. These videos were the ones that Ji Xinghe had seen before. The protagonist was the Imperial Prince who was captured alive by Li Yuanba. After reading it, Jackson was disappointed. That's it, the commander asked back, what else? If you can chop the spaceship in 2 with one sword, that can be called extraordinary power. What is this? Then why are we fighting? We may not even have the chance to surrender, it seems to be the case. That's good. Their Ki is not that good. Anyway, we are fighting in mechas and have guns. Their Ki has some effect but not much. Amid the discussion, the relevant personnel who completed the inspection in the cell confirmed that there were no bombs, communicators, locators or other equipment built into the body of the Imperial Marcus, and there were no special viruses hidden in the body. Safe. Then let's start the interrogation, the commander said. Wake it up. I want to know how it came, why it came, whether it has a diamond-shaped metal body, and whether there is a backup plan. Yes, a new group of people were replaced in the cell, but the awakened Imperial Marcus did not say a word. It did not speak on its own initiative and was indifferent to the Imperial language spoken by the translator, as if it had become a deaf person. So the interrogation methods became violent, but it still had no effect. The Imperial Marcus had a strong will. No need to wait here. These gorillas are stubborn. It will take at least 10 days to torture them before they start talking. The commander was about to leave. He had a lot of things to do, but Ji Xinghe, who had been waiting for a few hours, suddenly spoke. Sir, let me try. You? The commander frowned and said, when did you learn to interrogate again? I haven't learned it, but I know it's waiting for me, waiting for you. Yes, it wants to tell you that it can keep silent no matter what you do to it. Then, it will ask you to see me, and you have no choice. Just like last time, it will let me come to see it. Ji Xinghe said calmly, why don't we fast forward directly? The commander remembered the prisoner last time, who also wanted to see Ji Xinghe. Later, after Ji Xinghe came over, He did get some information. But he didn't agree directly, but looked at Tang Qiao. I have no objection. Tang Qiao spread his hands. Okay, then you go see it, try it, and be careful, okay? When Ji Xinghe walked towards the cell, Jackson applied, Old Ji, can I go with you? No, I'll talk to it alone. How are you going to talk? You'll know in a while. Ji Xinghe quickly came to the cell without a protective helmet. The interrogators in the cell received the order and left one after another, leaving only 4 soldiers wearing individual exoskeleton armor and a translator. Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe stood at the edge of the cage, pointed at himself and said softly. The Imperial Marcus, who had some scars on his body, finally ended his silence, looked at Ji Xinghe and smiled, grinning and said, I remember you. Yeah. Ji Xinghe had a blank expression on his face, motioning the soldier next to him to open the door of the cage. The soldier who had received the order did not refuse, so Ji Xinghe walked in alone. The Imperial Marcus did not move, because it was locked in shackles and could not get close to Ji Xinghe at all. But Ji Xinghe was able to get close to it. You, come. Before the Imperial Marcus could finish his words, Ji Xinghe had already passed by. He walked around and slowly came to the back of the Imperial Marcus. When the Imperial Marcus turned his head to look at him, he suddenly took a big step. In an instant, he completed the waist horse integration. And more than just the waist horse integration. The strength of the whole body was concentrated in one place, burst out in the fist, and hit the Imperial Marquis's back fiercely. Puff. Just one punch, the Imperial Marquis actually vomited blood. But Ji Xinghe wanted to hit more than just one punch. He punched again and again, with a ferocious and fierce expression. Chapter 188, The Orangutan Reveals His True Motives. No one stopped Ji Xinghe, everyone watched quietly, and even had the idea of replacing him. Punch after punch, the Marcus orangutan, who had his back to Ji Xinghe, had no way to fight back or dodge, and could only use his back to resist. But after the first punch, it stopped vomiting blood. After struggling for a few times to no avail, it gave up resistance and stood on the metal floor. The muscles on its back kept relaxing and then suddenly bulged with the rhythm of Ji Xinghe's punches, as if it wanted to hit Ji Xinghe with its back. Its half-squatting posture looked very strange, a bit like a big macaque. Old Ji, change the place to hit, Jackson reminded in front of the screen. The commander also reminded, Old Ji, hit its lower body and attack its joints. Tang Qiao didn't speak, but just watched silently, not knowing what he was thinking. Ji Xinghe turned a deaf ear to the sounds in the cell and continued to punch the Marcus orangutan on the back one after another. His punching rhythm was very steady, and there was no change after being clearly captured by the Marcus orangutan. He could attack when the Marcus gorilla relaxed his muscles, or he could attack from another place. Whether it was the lower body or the joints, or the head, the lower back, etc., these were all gorilla's weaknesses. In this respect, they were almost the same as humans. But he just kept punching in silence, hitting the bulging muscles on the back of the Marcus gorilla. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to the time when he was hitting the wooden man many years ago. Jackson, who wanted to remind him again, suddenly thought of something, turned off the microphone and asked the commander, Is Lao Ji feeling the energy in this gorilla's body? Feeling the energy in the gorilla's body? The commander frowned and said, I don't understand this either. I heard that you are learning Kung Fu from Lao Ji. Tell me, I haven't learned this kind of Kung Fu. I learned Kung Fu to drive a mecha. Jackson didn't tell the truth. He didn't want to tell anyone that he had learned boxing from Ji Rongzhanayu. Then let's find a professional to ask. The commander slapped his head after saying this. The communication is interrupted, and there is no professional in this field in our base. The most professional is Lao Ji. It is better to ask Lao Ji directly later than to wait for the communication to be restored. The two did not want to disturb Ji Xinghe. Tang Qiao, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, It's useless. I have asked someone to try this method before. Before? Did you try it with Lao Ji as well? Yes. Is that person as good as Lao Ji? That person is Gang Jin, and he practiced Gang Jin earlier than Captain Ji Xinghe, and he is much younger than Captain Ji Xinghe. He was only 39 years old at the time. I'm asking if he is as good as Lao Ji. Jackson frowned and said, Can he drive a mecha? Does he have 54 gold stars? Can he make the Earl level Imperial mecha unable to resist and the Marcus level Imperial mecha surrender directly? He can't drive a mecha. Tang Qiao shook his head and looked at Jackson with a strange look, as if to say, Brother, we are both from Eagle State, why are you targeting me? Haha. Jackson sneered at Tang Qiao twice, not caring about his fellow continental people, nor did he care that Tang Qiao's rank was one level higher than his. The commander saw all of this and looked at the monitoring screen with a smile. How many punches? A technician next to him immediately reported. 69 punches, 70 punches. What's wrong with Lao Ji's physical strength? He was exhausted after destroying 9 imperial mechas in the dust storm. This time he consumed much more physical energy than the last time. How can he still be so energetic? Because he broke through. From Ganjin to Gangjin, his skills in exerting force and his control over his body have improved, so his physical strength has also improved. Jackson helped to explain. This is what he thought was the truth. That's not so exaggerated, the commander analyzed. I think it's probably because Lao Ji didn't use much strength. You see, the gorilla vomited blood with his first punch. I almost thought he could really kill the gorilla alone. But after so many punches, the gorilla seemed to be fine, with only flesh wounds. Right, it's possible, Jackson said. I still think that Lao Ji is feeling the existence of Qi in this way. Maybe, Lao Ji has learned it while fighting. It really won't work. Tang Qiao spoke again, hesitantly. Or, let Captain Ji Xinghe stop for a while. Others can't do it, but Lao Ji can definitely do it. He has had epiphanies many times. Jackson's voice was firm. Epiphany? Yes, epiphany. How did you get epiphany? Jackson didn't say it, because he suddenly remembered that there didn't seem to be an opportunity for Ji Xinghe to get epiphany this time. No need to remind him, Lao Ji knows it himself, the commander said. He will stop when it's time to stop. Tang Qiao stopped talking, and even stopped looking at the monitoring screen. Instead, he looked at his bracelet and watched the video record of Ji Xinghe's battle this time. When he heard some of the words Ji Xinghe said, his eyes changed significantly. Ji Xinghe finally stopped. After punching more than 100 times, his hands were already bloody and blurred, but when he came outside the cage to clean and disinfect, he revealed his hands without any injuries. There are many calluses on them, some of which were produced when repairing cars, some of which were produced by boxing in the past 50 years, and more of them were produced when hitting wooden man piles. From this point of view, he didn't seem to use much force, because the force is mutual. But those flesh and blood came from the back of the Marcus gorilla. If he really didn't use force, how could he hurt a Marcus gorilla? I'll treat it later. Ji Xinghe stopped the translator who wanted to call the medical team, walked into the cage again, and stood at a safe distance to look at the Marcus gorilla. Do you feel it? There was a smile on the face of the Marcus orangutan. It spoke the imperial language, and the translator translated it in real time. I feel it, Ji Xinghe nodded and said calmly, not as strong as I thought. You don't understand, the gift does not bring us power, but an opportunity to evolve. The Marcus orangutan did not seem to feel any pain, nor was he angry at all. For intelligent life like us, individual power does not actually have any meaning. You humans should have experienced slash and burn farming, right? Ji Xinghe did not speak, looking at the Marcus orangutan and motioning him to continue. The Marcus orangutan, who has hit more than 100 times, continued to speak as Ji Xinghe expected. We can't create fire directly with our bodies, but we can create fire with the help of tools, from weapons such as knives and swords to weapons such as guns and cannons, to missiles, nuclear weapons, and the energy main guns of space battleships that your Federation has been studying. These are all things that individual power can never achieve. How did it know that we were studying the energy main gun? The commander of base number 6, Tang Qiao, Jackson and others were all shocked, and they pricked up their ears and approached the screen. Individuals themselves should not pursue pure power, because we can use tools to obtain this power. In some scientific theories, we can even create weapons that can destroy a planet, such as artificial black holes, which can even destroy a galaxy. Artificial black holes? The commander now wanted to rush into the cell to take over the interrogation of Ji Xinghe, because Ji Xinghe was still silent in the face of such important information, but he didn't dare to rush in, for he was afraid that the Marcus ape would stop talking after he went in. In this universe, there are many forces that can destroy everything, such as the explosion of stellar energy. We once used jump technology to go to another star system. There was no intelligent life in that star system, but there were some planets with special resources. In terms of reserves, there are more resources than in your galaxy, but we eventually gave up that star system because that star was about to erupt with an unprecedented stellar energy storm, and the entire galaxy would be destroyed by the storm. You said, in the face of such a great force of nature, What is the power of the individual? Therefore, the only thing we should pursue is the opportunity to evolve, the evolution of life levels, and the evolution of wisdom. As far as I know, you humans also appeared because of evolution and became the rulers of your star system. If there is no power of evolution, what is the difference between you and the animals you talk about? Ji Xinghe finally spoke when he heard this. Did you evolve wisdom because of the gift and the key? Of course not. We already had wisdom before we had the gift, and the history is almost exactly the same as yours. On our planet, we are the only life that has evolved wisdom, so we, like you, have become the masters of our planet. What about monkeys? Monkeys? No, not monkeys, but gorillas. We are the same species, but there are some subtle differences in the direction of evolution, strength and wisdom. Why would monkeys with wisdom submit to you? Because we have strength and wisdom at the same time. Many years ago, the monkeys you mentioned were indeed the rulers of our planet, but later, our great Emperor Wu Ai led us to become the new rulers. The information in this conversation is enough to drive the scholars of the Federation who study the history of the Empire crazy. They will be eager to ask more, but Ji Xinghe is obviously not interested in this information. He is interested in only one thing, which is also one of the main reasons why he is willing to come out to fight. Because, a gift? Yes, because of a gift. Emperor Wu Ai received a gift from the gods, and possessed the power you call ki, and had the ability to pass this power to us. How? Do you want to know? The Marcus orangutan, who had been very cooperative, finally showed his true colors at this time. I want to. Take me away. The Marcus orangutan completely ignored the fact that there were other people around him, and this interrogation would definitely be recorded. He stared at Ji Xinghe's eyes and said, "Take me away from here, and go back to the Empire Star with me. I will ask His Majesty the Emperor to give you a gift. Then, I will beat you to death, or I will be beaten to death by you, psychopath." Anyone who heard the Marcus orangutan's request would think that it was crazy. How could such a request be spoken out? Could this orangutan have had its brain damaged by Lao Ji? Jackson complained, and then said in a strange way, "But Lao Ji didn't hit its head just now. Why did it suddenly become stupid?" No one paid attention to him. The commander of base number 6 and Tang Qiao, the two people's expressions suddenly became very nervous. Ji Xinghe, who was in the cell, fell into silence again. Jackson was not stupid at all. He finally realized that something was wrong and glared at Tang Qiao. "What else are you hiding from me? Tell me, immediately, right now." Tang Qiao nervously watched the surveillance video without even looking at Jackson. It was not until he was grabbed by Jackson's shoulder that he endured the pain and answered. "Qi can cure Ji Rongzhen. Completely cure her." Jackson was stunned. Chapter 189 Devil Muscle Man. "I'll come and beat you up tomorrow." Ji Xinghe turned around in the cell and left without looking back. This scene made everyone feel relieved, and then they couldn't help laughing. How could Ji Xinghe agree to such an idiotic request from Marcus Orangutan? There was no need to worry at all. But Jackson, the commander, and Tang Qiao in the monitoring room suddenly thought of a question while laughing, and their expressions froze instantly. Why did Ji Xinghe leave at this time? He could obviously interrogate more information. Why did he stop and leave without looking back? Jackson and the other two who waited in the monitoring room for a while did not wait for Ji Xinghe to arrive, so they panicked even more. "Where is Ji Xinghe?" Tang Qiao looked at the technicians around him. The technicians didn't react in the first place, because the question itself was a problem. Base number 6 is such a small place, where else can it be? "What do you mean?" Jackson frowned and questioned, but his hands moved very quickly. He opened the bracelet and found Ji Xinghe on the communication list. Beep beep. While waiting for the call to be connected, the commander and Tang Qiao stared at Jackson's bracelet. "Hello, Lao Ji, where are you? I'm tired, take a rest." "Oh, okay, then you rest." "Yeah." After the communication was hung up, Jackson breathed a sigh of relief, then glared at Tang Qiao. "Did you hear that? Lao Ji is tired, he's going to rest. People like you who stay in the base every day and don't work, do you really think we are all robots?" "Major Jackson," Tang Qiao said angrily, "do you have any opinions about me? If you have any opinions, you can just say it. I don't think you have the right to keep talking to me in this tone. I will talk to you the way I want to talk to you," Jackson retorted. "Don't think the rank of lieutenant colonel is great. When the communication between the base and the outside world is restored, I will be promoted to lieutenant colonel in minutes." "Okay," the commander scolded. "Jackson, go and rest and prepare to attend the funeral." "I'm not going." Jackson didn't have a good tone, I want to watch you interrogated here." The commander didn't waste any words. His tone was stern. "This is an order." Facing Tang Qiao, a lieutenant colonel who dared to confront him, Jackson could only answer loudly with one word when facing the commander. "Yes." Then he turned and left. The interrogation continued, but the situation was the same as everyone expected. After Ji Xinghe left, the Marcus orangutan became silent again. The relevant personnel tried to continue beating the orangutan, but to no avail. Thinking that Ji Xinghe would come and beat it again tomorrow, the relevant personnel had no choice but to start treating the orangutan. In case it was really beaten to death, not to mention that the people above would be furious and hold them accountable, Ji Xinghe's unhappiness was also something the relevant personnel of base number 6 did not want to see. The commander left, and Tang Qiao also left, but the movements of the two people after they left were completely different. Tang Qiao arrived at a communications room, began to record a message, and asked to keep trying to send it to the outside world. The core content of this message is actually only one sentence: Ji Xinghe may surrender to the enemy and betray the country. When Ji Xinghe woke up after a nap, he saw Jackson waiting outside his door. "What are you doing?" "Nothing, I just happened to walk to your side." "Didn't you rest?" "I rested. I'm very energetic. If you don't believe me, let's fight each other." Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay." After coming to the training area very passively, Jackson regretted it very much. Being beaten was a small matter. The training area was in the middle of daily training, and there were a lot of mecha warriors and soldiers in it. More than 500 people watching you get beaten was more terrifying than getting beaten itself. But what Jackson didn't expect was that Ji Xinghe didn't beat him, but stood there with his back to him. "Hit me." Hit me," Ji Xinghe added. "Hit me like I hit it just now." "That won't work. You just beat it up and made it spit blood. Its back is bloody and fleshy. How can I hit you so hard?" Judging from the size, Jackson's strength is far greater than Ji Xinghe, so he is telling the truth. Ji Xinghe also believes this. "You can be gentler, then let me try." "Yes." Jackson slowly walked behind Ji Xinghe. Between beating Ji Xinghe and being beaten by Ji Xinghe, he would definitely choose the latter. "I'm starting." "Yes." 3, 2, 1. When Jackson's countdown ended, his right fist lightly touched Ji Xinghe's back. "Add a little more strength." "Okay." Jackson really only added a little strength, and his fist still lightly touched Ji Xinghe's back. "Add a little more." "Okay." Another little bit. After adding a few points of strength in a row, Jackson's fist was no longer touching Ji Xinghe's back, but hitting Ji Xinghe's back. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the fists colliding with each other has become more obvious, but it is still not loud enough. The surrounding fighters couldn't hear anything and thought Jackson was massaging Ji Xinghe's back. "Add a little more." Ji Xinghe made the request again, and fell silent after this time. His posture was to stand with his feet shoulder width apart, his knees together, and his fists placed on both sides of his waist. This posture looked a little weird, but it allowed him to stand still under Jackson's beating, and his body didn't even shake at all. Jackson was using a lot of strength now, which was no different from an ordinary person's punching, but it was much smaller than his own strength. Punch after punch, Jackson fell silent, maintaining the strength level required by Ji Xinghe. He was not worried that Ji Xinghe would be injured by him, because he could clearly feel the muscles on Ji Xinghe's back bulging with a rhythm when the back of his fists collided. Like steel bars and iron plates, his fists were slightly numb from the shock. "Stop." Ji Xinghe, who had been punched nearly 100 times in a row, suddenly spoke up, and Jackson quickly retracted his fist. "Old Ji, are you okay? Can someone help call a doctor?" "No, I'm fine." When Ji Xinghe spoke up to stop him, he looked around and saw that there were no women among the onlookers, so he raised his hand to take off his shirt and put it neatly on the ground next to him. Again, Ji Xinghe resumed his previous posture with his back to Jackson. Again, "Are you tired?" "Will I be tired? Do you know that my nickname is the Devil Muscle Man?" Jackson took a deep breath, stood at a suitable distance behind Ji Xinghe, and then began to count down. 3, 2, 1. When the word 1 was spoken, Jackson, who was about to punch, suddenly stopped and stared at Ji Xinghe's back in amazement. When he counted to 3, Ji Xinghe's back looked normal, just strong and healthy. The skin and flesh did not loosen due to age, and it did not look like the back of a 66-year-old man. But when he counted to 2, the muscles on Ji Xinghe's back changed significantly. The muscles gathered and bulged against common sense. When he counted to 1, the muscles on Ji Xinghe's back gave people a hideous and terrifying feeling. It was like a ghost face, so scared that he did not dare to punch. Huh? Ji Xinghe frowned and turned around, staring at Jackson. Are you kidding me? You? Jackson widened his eyes and pointed at Ji Xinghe. He noticed that when Ji Xinghe just turned around, the hideous back like a ghost face actually returned to normal in an instant. What's wrong with me? Are you human? Jackson finally asked. Yes, Ji Xinghe hesitated for a moment, then said, are you talking about controlling muscles? This is normal. You can actually do it after you have mastered Hu Jin, and you will be very proficient at Dan Jin. Muscles like the back are really easy to control after you have mastered Gang Jin. Jackson finally understood why he felt like steel and iron plates when he beat through his clothes just now. His face suddenly turned red, because he just called himself a devil muscle man in front of Ji Xinghe. But now it seems that Ji Xinghe is the real devil muscle man. Teach me, you must teach me, Jackson shouted. Master, I want to learn this, I must learn this. Wait until you learn the Ji family boxing. I learned it. If it weren't for the Ji family boxing, how could I have dealt with the Earl so quickly? Not enough. If it was the Marquis, you couldn't do it. Master, you didn't do it either. If you didn't do it, how can I, as your apprentice, do it? Actually, I wanted you to lend me your sword. If it didn't surrender, I could do it. Jackson was speechless. The sword that Ji Xinghe was talking about must be the tungsten steel gold mecha heavy sword he seized. With such a weapon, Ji Xinghe's chances of winning when facing the Marquis level mecha will definitely increase. Unfortunately, the Marquis surrendered, making him miss an opportunity to watch the battle. Don't worry, practice more by yourself. When you can beat the Marquis level imperial mecha with the current mecha, you can practice boxing with your body instead of the mecha. Okay, then master, let's continue. Yeah, Jackson started calling master again. He didn't ask Ji Xinghe why he did this, but just cooperated with all his strength. Because he knew why, he was afraid that Ji Xinghe couldn't do it. In a corner of the training area, the number of onlookers gradually decreased until there was none left. Ji Xinghe and Jackson, such powerful special mecha warriors, would devote themselves to training in such a short time after the battle. What reason do others have not to work hard? Others don't know what Ji Xinghe and Jackson are doing. They think this is a way of training. Some people imitated, and the effect was not bad. While improving their ability to resist blows, they also strengthened their physique, allowing them to better withstand the load generated during the process of driving the mecha. Time passed little by little, and Jackson was already sweating profusely, but there was no external injury on Ji Xinghe's back, and even the purple bruises did not appear. The back muscles, which were sometimes normal and sometimes ferocious, relieved all the power from Jackson in the process of constant change. The main reason for this was that Jackson did not really exert his strength. But if the same strength and number hit the back of other people, it would at least cause internal and external injuries, not to mention vomiting blood. The ability to withstand blows shown by Ji Xinghe made Jackson finally understand one thing, that is, why Ji Xinghe could withstand such a strong overload and the force generated by the collision of the mecha while driving the mecha. This old man is really a devil muscle man. After a few hours, Ji Xinghe finally called a halt again, but he didn't say anything to Jackson, and stood in place and started boxing. The speed of the punch was not fast, and the movements of the whole body were very slow. It looked no different from the moves he taught Jackson to practice with the mecha. Jackson didn't ask, but stood by and looked at Ji Xinghe with an expectant expression on his face, waiting for Ji Xinghe to suddenly say, "Apprentice, the master has learned it, and now I will teach you, watch it." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Use Your Brain. After the mass funeral, Ji Xinghe did not choose to leave base number 6 immediately. When the communication was intermittently restored, he found the commander of base number 6 and opened a back door, passing the information about his own safety to base number 5. When the communication was intermittently restored again a few hours later, he received a message from base number 5. "Grandpa, I'm very good, don't worry about me, you have to take care of your body and don't be so tired." Ji Xinghe's reply was very well behaved, and Sui and Shen Mu didn't say anything, so Ji Xinghe didn't know that Ji Xinghe secretly drove Xinghe away from the base. In fact, Sui and Shen Mu didn't know about this matter. Ji Xinghe and Xinghe left quietly at night that time, and Xinghe, who had relevant permissions, could enter and exit base number 5 freely. Xinghe, who couldn't lie at Ji Xinghe's request, inexplicably learned to lie, and it lied to the relevant personnel that it was a normal mecha test. It used Shenmue's voice, and because it was very close to the base, no one noticed the abnormality. This is a mistake caused by empiricism. No one could have imagined that someone in the base would dare to secretly drive Ji Xinghe, and no one could have imagined that this person would be the 7-year-old Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe was already 7 years old, and she was only 7 years old. Ji Xinghe did what he said, and he came to the cell again the next day. But he did not go directly to beat the Marcus gorilla, but read the relevant reports. Its recovery speed is very fast, 3 times faster than we expected, and this is after we have considered the existence of Qi, the doctor said to Ji Xinghe at the side. Now the wounds on its back are all scabbed, if not, it may be completely healed within 2 days. The wound on the back of the Marcus gorilla was inflicted by Ji Xinghe himself. Judging from the doctor's experience, if the same injury is on a normal human, it will take a month to heal with treatment. But this gorilla only needs 3 days. We failed to detect the existence of Qi, the doctor continued. Even with our most advanced technology, we still couldn't see where the Qi exists in its body and how it works. What we can be sure of now is that its cell activity can be enhanced under its control, and the assimilation of metabolism can be strengthened. Ji Xinghe asked, "What is the assimilation of metabolism?" The doctor explained, "Metabolism is composed of assimilation and alienation, 2 opposite but simultaneous processes. Assimilation is the process by which biological organisms transform substances taken from the environment into their own substances through a series of chemical reactions. This process is the process of transferring substances from the outside world to the body, from small molecules to large molecules. To put it simply, it is the process of absorbing external substances and energy. For plants, the most obvious is photosynthesis, which converts water and carbon dioxide in the natural environment into starch, cellulose and other substances. For us humans, the most obvious thing is eating to replenish energy, but it's not just about eating. We humans can actually absorb energy directly from the outside world. For example, sunbathing is very beneficial. It can supplement calcium and vitamin D. It's a bit imprecise to say it's supplementing. Vitamin D3 is formed by 7-dehydrocholesterol under our skin after being exposed to ultraviolet rays. Alienation is simple. It is the process of converting substances from large molecules to small molecules from the body to the external environment. This is a process of releasing energy and excreting substances that are not needed or cannot be used by the organism. For us humans, the most common thing is going to the toilet. Ji Xinghe listened carefully. He really didn't understand this. Jackson, who was next to him, looked at Ji Xinghe at this time, and an expression of "this is right" appeared on his face. Forget about the muscles like a ghost's back. If you know everything, you may not be a human being. After listening, Ji Xinghe asked again. So, its strong recovery ability is due to the presence of Qi, which makes its digestive ability stronger. It can better absorb and convert the same amount of food, medicine and other things into the energy needed by its body, so its injuries recover quickly. You can think so. To be specific, we need to do more experiments and more professional equipment. If it is on the Azure Star, I can answer your question more accurately in 3 months at most. The relevant equipment on the alien planet is obviously not comparable to that on the Azure Star. Those equipment that are mainly used for research have no need to be transported to the alien planet before or even now. Instead of transporting it here, it is better to transport the gorilla to the Azure Star for research. Then can the alienation be understood as? Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment and asked. It can also control the alienation of its metabolism, not only to expel substances and energy that are useless to the body, but also to expel energy that is useful to the body, such as Qi. The doctor thought about it and replied after a while, it can also be understood this way. We can't be sure about its words for the time being, but according to relevant information, the prince-level imperial gorilla can indeed transmit the power we call Qi to the outside of the body through conduction. Jackson listened to these words and remembered the video material he had seen. The prince-level imperial gorilla pressed his hand on the metal door and destroyed electronic equipment such as smart locks. It was obvious that the Qi left the body. Okay, thank you. After Ji Xinghe asked, he was about to enter the cell, with Jackson following closely behind him. What are you doing? I'm here to see with you. Jackson laughed. Master, I'm waiting for you to learn the power of ki by beating it and then teach it to me, and you must teach it to me as soon as possible, so I have to follow you. Besides, I want to see how you beat it, so that I can beat you later. The reason was not very sufficient, and Ji Xinghe did not pursue it too much. He knew why Jackson followed him. Part of it was from Jackson's original intention, but more of it was an order given by someone like Tang Qiao. Captain Ji Xinghe, Lieutenant Colonel Jackson. In the process of entering the cell, the electronic sound of intelligent identification sounded, and Jackson's rank was directly promoted to Lieutenant Colonel as he said after the communication was restored. He made great contributions this time. At the end of the battle, the number of gold stars also increased to 91, and he was only 9 gold stars away from the ace mecha warrior. Actually, Jackson hesitated and said, Master, you can be promoted to Major. Ji Xinghe nodded slightly but did not comment. His contribution was also great, but like before, this time he asked for all his contributions to be converted into contribution points, so his rank could only stop at captain. If the commander of base number 6 had not informed him of his promotion in advance, he would most likely still be a lieutenant. But Ji Xinghe didn't think he was at a disadvantage, because he also asked for a tungsten steel gold mecha heavy sword, the one that the surrendered Marcus Orangutan had. Because it was to be given to the blind men, the relevant parties did not take him seriously. Jackson confirmed Ji Xinghe's attitude and stopped persuading him. He stood by the cage and watched Ji Xinghe walking quietly. You're here, the Marcus Orangutan spoke, and it spoke the federal language much more fluently than before. Yes, then let's start. The Marcus Orangutan sat cross-legged on the ground. His body, which was more than 2 meters tall, could still be described as majestic in this posture. He sat ready to be beaten. There were many sensor patches on its body to monitor its physical changes and its physical changes when it was beaten. Okay, Ji Xinghe did not ask more questions and slowly came to the back of Marcus Orangutan. But this time he was not going to hit Marcus Orangutan's back. The wound there had not healed yet. With scabs, the feeling of hitting was not as clear as before. Holding a metal stick, Ji Xinghe pointed at Marcus Orangutan's body. These 19 positions, in order. Marcus Orangutan remembered it and replied calmly, okay. Ji Xinghe started fighting. Half an hour later, Ji Xinghe, with bloody hands, left the cage to wash his hands and disinfect. Jackson next to him looked at the calluses on Ji Xinghe's hands and was actually a little envious. He is a mecha warrior, not a real warrior. He used to be a rich second generation, so there were actually no calluses on his hands. When he beat Ji Xinghe yesterday, Ji Xinghe was fine, but his hands were very painful. Master, is this over? Yeah, why? Jackson couldn't help asking when he followed Ji Xinghe away. This was also his mission. The relevant parties hoped that Ji Xinghe would continue to interrogate in order to obtain more information. But Ji Xinghe didn't mean to ask. Because it won't speak anymore. What it said before was just telling us that it knows a lot and doesn't want us to kill it. Ji Xinghe explained to Jackson and others, its cooperation now is just because it wants me to be sure that I can't learn ki from it, and then I will seriously think about its request. Finally talking about this topic, Jackson hurriedly asked, why should we think about its request? It's obviously impossible to achieve it. Ji Xinghe's footsteps paused slightly, and then continued to walk. Jackson continued, first of all, Master, you can't save it. I don't care, and other mecha warriors don't care, but those warriors wearing exoskeleton armor can't ignore it. Master, you can't beat them. Yes, you can wear armor, but they can lock your mecha. Soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor can ignore the attacks of conventional firearms. Not to mention that Ji Xinghe doesn't know how to shoot. He can't do it even if he has a gun. And all federal standard mechas except Xingaiyu can be directly locked by relevant aspects. Secondly, even if we let you rescue it, for intelligence or for anger, we can't trust it. I think that after you take it away, it will definitely kill you directly. Master, without the mecha, you can't beat it. Ji Xinghe paused again and finally spoke, without the mecha, it's easier for me to kill it than for you to penetrate the armor and destroy an ordinary imperial mecha. Don't brag, Master. I'm already a giant, but its arms are as thick as my thighs, Jackson retorted to Ji Xinghe, and then said, okay, even if you can beat it, so what? You take it away, and it will kill you when you get to the Imperial barracks. How can it take you to the Imperial Star and meet the Emperor of the Empire? Ji Xinghe pondered for a few seconds. Tell me, if it says it wants to see the President of the Federation, will you arrange for it to meet him? No, of course not, Jackson blurted out. Ji Xinghe shook his head slightly. Use your brain. Jackson took a deep breath, then started to think, and after a few seconds, he said with a grim expression, I will. Ji Xinghe did not speak again, but left without looking back, and said, I will give you half an hour to report, to discuss, and then come to the training area to find me. Okay, Jackson answered, but his voice was weak. He was panicked, and he believed that many people should be as panicked as him. It was impossible to let Ji Xinghe take the Marcus gorilla away, but what if there was another way? Chapter 191, Practicing with Electricity, 100,000 volts. On the 5th day after the surrender of Marcus Orangutan, the fighting at base number 6 was still at a standstill, and no new enemies appeared in the dust storm. The fighting at base number 3, the military camps, and the blockade line was still fierce, but Ji Xinghe and Jackson could not go to support because their mechas were all at base number 6. The modified single-soldier starship could only transport the two of them separately to space, but could not transport their mechas to space. The weight of about 100 kilograms and the weight of more than 2 tons were too different for a single-soldier starship. This is the disadvantage of the orbital airborne combat method. It is easy to go down but difficult to go up, especially during the dust storm. If you want to go to the relevant areas for support, you can only bear greater risks and travel from the ground in the dust storm. Spaceships and warships are not suitable for landing and taking off in the dust storm, because the dust storm can affect radar and other monitoring equipment, and the empire that can make the Mecha formation appear near base number 6 is likely to transport weapons that can threaten spaceships and warships. When the anti-missile system cannot function properly, once there is a loss, it will be unbearable for the Federation. Compared to the support of 2 special-class Mecha warriors, a spaceship or battleship is much more useful. From the perspective of cost, let alone 2 special-class Mecha warriors, the value of an ace Mecha warrior is not as great as a spaceship. There are a lot of 300,000 federal Mecha warriors who have the opportunity to become aces. With a population of nearly 8 billion in the Federation, there are more than 300,000 Mecha warriors. Before the period of universal military service, no one knows what kind of power humans can unleash. But if you want to build more spaceships, you need more than universal military service. Not going today? Well, I'm not going. Ji Xinghe's answer made Jackson, who had followed him for 5 days, feel relieved. Then shall we go to the training area? Master, you should take a few days off. To be honest, I'm tired of beating you up every day. Alice, it's a pity that reporter Sue is not here, otherwise, hey, you take a rest. I'll go to the machine repair area. What are you going to do, Master? Go repair the mecha. Wait a minute, I'll try another method. Huh? Jackson did not take a rest, but continued to follow Ji Xinghe like a bodyguard and a guard. The two came to the machine repair area and arrived at an empty operating area. There were no mechas or repairmen here. The most conspicuous thing was a wooden man and a very special-looking device. What is this? I made it when I was repairing the mecha before. Ji Xinghe has been repairing mechas these days, except for beating up the Marcus gorilla and letting Jackson beat him up. He will not waste his abilities and time. I know you made it. I've seen you make it. I'm asking what it's used for. It's for practicing martial arts. Ji Xinghe's answer was perfunctory, but he didn't shy away from Jackson when he used it. He took off his shirt in front of him, stood in front of the device he made himself, opened a secret door and pulled out more than 20 wires. It looks like the kind of monitoring device used on medical equipment, with a sensor patch on each wire. After sticking them one by one, Ji Xinghe standing there looked like a critically ill patient. But his posture, mental state, and body looked very good. Go, bring me that wooden man. Oh, okay. Jackson ran to the side, and the wooden man made of metal weighing more than 200 pounds was easily moved in front of Ji Xinghe. Sticky it down. Okay. Jackson squatted down and locked the chassis of the wooden man with a metal buckle welded in advance on the ground. More than 200 kilograms is the weight on the Azure Star. If it is weight on an alien star, this weight will only be about 1/3. Whether it is more than 200 kilograms or more than 90 kilograms, it is too light and not enough for Ji Xinghe to hit. Everything is ready. Jackson stepped aside and asked curiously, Master, these wires on your body will not affect your boxing practice? No, I calculated it. After Ji Xinghe answered, he called softly, Nuwa, 36 volts. Yes, a crisp female voice sounded. It was the artificial intelligence program of base number 6. With the support of related equipment, it can perform extremely multi-threaded work. All operating areas in the machine repair area can mobilize part of the computing resources to assist in maintenance work with its intelligence. The equipment built by Ji Xinghe himself is also connected to Nuwa. He needs to rely on Nuwa's computing power and database. 36 volts of electricity flowed out of the device and was conducted to Ji Xinghe's body through wires and patches. His sweat hair stood up instantly and his hair also changed slightly. Then he made a move. Bang, bang, bang. The force applied to the wooden man made his joints start to rotate. His palms, wrists, arms, elbows, legs, and knees kept hitting the metal limbs of the wooden man, and the speed changed from slow to fast. The wires really didn't affect his movements. Jackson was already confused. He was confused when Ji Xinghe whispered 36 volts. My master is crazy. He subconsciously wanted to stop him, but he froze in place because Ji Xinghe's movements looked very smooth. The wooden man with some afterimages during the movement, combined with Ji Xinghe's movements that already had afterimages, made it difficult for him to see Ji Xinghe clearly. Is there really electricity? This was the second thought that came to Jackson after he was stunned. He walked carefully to the side of the device and did not see the screen on it. Only a green light was on. It was very simple. Nuwa. Jackson walked away and called softly to his bracelet. Here, hello, Lieutenant Colonel Jackson, hello. Jackson was not worried that his voice would affect Ji Xinghe's equipment. Although the Federation's artificial intelligence program was a pseudo-artificial intelligence, its safe and reliable performance helped the Federation gain a considerable advantage in this war. That, Jackson asked cautiously, what does 36 volts mean? It's the voltage value. I know volts is voltage. I want to know the meaning of 36 volts, and its harm to the human body. The voltage of human bioelectric current is 1.2 millivolts, the voltage of ordinary batteries is 2 volts, and the safety voltage of the human body is not higher than 36 volts. There are generally two types of voltages for household appliances, 110 volts or 220 volts, and the voltage of lightning is generally 100,000 volts. Lightning is 100,000 volts? Jackson thought of the news that some people did not die after being struck by lightning, and he was slightly relieved. Anyway, Ji Xinghe didn't shout 100,000 volts just now. If 36 volts is within the safety value range of the human body, it seems that there is no problem. Nuwa, is the device used by Captain Ji Xinghe dangerous? Yes, Nuwa's answer made Jackson's heart tighten. Although 36 volts does not exceed the safe voltage of the human body, Captain Ji Xinghe is continuously exposed to electric shocks. A blunt knife will cut off the flesh sooner or later. Jackson immediately said, then you should stop him quickly. You shouldn't help him with this kind of suicide behavior. I'm sorry, Captain Ji Xinghe insisted, and he has the relevant authority. Nuwa's tone can be said to be extremely calm, or it can be said that there is no emotion. Moreover, Captain Ji Xinghe's physical condition is under monitoring. If his body shows any abnormality, I will stop it at the first time. Jackson breathed a sigh of relief again. He realized that not all the patches on Ji Xinghe's body have electricity, or the main function is not to transmit electricity. A large part of it is to monitor Ji Xinghe's physical condition. Then what's the point of doing this? Jackson asked. Did Captain Ji Xinghe leave any relevant reasons for his application? Yes, Captain Ji Xinghe believes that continuous electric current can stimulate the activity of body cells and help him find the secret of Qi. Qi is electric current. After determination, Lieutenant Colonel Jackson has the relevant authority. Nuwa replied. Captain Ji Xinghe believes that Qi may be a more intuitive bioelectric current. Just a possibility. Yes, Jackson took a deep breath to calm down. He didn't quite understand why Ji Xinghe was working so hard. Before, when he was studying at base number 5, he also learned boxing from Ji Xinghe. From his feelings, Ji Xinghe is in good physical condition. Thinking of this, he whispered to the bracelet, Nuwa, help me mobilize all the information of all the children born on alien planets. Your authority is insufficient. Please refine and correct your requirements. All the information involves personal information, which Jackson, a lieutenant colonel, cannot see. Children born on alien planets, mortality rate, why they die, how many of them can grow up healthily, and their physical condition after returning to the Azure planet. Do you need to broadcast it? Send it to me. Send. Jackson read it quietly, his brows gradually frowning. The information he saw was the same as the information Ji Xinghe had seen from Wang Wei, the commander of base number 5, so he knew the 3 stages and knew that Ji Xinghe was currently in the 2nd stage, with a mortality rate of 43%. He knew that when Ji Xinghe returned to the Azure planet, he would experience the third stage with a mortality rate of 54%. As of now, none of the children born on alien planets who return to the Azure planet have survived the age of 24. The oldest is only 23 years old now, and the recent physical examination report does not look very good. What Jackson didn't know was that when Ji Xinghe saw this person's information, he was only 22 years old. Nuwa, yes, Captain Ji Xinghe, have you seen this person's physical report recently? Born on an alien planet, returned to the blue planet 13 years ago, and is 23 years old. In the past month, Captain Ji Xinghe has seen it 36 times, and in the past 5 days, Captain Ji Xinghe has seen it 30 times. Jackson looked at Ji Xinghe, who was still hitting the wooden man in the operation area, and heard the faint sound of dong dong dong, and felt a little uncomfortable. This old man is 66 years old. No matter how good he is at fighting, he is still 66 years old. Nuwa, yes, do you think it is possible for Ji Xinghe to stay and live on the alien planet? In this way, will she definitely be fine? I'm sorry, I can't answer your question. Please be precise and correct your question. Jackson didn't ask. He actually knew the answer very well. If the Federation always has an advantage in the war on the alien planet, then it will be safe in the living base, but who can guarantee this? There is no absolute advantage in war, and advantages can often become disadvantages. You know, through the analysis of the Empire's nuclear fuel cell technology, it is completely certain that the Empire has nuclear weapons. They cannot hit the blue star, but in theory, any location on the surface of the alien star is within the Empire's attack range. If the Federation's advantage on the alien star is large enough, it can snatch the Empire's jump gate, or master the relevant technology to reverse the interstellar coordinates of the Empire star. When the Federation has the possibility of counterattacking the Empire star, will the Empire really not use nuclear weapons? If it is at a disadvantage, then let alone. And does a child really have to live in an alien war zone for his whole life? Jackson thought of the sensible Ji Xinghe. If she knew that her grandfather chose to torture herself in this way so that she could return to the blue star and grow up healthily, she would definitely say that she didn't want to go back. But Jackson also firmly believed that Ji Xinghe would definitely reject Ji Xinghe's request. Fate, how can humans fight? Unless a miracle happens. Jackson looked at Ji Xinghe not far away, hoping for a miracle, because he was sure that if Ji Xinghe could not create a miracle by his own strength, he would make a choice that many people would not agree to, but many people would agree to. Go to Empire Star. Chapter 192, Surpassing the World Record. Nanxiamen Space Station, a conference room. Suppose we use this Marcus gorilla as a hostage, talk to the Empire, and let Ji Xinghe go to the Empire Star. Why should Ji Xinghe go? Why not let Jackson go? Why not let your Eagle Continent's Ace Cavill go? They can't learn Ki, they don't even know Kung Fu. Can Ji Xinghe learn it? Is the Emperor of the Empire an idiot? Why should he teach Ji Xinghe Ki? We can give it a try. The Emperor of the Empire is unwilling to teach, but Ji Xinghe can learn it by himself and get more information. If Ji Xinghe is sure that he can't learn it, then we will give up researching this power. How can we guarantee safety issues? The Empire has a lot of Marcus gorillas, but there is only one Ji Xinghe. Yes, there is indeed only one Ji Xinghe, but we have not only that Marcus gorilla, we also have a Prince gorilla. The Prince gorilla should be more important than Ji Xinghe, right? This sentence made the meeting room silent. The Federation has been fighting with the Empire on the alien planet for more than 20 years. So far, the highest-ranking prisoner is a prince, and there is also a general and an imperial gorilla who is said to be a prince, all of whom were beaten to death by Li Yuanba. Although many people felt sorry for it afterwards, the situation at that time was indeed a life-and-death struggle. The consequence of Li Yuanba's stopping was that he was beaten to death by the gorilla. Nothing can be asked of the Prince gorilla, and there is no progress in the research. There is no point in killing it. Why not use it to exchange for Ji Xinghe and the Marcus gorilla? 2 for 1, Captain Ji Xinghe, is very important, but he is just a captain, just a special grade, and he's already 66 years old. It's ridiculous. This plan is ridiculous. I don't think it makes any sense. What difference does it make to us whether we can learn Ki or not? The Imperial gorillas can Ki, but they can't beat our armored warriors when they are not wearing armor. The Prince gorilla who can Ki can be shot a dozen times, and he will die as long as he hits the vital parts. It makes sense. The power of Ki is not actually important, but it can be the beginning of negotiations. We can actually talk to the Empire. Talk? So many of us have died, and you are telling me now that you want to talk to them? Do you want to talk to our dead brothers? Do you want to talk to them? We didn't have the conditions to talk before, but we do this time. They attack base number 3 at all costs, and the losses are very heavy. I don't believe they can bear it. We didn't need to talk before, but base number 3 can't hold on now and may be destroyed at any time. The location of base number 6 has been exposed. Their next target must be base number 6, and we can't defend it. After losing 2 bases in a row, we have to talk to them. The conference room was silent again. The beginning of this war was a long time ago for many people present. More than 20 years ago, the Imperial Army suddenly appeared on the alien planet, and the war started directly. Since then, the two sides have never tried to negotiate. But what does it mean to fight a war for more than 20 years? Even if it lasted for more than 20 years on the Azure Star, the resources consumed would be incalculable, not to mention crossing a distance of at least 50 million kilometers to fight on an alien planet. There are only 50,000 usable mechas out of the 300,000 active mecha warriors. Even a special grade mecha like Jackson doesn't have any real spare mechas. Although they have missiles with more powerful destructive power, they have to let the ground troops charge. 10 chocolates cost 300 contribution points. The Federation has gone broke. Now is the best time to negotiate. Both we and the Empire have suffered huge losses, but because they attacked at all costs, their losses are greater than ours. If we don't talk now, when they destroy our base number 6 at all costs, they will not talk to us since they have the jump gate technology. I disagree. I think we can try. It's meaningless. This is a war of genocide. Negotiations will only give them time to catch their breath, but we also need to catch our breath. Do you know how much money your fleet lost in the last air raid? 50 billion. You don't have to consider where the money came from, but if you have no money, your fleet will become a decoration. We have achieved a result. We killed 50,000 gorillas and monkeys. The Empire has billions of gorillas and monkeys. They can mobilize all the people to fight, but how many 50 billion do we have? Last year, the GDP of the entire Federation was 100 trillion. Have you gone crazy from fighting the war? GDP is GDP. It's not that we can spend 100 trillion every year to fight this war. This year's military budget has been announced, and it's only 11.23 trillion, of which Longzhou took 5.21 trillion and Yingzhou took 4.13 trillion. It's not that other continents don't want to take more, it's that they can't take it anymore. You know, they just don't want to take it. Longzhou's GDP is 25 trillion, and Yingzhou's GDP is 21 trillion, which together is less than half of the GDP of the entire Federation. But Longzhou and Yingzhou spend 9/10 of the Federation's military expenditure, and the remaining half only spend 1/10. This is not an issue we should discuss. What we should discuss is that we have no money to fight. Once base number 3 and base number 6 are destroyed, the cost of transporting resources will increase sharply, and we must talk to them. The argument lasted for a long time, and the issue gradually evolved from letting Ji Xinghe go to the Empire Star to try to learn the power of Qi to negotiating with the Empire. In the war between the Federation and the Empire, when it comes to the negotiation level, Ji Xinghe's importance drops sharply, and his life and his hatred are not worth mentioning. Even many soldiers fighting on the battlefield are not worth mentioning. To some people, they are just a number that can increase or decrease at any time. Half an hour later, Li Anbang, the 5-star general and commander-in-chief of the Federation in the Alien War, finally spoke. Captain Ji Xinghe, how is the training going? The people who were arguing in the meeting room quieted down, and only the relevant personnel answered at the first time. The communication of base number 6 is now lost. According to the intelligence we received half an hour ago, Captain Ji Xinghe did not master the power of Qi. However, according to Captain Ji Xinghe himself, his physical fitness seems to have improved a little. We still need to wait for the latest physical examination information for details. Improved physical fitness? Is it because of Qi or because of electricity? Because of electricity. In his report half an hour ago, Captain Ji Xinghe was very sure that he did not master the power of Qi, so it was because of the power of electricity. But the specific situation still needs to wait for the physical examination. Is the equipment at base number 6 sufficient? Not enough. We proposed to use a single soldier starship to transport Captain Ji Xinghe to our space station, but Captain Ji Xinghe refused. He said he needed the gorilla. What about bringing the gorilla up as well? Captain Ji Xinghe said that he needs the gravity environment of an alien planet. Whether it is a weightless environment or the gravity environment of the blue star simulated by our space station, it is not suitable for him to continue his research. Is that so? We can't make a judgment, but we have contacted 3 instructors who have practiced Gangjin. According to the relevant records of Nuwa's experiment on Captain Ji Xinghe, we have conducted repeated simulation experiments on the blue star, the space station, and the alien planet. Li Anbang pondered for a while and said, make a backup plan for negotiations. When the communication is restored, ask Captain Ji Xinghe for his opinion. If he needs more time, tell him how much time we have. Don't limit the candidates for the backup plan to Captain Ji Xinghe. Yes, the meeting ended, but the debate did not end. From the Nantianmen space station to the blue star, from soldiers to politicians, this kind of thing cannot get a final result in a few days. So all this has nothing to do with Ji Xinghe for the time being. Base number 6, medical area. Captain Ji Xinghe, your body has been tested by us and there is no problem. Regarding your physical fitness, we really can't detect the changes you said. No. Ji Xinghe frowned, and with the help of Nurse Wang, he reached out to take off all the sensor patches on his body and put on his clothes. Yes, we can't detect it. So we think there are 2 possibilities. One possibility is that your physical fitness has really improved, but the improvement is not obvious, and the reason for the improvement is something our current equipment cannot detect. Another possibility is the psychological illusion caused by continuous electric shock. Electric shock can make people excited, so you feel that your physical fitness has improved and your body has become younger, but just like stimulants, this state will not last too long. Maybe after a few days, you will feel sudden fatigue. Ji Xinghe looked at the physical examination report handed to him by the doctor. He actually didn't quite understand it. What about cell activity? What about my metabolic rate? Assimilation and assimilation, are there no changes after these tests? Yes, for now, we have indeed not detected any changes. Okay, then I'll come back tomorrow. You mean, you still want to practice with electricity? Yes, at least there is nothing wrong with my body now, right, but we just said that there is another possibility. I know what I'm doing. When Ji Xinghe was about to leave, Nurse Wang worriedly persuaded him, Uncle Ji, you don't have to do this. You are already a special grade, and you are already very strong. It's okay, I know what I'm doing. Ji Xinghe repeated this sentence again. Nurse Wang and others did not know the existence of Qi. So far, it is still a highly confidential matter, so these people in the medical area believe that he chose to practice with electricity in order to become stronger. After leaving the ward, Jackson, who was guarding outside, came over, but because of the presence of doctors and nurses, he suppressed his words and said nothing. When they left the medical area and arrived at the empty corridor, Jackson couldn't help asking, Lao Ji, is it really feasible? What's feasible? Practice with electricity and get out of breath? Not yet, I can't find the direction at all, but didn't you say your physical fitness has improved? I feel so, but they said they can't detect it. What should I do? I'll go to the training area to do a physical fitness test, practice for a few days after getting the results, and then do another physical fitness test. I'll accompany you. I also want to try to practice with electricity. You don't know how to practice. What electricity? Teach me. No time. After arriving at the training area, Ji Xinghe started the physical fitness test. In this regard, base number 6 has nothing missing. The first project is a 10-kilometer long-distance run. Now there is no ace fighter creation plan, and Ji Xinghe is not worried that someone will force him to go to the battlefield, so there is no need to hide his physical fitness. Then, the people in the training area were shocked. 10 kilometers, 27 minutes and 9 seconds, old Ji is faster than me. What is the world record? What age? You know all ages? I don't know, but Nuwa knows. Nuwa, the shocked people called the base's artificial intelligence system, and then got an extremely accurate answer. 10 kilometers world record, men under 30 years old is 26 minutes and 11 seconds, 40 years old is 26 minutes and 27 seconds, 50 years old is 30 minutes and 45 seconds, 65 years old is 34 minutes and 38 seconds, 70 years old is 38 minutes and 2 seconds, 90 years old is 1 hour and 2 minutes and 19 seconds, female, under 30 years old is 29 minutes and 15 seconds, compared with the world records more than 60 years ago, these world records have only improved by an average of 3 or 4 seconds. When the people in the training area were shocked, Ji Xinghe did not stop. He was still running because he found that 10 kilometers was not enough for him to run, so he wanted to run a marathon. Jackson was itching to see it. Although Ji Xinghe had not finished running, he felt that Ji Xinghe would definitely be fine. Nuwa, what is the world record for the marathon? Different ages. Chapter 193. Yes, I will betray the Federation. Ji Xinghe, wearing a weight-bearing suit, had the same physical test results on the alien planet as he did on the Azure planet. So people were amazed. They witnessed the birth of a world record, and it was much better than the previous world record. What was Lao Ji's physical test result for the 10-kilometer run when he joined the army? What do you mean he joined the army last year? It's been less than a year now, more than 34 minutes. How old is Lao Ji this year? 66 years old. He was 65 last year, then his result last year was also at the level of a world record, but the gap between this world record and this world record is too big. Amid the discussion among people, Jackson saw the information related to the world record of the marathon. Marathon, men, 30 to 34 years old, world record 2 hours 1 minute 39 seconds, the time is 2018, 40 to 44 years old, world record 2 hours 8 minutes 38 seconds, the time is 2016, 55 to 59 years old, world record 2 hours 19 minutes 29 seconds, the time is 1986, 60 to 64 years old, the world record is 2 hours 30 minutes 2 seconds, the time is 2020, above 65 years old, the world record is 2 hours 41 minutes 57 seconds, the time is 1992, marathon men's world record, 1 hour 59 minutes 12 seconds, the time is 2069, Jackson was speechless. Before today, he didn't know that someone over the age of 65 could still run a full marathon in less than 3 hours. The distance of 42.195 kilometers is an impossible distance for many young people. Of course, everyone on the alien planet can run a full marathon, but the time will be different. Time passed by little. Ji Xinghe, who kept running on the treadmill, began to sweat. The heavy weight-bearing suit itself was not suitable for running. From this point of view, if Ji Xinghe was tested on the Azure Star, his results might be better. Time, 2 hours, 8 minutes and 52 seconds. When Ji Xinghe finally began to walk slowly, the electronic voice reported his results. Not to mention his age, even athletes around 30 years old would find it difficult to match his results. Because Ji Xinghe was not preparing to run a full marathon at the beginning, he just wanted to run 10 kilometers, so the physical energy in the first 10 kilometers was not reasonably distributed. If it was reasonably distributed. Old Ji, how are you? I'm fine. Ji Xinghe, who walked slowly for a distance, stopped and began to replenish water. It is worth mentioning that he did not replenish water once during the full marathon this time. It has something to do with his training of Gangjin and the special environment of the alien star. The weight-bearing suit is difficult to act on the internal organs, while the gravity environment of the Azure Star can affect the whole body inside and outside. Do you still want to do the following projects? Yes, Ji Xinghe did not rest for too long, and began to conduct a comprehensive physical fitness test according to the relevant procedures. Except for not being able to swim, he completed many sports in the specified time, similar to the triathlon on the Blue Planet. Soon, Nuwa gave a score that was not related to age 93. The full score is 100. Jackson, who had been tested before, had a physical fitness score of 95. The physical fitness scores of the Federal Mecha Warriors are almost between 85 and 90 points. Considering the age issue, Ji Xinghe's results once again amazed many people. Because his recovery ability is not as good as that of young people, if he wants to achieve such results, he has to pay more bursts, which means that his explosive power exceeds many young people. I'm going back to rest. Yeah, after Ji Xinghe left, the other people in the training area did not leave. All of them were inspired by Ji Xinghe's results to win or lose. Many people, including Jackson, underwent standard physical fitness tests like Ji Xinghe. As a result, only 2 Mecha Warriors and 6 Special Forces soldiers surpassed Ji Xinghe in this test. Among them, Jackson's score improved a little from before, from 95 to 96, which made him more determined to learn Kung Fu, because he knew very well that if he hadn't learned from Ji Xinghe, he wouldn't have had this 1-point improvement close to the human limit. Nuwa, yes, what is Han Li's latest test score? When was the test? 97 points, tested 2 months ago? Jackson was stunned. 2 months ago, did Han Li reach the realm of controlling his body? Thinking of Han Li's much thinner body compared to his own, thinking of Ji Xinghe's aging body, Jackson really couldn't understand why he couldn't win even though he was so strong. It's all because of Kung Fu. I must learn Kung Fu. Ji Xinghe didn't rest, but went to the machine repair area. The improvement in physical fitness is not an illusion. He is very tired now, but repairing some simple mecha parts can also be described as rest for him. During the repair and rest process, a message prompt came from the bracelet that the commander of base number 6 was looking for him. Ji Xinghe, who already had an idea in his mind, soon came to the commander's office, and was not surprised that Tang Qiao was also here. "Old Ji, how do you feel?" "Very good," Ji Xinghe said directly. "Sir, just say it if you have something to say." Time is precious. After hesitating for a while, the commander told him part of the content of the meeting he had just received. He gave Ji Xinghe some time to digest it, and then said, "You don't have to make a decision now, because if this backup negotiation plan is to start, the time must be when base number 3 is destroyed by the Empire, and we use base number 3 as bait to destroy more Imperial military forces." Ji Xinghe asked calmly, "Peace talks?" "It's not peace talks, it's negotiations. There is an essential difference between the two, but from a certain perspective, there is indeed such a possibility," the commander explained. "You have to know that this kind of thing will not be transferred by our will, nor will it be controlled by the will of the Empire. It is very complicated. I can't explain it clearly, and I can't figure it out." Ji Xinghe was silent. Tang Qiao coughed dryly and said, "Captain Ji Xinghe, I know you have a lot of opinions about me, but as you Long Zhao say, you should do your job and I have my responsibilities." Ji Xinghe looked at Tang Qiao. "Just tell me, I want to know one thing." Tang Qiao looked at Ji Xinghe without blinking. "If you hadn't practiced Qi, would you find a way to take the Marcus gorilla away from the base? Please tell the truth, and don't worry about taking responsibility for what you say, because these are things that haven't happened yet, and we can understand your feelings." Ji Xinghe answered without any hesitation, "Not for the time being." "So?" Tang Qiao stared at Ji Xinghe's eyes. "If Ji Rongzhenai has a problem with her body and our medical methods can't cure it, will you choose to take the Marcus gorilla away?" Bang! The metal tabletop was slapped, and the commander stood up and glared at Tang Qiao. "Lieutenant Colonel Tang Qiao, I need to remind you that I can expel you from my base at any time. If you can't speak, let the person behind you change to someone who can speak." Tang Qiao continued to stare at Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe took a deep breath, ignored the commander's eyes and kept his tone calm. "Yes, I will find a way to take it away." When Tang Qiao was satisfied, Ji Xinghe continued, "I can also tell you responsibly that if the situation you said occurs, and you are unwilling to let me take the Marcus gorilla away, I will go directly to the Imperial barracks. I will surrender. I will betray the Federation. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Tang Qiao's expression did not look satisfied at all, only shocked. The commander was also shocked. After recovering from his shock, he hurriedly said, "Lao Ji, are you tired and confused after the physical test? You went to rest after the physical test. Why did you go to the repair area to repair a mecha? Well, you go back first." No, I'm sober now." Ji Xinghe rejected the commander's kindness, and continued to look at Tang Qiao and said, "In fact, I can understand you and the significance of your existence. You need to balance the power between the continents and keep the Federation stable. You need to prevent possible betrayals and advance so that the Federation will not be too passive in this war. You will also do whatever it takes to make the Federation gain more advantages in this war. There are many more, but have you ever thought that it's not good for you to do this?" Ji Xinghe didn't say a question. He took a step forward, causing Tang Qiao to take 3 steps back. "Don't be afraid, I won't hit you, because if I hit you, you can arrest me. But you can't stop me from saying anything. As you said just now, none of this happened, and what I said is hard to be used as evidence in court." Ji Xinghe pointed to the badge on his chest. "Special, Captain, 54 gold stars. If I want, I can get 100 gold stars. I am Ji Xinghe. Many people know my name, many people know my story. I used to think that I was just a speck of dust, and I didn't want to use my power to rise to the sky, but the facts have proved that I am no longer a speck of dust. If you arrest me and restrict my freedom because of what I said, Jackson will beat you, Han Li will beat you, the Xinghe team will turn around and charge from the battlefield, and the machine repair area of base number 6 and base number 5 will be paralyzed. The entire Federation will be in chaos because of public opinion. Yes, I am threatening you, threatening you." Ji Xinghe's tone was still calm at this time, and his eyes were equally calm, but there was infinite pressure on Tang Qiao. Lieutenant Colonel Tang Qiao, I tell you responsibly that no matter what plans you have, if these plans affect my granddaughter, believe me, even if I die, you will definitely bear the consequences that you don't want to bear. The commander sighed, did not stop Ji Xinghe, but looked at Tang Qiao with angry eyes. Tang Qiao took a deep breath and explained, Captain Ji Xinghe, please don't misunderstand. I am just asking a routine question. This is not an interrogation. I promise that I will never do anything to Ji Rongzhen because of your choice. The commander then said, Old Ji, base number 5 is our Longzhou base. You may not trust the Federation, but you cannot not trust S Longzhou. Base number 6 also belongs to S Longzhou. Believe me, no one can do anything to you here. Ji Xinghe looked at the commander with a calm look. But it embarrassed the commander because before, Ji Xinghe was deprived of the right to repair mechas and drive mechas in battle at base number 6. The commander explained, that's for your safety, and you can still repair the mecha and drive it to fight. When you are sure to implement the negotiation plan, ask for my opinion. Now, please don't disturb me, because what I am doing is very important to me and to you. Ji Xinghe finished speaking and asked, Sir, is there anything else? No, go back and rest first. The commander emphasized, Old Ji, don't think too much, believe us, we are not that shameless. Well, thank you. Ji Xinghe turned and left without even looking at Tang Qiao. Doing this and what he just said were not rational enough, but sometimes being too rational is not good. After Ji Xinghe left, the commander looked at the silent Tang Qiao and said, I will report the content of today's conversation truthfully, including the fact that you mentioned Ji Rongzhen first. Lieutenant Colonel Tang Qiao, we have a saying in Longzhou that a gentleman can be deceived by a square. I need to remind you that Ji Xinghe does not have to be a gentleman. Chapter 194. Are you satisfied? Ji Xinghe came to the cell as usual, but Jackson, who should have been with him, didn't come. Where's Lieutenant Colonel Jackson? He was put in solitary confinement. Huh? He went and beat up Lieutenant Colonel Tang Qiao when Lieutenant Colonel Tang Qiao was leaving the base on a single soldier starship. What about Tang Qiao? He left. He was supposed to go to the medical area for treatment before leaving, but he insisted on leaving. Well, Lieutenant Colonel Jackson said that he would beat Lieutenant Colonel Tang Qiao again when he came out. By the way, the single soldier starship pilot who came to pick up Lieutenant Colonel Tang Qiao seemed to know you. After he heard that Lieutenant Colonel Jackson beat Lieutenant Colonel Tang Qiao because of you, he was unwilling to take Lieutenant Colonel Tang Qiao away and was almost put in solitary confinement. Wang Shizhen, it seems his last name is Wang. Ji Xinghe felt that Tang Qiao's journey from base number 6 to space might be very interesting. His threat yesterday was only because Tang Qiao's words represented a possibility, and that possibility made him even crazier. Among those threats, he actually had no confidence whether Jackson would help him, but now it seems that he was not wrong about Jackson. And Wang Shizhen, this is a person he never thought would help him. In his opinion, there are not many people who are really willing to help him, such as Han Li, Shen Mu, Su Li, Master Liu, the blind man, the lame man and other people from the Galaxy team. The power of these people is actually very small, but sometimes, a spark can start a prairie fire. Without thinking too much, after arriving at the cell this time, Ji Xinghe did not beat the Marcus ape like before to feel the changes in his body. He has felt what he should feel, and what he didn't feel, he couldn't feel by beating. He came to chat today. Have you given up? The Marcus ape looked at Ji Xinghe, who was sitting cross-legged in front of it, and responded in the same cross-legged posture. No, Ji Xinghe went straight to the point. I want to know, are you willing to talk to us? The relevant personnel who had been staring at the cell became nervous instantly, and someone pressed the emergency call button to let the commander and other relevant personnel arrive immediately. Let's talk. A smile appeared on the face of the Marcus orangutan. Can't you hold on? Yes, we can't hold on. Ji Xinghe's words made the relevant personnel extremely nervous, but they couldn't stop Ji Xinghe from saying anything. Except for Ji Xinghe, the Marcus orangutan didn't say a word to anyone. What about you? Ji Xinghe asked after exposing his shortcomings. Can you still hold on? The answer of the Marcus orangutan did not surprise everyone. It said, there is no problem of whether we can hold on or not. I can tell you that in this war, we have only invested 1/20th of our military force from the beginning to now, intelligence +1. At this time, the relevant personnel didn't care whether what Ji Xinghe said was problematic or not. In their opinion, it was impossible to let this Marcus orangutan go. As for whether what the Marcus orangutan said was true or false, Write it down first. Is it because your emperor is afraid that his head will be chopped off by other gorillas or monkeys? Ji Xinghe said calmly. Don't say such meaningless words to me. I know very well, and you know very well too, that your national system requires you to use most of your military force to stabilize the situation in your country. Ha ha ha, you know nothing about power. The Marcus orangutan sneered and said, yes, we do need to use more military force at home. You should know that there have always been traitors in our empire. But you really know nothing about power. Your Majesty is invincible. What about nuclear weapons? Ji Xinghe interrogated like a bickering. If your emperor is really that strong, why is he afraid of nuclear weapons? Including long-range weapons such as missiles, your level is far inferior to ours. Isn't it because your emperor is very afraid of these powers, so he has always kept them in his hands and thus curbed their development? The Marcus orangutan looked at Ji Xinghe like an idiot. You are wantonly destroying the environment, and you don't know that life should live in harmony with nature. How can you understand the wisdom of your Majesty? Ji Xinghe was not interested in discussing environmental protection issues. He found a question that interested him. So, the secret of Qi is related to nature. The pupils of the Marcus orangutan instantly dilated and returned to normal, but this scene was clearly captured by Ji Xinghe. What have you tried? The Marcus orangutan wanted to take the initiative, so he took the initiative to ask, actually, you can talk to me. I said that you can't master the power of Qi without a gift, so I don't mind teaching you, and then making you desperate, and finally come to beg me. Ji Xinghe pondered for a while and stretched out his right hand. He sat cross-legged on the ground and waved his hand lightly, as if hitting a mosquito, but there were no mosquitoes on the alien planet, and when Ji Xinghe, who didn't hit anything, stopped moving, there was suddenly a crisp sound. Snap. Ji Xinghe looked at the Marcus orangutan. Mingjin. This word was a bit difficult for the translator. While trying to translate it, the Marcus orangutan, who was sitting cross-legged, had already made the same movements as Ji Xinghe. There was a crisp sound, which was louder and crisper than before. It was not because it was wearing shackles. The crisp sound was the sound of its palm hitting the air. It didn't even move its arms, but just exerted force with its palm. From this point of view, Ji Xinghe seemed to have lost. But Ji Xinghe didn't care about this at all. He stretched out his hand and slowly pressed it on the metal ground in front of him. There was no movement of exerting force at all, but when he raised his hand, a palm-shaped depression appeared on the originally flat ground. This scene stunned the translator who was concentrating next to him, as well as the 4 special forces who stretched their heads and wore individual exoskeleton armor. Is this something that human power can do? And Jin, when Ji Xinghe spoke, the translator had not yet come to his senses, but the Marcus orangutan had repeated the 2 words Ji Xinghe said. Dark, strong, at least from the pronunciation, these 2 words are indeed being said. When the voice fell, the Marcus gorilla also stretched out his hand and pressed it on the metal floor. When it raised its palm, a more obvious palm print appeared in everyone's sight. Compared with the palm print made by Ji Xinghe, this palm print can even see some texture. Although the depth is less than 1 centimeter, the special forces outside the cage are ready to rush in. They are afraid that the Marcus gorilla will break free from the shackles. But Ji Xinghe did not call them. Thinking of the same inhuman behavior done by Ji Xinghe, they breathed a sigh of relief again. But not long after this breath of relief, they held their breath and widened their eyes again. Ji Xinghe in the cage suddenly stood up, and where he sat, 2 dents appeared on the originally flat metal floor. Is this hit with the butt? Everyone in the cell looked at Ji Xinghe in shock, and the technicians in the monitoring room hurriedly adjusted the camera and focused on the metal floor. There was another camera angle, focused on Ji Xinghe's buttocks, as if trying to find some weapon from it. Hu Jin. Ji Xinghe looked at the Marcus orangutan and said, practicing the dark power to the whole body is Hu Jin. The Marcus orangutan stood up after Ji Xinghe, and 2 depressions appeared under its buttocks. Hu Jin. Ji Xinghe was very sure that there was no weapon hidden in the orangutan's buttocks, and he was also sure that the orangutan did not exert force just now, so it really knew Hu Jin. From the current point of view, there seems to be no difference between the kung fu of the Empire and the Federation Long Zhao. Is it because humans and orangutans are both primates, and their body structures are almost the same except for their feet? Then what? Ji Xinghe, who was standing there, asked. Then there is Qi. The Marcus orangutan stood there and looked down at Ji Xinghe, and said in a serious tone, with a gift of His Majesty, you can master the power of Qi, no Danjin? No Gangjin? Is it because it is not needed after having Qi, or because of the existence of Qi, it has changed its development direction? Or, is this orangutan lying? You said teach me. How do you teach me? Ji Xinghe continued to test. The Marcus orangutan pondered for a moment before speaking. What I want to teach you is what you have already mastered. But you have already mastered it, so I can tell you a few methods they have tried. Those whimsical orangutans and monkeys who have not received the gift but want to master the power of Ki. Ji Xinghe was sure that the Marcus orangutan only said the word orangutan, but the translator added monkey. In the process of talking with the Marcus orangutan, he learned some simple imperial words. He can't speak, but he can understand. Speak. The first is to practice in the water and use the pressure of the water to explore more of your body's potential. By the same token, you can go to a planet with higher gravity to practice. Your water resources may not be enough for you to practice, and you don't have a planet with higher gravity to go to, so I suggest that you drive a mecha and practice in a state of high overload. The second is to practice with electricity. You also have electricity. Your bodies all have bioelectricity, which is actually a kind of energy very similar to Ki. If you can achieve the vision of those gorillas, increase the level of bioelectricity in your body and control it, you will be equivalent to having the power of Ki. The third, the Marcus orangutan paused and pointed his finger at his waist. There is an organ here. There is a special substance in it that can make us burst out with extraordinary power. You should also have it. You can try to directly inject a similar substance to stimulate it. The translator added again, Captain Ji Xinghe. It may be talking about adrenaline. Ji Xinghe nodded, said nothing, and continued to look at the Marcus orangutan. The Marcus orangutan continued, the fourth method is radiation. Go to a place with nuclear radiation to practice. Those orangutans believe that your majesty's power comes from radiation and have tried it. Ji Xinghe frowned. That's all, but I can tell you for sure that none of these will work. The Marcus orangutan looked at Ji Xinghe and said with a smile, believe me, after you have tried these methods, you will come back to me. It didn't know that Ji Xinghe had actually tried two of them, and even if Ji Xinghe was willing to try the other two, the relevant personnel would not let him try them. The risk is too great. Okay, I'll try. Ji Xinghe looked at the Marcus orangutan and asked again, I want to know, are you willing to talk to us? This is not a question that Ji Xinghe wants to know, but many people want to know, and Ji Xinghe feels that he may need to know. The Marcus orangutan was silent, and it sat down again. Ji Xinghe waited quietly, and the commander of base number 6, who was already in place in the monitoring room, also waited quietly, and many people were waiting for the answer to this question. After a long while, the Marcus finally spoke. I don't want to talk to you, and your majesty doesn't want to talk to you, but if you want to talk, yes, we will talk to you. I don't want to talk to you either. Ji Xinghe stared into the eyes of the Marcus and said seriously, then turned his head to look at the surveillance camera next to him and asked softly, are you satisfied? Chapter 195 The True Beginning of a Legend. Jackson, who was only in solitary confinement for 1 day, came out. After Tang Qiao left base number 6, no one wanted to lock him up. He just couldn't figure out some things, so he stayed in the confinement room for a whole day. Where is Ji Xinghe? The person being questioned was a little surprised to be called by his name, but he still answered, in the training area. Thank you. Jackson ran to the training area without looking back, without even eating. Soon, he saw Ji Xinghe, who had made him beat up a lieutenant colonel staff officer and think about it for a day. But he didn't go up to talk directly, because there were some people standing in front of Ji Xinghe, disabled people with missing arms and legs. Judging from the badges on them, they were all soldiers who were incorporated into the disabled company. So, they were not disabled when they came to the alien planet, but became disabled because of this war. Jackson frowned when he saw this scene. Go back and think about it. Ji Xinghe had finished what he should say, and nodded to let these people who had different disabilities because of the war disperse. Ji Xinghe, come here, I have something to tell you. Jackson called him by his name again. Ji Xinghe frowned slightly, but still walked towards Jackson, and followed Jackson to an empty corner of the training area. Jackson turned and stared at Ji Xinghe. What do you want to do? Do what I should have done a long time ago? Do what they want me to do? Do something that can scare them? Why, you locked yourself up for a day, didn't you figure it out? Jackson was surprised by Ji Xinghe's words. After a long silence, he said, I can't figure it out, because I don't think they will really do something bad to Xingson just because they want you to go to the Empire. Then why did you beat Tang Qiao? He shouldn't talk about Xingson, but this matter is related to Xingson. Ji Xinghe looked straight into Jackson's eyes. Qi is very important for Xingxon's physical health. You have read those reports, so what? You would rather betray the Federation? Jackson's voice became louder, and anger was looming. Would you rather drive a mecha for those dog gorillas to fight me and Han Li? Ji Xinghe was silent. Speak. Jackson walked up to Ji Xinghe and shouted, answer me, am I going to betray the Federation, or are they going to betray me? When Ji Xinghe said this, his expression did not change at all, and his tone was still very calm, so calm that it made Jackson a little scared. Jackson, I'm not sure what you have been thinking about in the confinement room for a whole day, but I have a few questions I hope you can answer for me. The first question is, judging from the current situation, am I the most suitable person to go to the Empire? Jackson took 3 deep breaths in a row and said, yes, you have high kung fu skills, and you are one of the people most likely to practice ki. The Emperor of the Empire will not give you a gift, but you may learn it yourself. You are a top-class mecha warrior, but you are very old, and Neuralink technology may be used at any time, and your combat effectiveness is no longer important. You are a mechanic, you understand the Empire's mechas, and you can make many things by yourself, even make a mecha and a communication device. You are very smart, you make many correct decisions during the battle, and you can adapt to circumstances. Jackson gave many reasons. And he didn't need to tell Ji Xinghe these reasons, because Ji Xinghe knew these reasons better than anyone else, but he still said them, as if he was using these reasons to confirm his answer. Ji Xinghe did not comment, and continued to ask in a calm tone, the second question, if I don't want to go, but they need me to go, what will they do? They won't do anything to Xinghe, I firmly believe. Jackson took another deep breath and said seriously, the Federation can sacrifice many people for this war. They can sacrifice me, they can sacrifice you, but they will not sacrifice a child. I don't agree. Han Li disagrees, General Li will not agree, and many people will not agree. Have you heard my conversation with the Marcus gorilla yesterday? No, I asked it if they would be willing to talk to us if we want to talk. Ji Xinghe paused slightly. It said that it doesn't want to talk, its emperor doesn't want to talk, but if we want to talk, they will talk. Yes, they will talk to us. Jackson looked into Ji Xinghe's eyes and suddenly lowered his head. A feudal monarchy, a country where only the emperor has nuclear weapons, an emperor who is said to have the strongest individual force, an emperor to whom countless gorillas and monkeys swear allegiance. It doesn't want to talk, but it has to talk. So, what about the Federation? No matter what system a country has, individual will cannot fully represent the will of the country, because a country is not the country of one person, nor is it the country of one gorilla. Even if an individual has the power to destroy the country, it cannot do so. When only ashes are left, how can it be a country? The so-called rebirth from the ashes is nothing more than another cycle. If you want to be alone, why bother to support the country? Jackson, you are too naive. You are a qualified soldier and an excellent fighter, but you are not a politician or a capitalist. If you can communicate with your father, I believe we will have a different answer. Ji Xinghe's tone was a little harsh, and then he calmed down again. I believe you will help me, and I believe many people will help me. But I dare not gamble, because I can't afford to lose. Jackson, who no longer had the intention to question, suddenly collapsed his shoulders. So, if it is possible to negotiate, I will go, because I don't trust others, and because I can put forward conditions. Ji Xinghe asked, the third question, if we add one more condition to the negotiation, asking the Empire to send a gorilla who is proficient in ki to help Xinghe heal her body, without any gift, without looking for the secret of ki, just let them heal Xinghe's body, do you think they and them will agree? In terms of spoken language, there is no difference between them and them, but Jackson understood it. He nodded frantically, even though he didn't understand ki at all, and didn't know how ki healed the human body, but he believed that many people and many gorillas would agree. The Federation has no money to fight, and there are not so many lives to fill it. What about the Empire? The price paid to heal a child is a trivial matter for both sides in this war. If there is no fighting for a day, there will be many fewer sacrifices. They will agree, yes, that's it. Old G. Jackson changed his address again, and he became excited. Just add this condition, then everyone will be happy. You don't have to betray the Federation. Xinghe's body can be cured, whether the negotiation is successful or not. This can be done first. Master, you are still smart. If you said this earlier, wouldn't it be over? I worried for nothing. As he spoke, Jackson's shoulders stood up again, and he came back in a majestic posture. But when it comes to killing people and destroying their hearts, Who can compare to Ji Xinghe, who has realized this sort of cutting the heart? Ji Xinghe's face suddenly showed a very rare smile, but it scared Jackson as much as his calm tone. The fourth question: if we can negotiate, if this war doesn't have to be fought, whether it's temporarily or in the future, then my son, did he die in vain? He was laughing. He was asking if his son died in vain. He made Jackson subconsciously take a step back. His words made Jackson's shoulders collapse again. But his voice did not stop. Jackson, why don't you inherit the family business on the Blue Star, but come to this planet to fight for your life? How many comrades have you sacrificed? What have you sacrificed for this war? How many stories about sacrifice have you heard? You have seen Ji Xinghe. You know he sacrificed. You know why he sacrificed. If there is peace talk, will their sacrifices be meaningless? Do you think I am selfish now? Are you thinking that for my revenge, more people will not be able to live a normal life, and more people will be sacrificed? Are you trying to say that I have no vision? Okay, I'll talk to you about vision. Tell me, if there is no need to fight, will there be no more sacrifices? Can we humans and apes coexist in this universe? Will the Empire destroy their jump gates? Will it destroy their nuclear weapons? If the peace talks are successful and trade is opened, how much benefit will it bring and how many people will take risks? What business is your family in? Is it possible to trade with the Empire? With a sudden change in the law, is it possible for your family to make more money as a result? Do you agree to step on countless bones on alien planets and earn money with your hands stained with blood? You don't agree, but some people agree. Many people agree. They will even sell out the interests of the Federation in order to make more money, truly betraying the Federation and all of humanity. The current term of the federal president is about to end, and he wants to be re-elected. Those who want to run for the next federal president are in urgent need of political achievements and people's support. Many of them cannot become the next federal president, but they can accumulate political capital for them to become the next federal president. This war has been fought for more than 20 years, and anti-war sentiment within the Federation has continued to rise, and it has reached a critical point of erupting. So, either we win a big victory or we cease fire. Do you think we can win a big victory? Do you think, if there is a ceasefire, one term of the federal president will be enough? Are 2 terms of the federal president enough? They can ignore those who have already sacrificed for the sake of a ceasefire, giving everyone 2 legitimate excuses. They will tell the war faction that we have no money and can't afford to fight. Let's take a break, develop, and find a way to obtain the Empire's technology before fighting again. They will tell the peace faction that if the Blue Star can develop into a federal system, then the Empire can also be incorporated into the Federation, and humans and gorillas can coexist. It doesn't matter if the people don't believe it. They can find some scientists to stand up and shamelessly say that humans and gorillas have a common ancestor. They can even find some archaeologists to stand up and shamelessly say that spaceships of the ancient civilization of the Blue Star were found on the Empire Star, or traces of a natural wormhole between the Blue Star and the Empire Star. It's just telling a story. They can find some people who write online novels and make up a story that many people are willing to believe. Stories have always been like this. It doesn't matter whether they are reasonable or not, and it doesn't matter whether they are true or not. It only depends on whether you need a story and whether the story is attractive enough. After 2 terms as the federal president, there will still be people who want to become the new federal president. What kind of capital do they need to win the election? A ceasefire can make them president, and going to war can also make them president. They can sacrifice more people in order to start a war again, and tell everyone a reason why they have to go to war. For example, a federal civilian spacecraft crashed on the Empire Star, and an imperial nobleman died accidentally on the Blue Star. Their bottom line is lower than you think. These don't sound like they have anything to do with you or me, but please tell me, after 2 or even 3 terms as president, can you still fight? Please tell me, can the blind and the lame still fight? Can Han Li still fight? Can Li Yuanba still fight? Please tell me, can I still fight? Ji Xinghe finally paused, but it was only a few seconds before he continued again. Just because I can still fight at the age of 66 doesn't mean I can still fight at the age of 81, and it doesn't mean you can still fight at the age of 45. If it had been before when facing this kind of insult, Jackson would definitely have been unwilling to argue, but this time he was speechless. I'm not a politician, not a capitalist, and I'm not even a qualified soldier. Ji Xinghe's voice became more and more firm. He looked at Jackson and didn't dare to look him in the eye. I just want Xinghe to grow up healthy and happy. I just want to avenge my son. And I just want to see the fall of the empire before I die, but they don't care. For them, this war is just their political capital and the resources they control. There will be some people who want to keep the enemy for themselves. If the war starts again after it stops, and we can't fight anymore, who'll fight? Those children who are only in their teens or even a few years old now. It's Ji Xinghe, Margao, Lin Shu, the fat boy in Qin Tong's family, and your sister's child, Jackson. Tell me, do you want to watch them grow up and fight, or do you want to end this war that should be ended by us? Jackson lowered his head and didn't speak. Speak. Ji Xinghe took a step forward like Jackson just now, and asked close to Jackson, answer me. Jackson looked up and saw Ji Xinghe's eyes. It is as clear and calm as water, reflecting the stars in the sky. It looks gentle and not dazzling, but as long as you look up, you can see the bright stars in the night sky. Ji Xinghe asked again. Fight, Jackson replied. Fight. This is a federal captain's murderous coercion to federal lieutenant colonel. This is a 66-year-old man's sincere plea to a 27-year-old young man. This is a master's request to an apprentice to teach him everything he knows. This is a suggestion from the past to the present, about the future. This is the true beginning of a legend. P.S. The update is late today. It's really too difficult to write this chapter. I started writing it last night, and it's only more than 4,000 words so far. Today, I still need to update at least 6,000 words. It's really hard to keep updating more than 10,000 words a day and want to work hard to write better. Please subscribe, please vote for the monthly ticket, please recommend, and please support. Chapter 196 Even Heaven and Vidder. An encrypted recording message was sent from base number 6 to base number 5, and the recipient was Suhi. After listening to the recording alone, Suhi's eyes became hot. He asked himself softly. Fight, he answered with a firm tone after Jackson. Fight. Suhi was the first to find Shen Mu. The first cycle of the merit list of the mechanical repair area of base number 5 has ended. Shen Mu, who has occupied the top position for 99% of the time, became the second place when the statistical cycle is about to end. But he did not feel any dissatisfaction because the one who replaced his number 88 operation interval and became the first on the merit list was Ji Xinghe's number 66 operation interval. When a pot of delicious Crucian carp and tofu soup was brought to a table where only children were sitting by the chef in the cafeteria, everyone in the cafeteria was laughing happily, and they watched the children eat happily. Come here, I have something to tell you. What? Interview me, right? No thanks, I don't want to be in the spotlight this time. Shen Mu, who really liked being interviewed by Suhi, wanted to refuse this time because he felt sad when he laughed. The food that many people in the base had been tired of eating was the first time these children had eaten it in their lives. This was a cruel reality that most adults did not want to accept but had to accept. Other things are very important. Oh, Shen Mu followed Suhi out of the cafeteria obediently. They found a corner where no one was and no surveillance was available. Suhi said nothing. He just took out the headphones and put them in Shen Mu's ears, and then started playing the recording he had just heard. Shen Mu's expression changed from curiosity to solemnity, from shock to anger, and from fear to calmness. His eyes changed more complicatedly. His pupils kept shrinking, his breathing was heavy, and his body shook from time to time, as if he had a serious illness. But in the end, everything returned to calm, and Shen Mu fell silent and looked at Suhi. Suhi looked directly into Shen Mu's eyes. You have two choices now. First, report Captain Ji Xinghe. You may get a lot of credit for it. Second, bullshit, you want to get beaten, right? Shen Mu yelled. Suhi laughed happily after being yelled at. Want to fight? Fight. Shen Mu's answer was firm, but he was very dissatisfied after answering. You shouldn't ask me this question. Lao Ji should ask me in person. Why did he ask Jackson instead of me and let you come to ask me? I am the eldest senior brother. Lao Ji didn't ask me to ask you, Suhi explained seriously. He didn't ask me to ask anyone. He just sent this recording to me. He gave me a choice, and I chose to ask you first. Are you touched? What's the matter? Are you interested in me? Or, Shen Mu became serious after saying the joke. Comrade Suhi, do you want to be Lao Ji's political commissar? You are quite ambitious. If Lao Ji needs it, I will do my best. Suhi did not deny or refute. He continued to ask, Comrade Shen Mu, are you willing to be Lao Ji's mechanic? I am a mechanic. I will repair Lao Ji's mecha, even if Lao Ji does not need it, but I am not Lao Ji's mechanic. If you can be the political commissar, then I will be Lao Ji's chief technical advisor. No, this position doesn't sound as good as yours. Let me think about it, chief scientist? Scientific advisor? Or, don't think about it. The Federation does not have the position of political commissar, and we are not rebelling. Suhi looked in the direction of the cafeteria, and the scene of Ji Xinghe taking the children to drink Crucian carp soup emerged in his mind. He whispered, "We are just shouldering the responsibilities we should shoulder. We are just doing what we should do. We are just taking revenge. Some things always have to be done by someone. Suhi, you still say you don't want to be a political commissar." Shenmue was furious. Lao Ji said he couldn't feel bones, but he ended up touching the lame and the blind, and even Jackson but not me. You said you didn't want to be a political commissar, but you kept giving me chicken soup. Do I need you to give me chicken soup? Some words ended because of this. Shenmue asked about Suhi's future plans. Suhi spoke briefly and then reminded, "Just pretend you don't know about this matter, and don't be smart and ask other people. You can see through the structure of the mecha, but you can't understand people's hearts." Shenmue was not convinced. "Can you?" "Neither can I, but this is my battle, and I will do my best to do it," Suhi said. We don't have much time left, and Lao Ji was forced to choose a way of doing things that he dislikes the most, but precisely because of this, we should cherish the time we have, not waste it, and not get into trouble because of being too anxious. Okay, I know what I'm doing. I'm not a fool. I'm not saying, "How many points did you get in the college entrance examination?" Shenmue's ruthless ridicule left Suhi speechless. Shenmue, who had finally won back a city, felt a little better. He frowned and asked, "What's the matter with that lieutenant colonel named Tang Qiao? What did he say to make Jackson go and beat him up?" Suhi explained briefly. In addition to the recording of the conversation with Jackson, the message Ji Xinghe sent him also included some information that Ji Xinghe had, such as the content of the conversation with the commander of base number 6, Tang Qiao, and the information obtained from the interrogation of Marcus Orangutan, etc. Damn it, Shenmue cursed. I disliked him when we were at base number 6 before. Don't wait until I meet him. I will beat him up if I meet him. Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun is such a good person. If it weren't for him. By the way, do you want to contact Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun? Send him the recording and let him listen to it. I think with Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun's character, he will help us. He is very capable, more capable than the two of us combined. Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun is indeed very capable. I will contact him, but I will not send him the recording. In fact, I don't plan to let anyone else listen to this recording except you, Suhi explained. Lao Ji's words are actually problematic. It is appropriate to ask Lieutenant Colonel Jackson and you, the lieutenant, but not to ask anyone else. Okay, you make the decision yourself. I will repair my mecha and strive to be promoted to Lieutenant Colonel as soon as possible. Shenmue suddenly had unprecedented motivation. It was me who proposed the establishment of the Galaxy Squad. As a result, Lao Ji is now a captain, and I am still a lieutenant. Lieutenant Colonel Jackson has also joined, and there will be Lieutenant Colonel Chen Sun in the future. My rank is too low. Yes, the Xinghe team, Suhi emphasized. It's just the Xinghe team. Yes, it's just the Xinghe team, Shenmue agreed. After the conversation, Suhi began to get busy. Because Ji Xinghe was not at base number 5, and his work and life were very normal and regular when he was at base number 5, so his interview task was actually a bit slack during this period. But after receiving the recording, he began to interview those people he was familiar with one by one, each time individually. Except for a very few people, he interviewed most people more than once. Some people were silent when they were interviewed by Suhi for the second time, and some were silent when they were interviewed by Suhi for the third and fourth time. The reasons for their silence were different, but the same thing was that their silence was brewing a certain power. It was a power that would never perish, but would only erupt in silence. Shenmue entered a frantic working state again. The new round of merit list statistics cycle of the mechanical repair area of base number 5 began, and the number 88 operation area he led reached the top at a speed that was far ahead of others, leaving other operation areas far behind. So he became Captain Shenmue, with the same rank as Ji Xinghe. Shenmue and Suhi were both busy, so they naturally relaxed their supervision of Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe's sensible behavior and the safe environment inside the base made them relax their vigilance. So, for the second and third time, Ji Xinghe sneaked into the machine repair area in the middle of the night and drove Xinghe out of the base to the surface for training. It was not combat training. Because of the height, Ji Xinghe could not operate Xinghe, a mecha that was more than 4 meters high. To be more precise, it was just adaptive training, and she wanted to make herself more capable of bearing. Now Xinghe was doing some standard tactical maneuvers, and then Xinghe will do some non-standard tactical maneuvers. In the future, she hopes that Ji Xinghe will drive Xinghe to do some high-load maneuvers. She said that she wanted to fight side by side with Ji Xinghe. She is working hard for it. Qi sinks into Danshan. Where exactly is Danshan? Xinghe, do you know Danshan, my princess? From an anatomical point of view, there is no Danshan organ in the human body. And the air during breathing can only enter the lungs under normal circumstances. Please see, this is the state change of the body organs and muscles during human breathing. A simulated animation video appeared in Ji Xinghe's site. This was called up by Xinghe from the database of base number 5. Ji Xinghe had seen similar videos more than once, so she was not surprised by it. She had already gotten used to it. She did not feel anything unusual about Xinghe's increasingly special question and answer mechanism, response mechanism, etc., because she did not regard Xinghe as an auxiliary artificial intelligence program. She watched and denied. But Grandpa said that the Qi can sink into the Danshan. The Qi that sinks into the Danshan is not air, but spiritual will, the control of the body, the center of gravity, and strength. After mastering it, you can withstand higher overloads. The master said it can, then it must be possible. Yes, Grandpa said it can, then it must be possible. Ji Xinghe, who was in the cockpit of Xinghe, had a pale face and had not yet completely learned Ji Xinghe's kung fu, but she had learned a lot and was mastering it. Xinghe, I want to try to sink my Qi into the Danshan, monitor my physical condition and record it. Yes, Xinghe was built into Ji Xinghe with a physical condition monitoring system that is more comprehensive than any other mecha. The significance of this system is not to help Ji Xinghe practice, but to help Ji Xinghe practice, to protect Ji Xinghe. And now, Ji Xinghe is practicing with this system. In theory, the artificial intelligence early warning system of base number 5 will be able to detect and alert relevant personnel when Ji Xinghe drives Xinghe away from the base many times. It can see the surveillance video of the machine repair area, can see all the records of entering and leaving the base, and can see and analyze that Ji Xinghe drove Xinghe away from the base. But it did not give any prompts, as if it did not know, and as if someone did not let it prompt the relevant personnel. This made Ji Xinghe bolder. During the day, she would go to the machine repair area to drive Xinghe to the training area, do some simple maneuvers, and try to sink the Qi into the Danshan, waist and horse unity and other kung fu concepts. Because the movements were too simple, because Ji Xinghe had taken her to drive Xinghe many times before, and because everyone knew that Xinghe was hers, everyone who saw it thought she was playing and thinking about Ji Xinghe, so they did not think much about it or stop it. Shen Mu, who knew about this, hurriedly added a safety threshold to Xinghe, prohibiting Xinghe from making some dangerous maneuvers when being driven by Ji Xinghe. But he did not know that Xinghe no longer listened to him, and the safety threshold he set was meaningless, just like he could not see the record of Ji Xinghe driving Xinghe away from the base. Xinghe has its own safety threshold. It knows Ji Xinghe's physical condition better than anyone else in the world, including Ji Xinghe and doctors. Ji Xinghe is getting stronger. The process is dangerous, like walking on a tightrope between cliffs, but she moves forward steadily. If Ji Xinghe is a genius who once didn't know it, and Ji Xinghe is a genius like a meteor, then what kind of genius is Ji Xinghe, who has their bloodline inheritance? Perhaps, the ill-fated fate is just because God is jealous of her talent. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 The Power You Must Have. 10 more, 10 more, 10 more. Ji Xinghe's unchanging voice kept ringing in the training area of base number 6, with no change in tone or content. The difference lies in the soldiers who fell on the training ground after each voice. 10 more. Ji Xinghe stood in place, not looking at the 10 soldiers who were getting up from the ground, nor at the other people who were gathered on the sidelines. After speaking calmly, 10 people who were called by other instructors stood up. Among them were mecha warriors, elite veterans, and recruits who thought they were good at fighting. But just like every time before, when these 10 people rushed towards Ji Xinghe at the same time, the end waiting for them was to be knocked to the ground by Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe, who stood in place and was submerged by the figures of 10 people, moved like a rabbit, and the whole person seemed to have turned into mecha. No matter what kind of fighting method the people besieging him wanted to use, they would fly away and fall down when they touched. If almost everyone had not been knocked down by Ji Xinghe in this way, some people would definitely suspect that Ji Xinghe was not a captain, but a 5-star general of the Federation, and that all the soldiers who were training with him in combat were acting. Because no one was really injured, they could recover quickly after the pain. The low-gravity environment of the alien planet made it easy for them to be thrown away, but it would not hurt when they fell, and they would not be easily injured. Although I have said it many times, I still have to say it, an instructor said angrily. If Instructor Ji Xinghe wanted to kill you, you would all be dead. Everyone, one by one, has been beaten to death by him. Everyone, you have to practice more today, do you hear me? Yes, yes, dot. In unison, no one raised a different opinion. They could actually say that Ji Xinghe was a special mecha warrior and a combat instructor, and it was normal that they could not beat him. But none of them could say it, because Ji Xinghe was already 66 years old, and because they were 10 against 1. After the daily actual combat exercise, Ji Xinghe, who had beaten 100, began to give instructions for the battle just now. On the huge holographic projection screen, the video of the 10 battles that Ji Xinghe had experienced today was played, with many angles. Everyone was watching and listening. Ji Xinghe, holding the telescopic pointer in his left hand and the remote control in his right hand, pointed at the screen and pointed at the soldiers. His voice was calm and indifferent, but as he called out one name after another, everyone knew that he was not indifferent at all. Songboyan, your idea is fine, but you also have to pay attention to the thoughts and actions of your teammates. Fighting is not just your business, your strength is limited, and you must trust your teammates on the battlefield. Kinzuhu, I told you before that you have to keep 3/10 of your strength when punching, because I won't stand there and let you hit me. You need to change your moves based on my reaction. Zhou, you are practicing Tuangbaquan, which I happen to know a little about. You have practiced well, but you only have routines, and you don't have the ability to use them in actual combat, so don't use boxing routines to fight in the future, just use the fighting skills you learned in the army. And only after you have enough combat experience, you can use Tuangbaquan in actual combat. Zhao Zizhang, your lower body must be stable, you have caught me, and you are strong. But your lower body is unstable, so I threw you away. Look here. Wu Hongqiao, you closed your eyes again. Yes, people will unconsciously feel fear when facing the unknown. You want to come over and hug me, restrict my movements to give your teammates a chance. This is a good idea. But you are afraid. You are afraid that I will hurt your eyes, so you closed your eyes. You must remember that you are a soldier and a warrior. You can't let the emotion of fear affect you. Feng Kaiazi, Chen Yinghao, Chu Saik, Wei Jianhu. Ji Xinghe talked for more than an hour and called 100 names, none of which were wrong. This scene did not happen on the first day. After Jackson came out of the confinement room a few days ago, Ji Xinghe started such actual combat training. He had to fight 100 every day and called 100 names every day. Almost everyone thought that it was just because Ji Xinghe had an amazing memory. But Jackson and Instructor Wang, who were in the training area at this time, knew very well that Ji Xinghe's memory was indeed good, but definitely not as good as he showed. Every night, Ji Xinghe would confirm his opponent for the next day with Instructor Wang, and then force himself to remember the names of these people by looking at the information displayed on the screen of the bracelet. It was just like reciting a text in school. In fact, it was difficult, especially for Ji Xinghe's age, but he did it. Jackson had asked Ji Xinghe what the meaning of doing this was before, and Ji Xinghe did not answer. But these days, Jackson looked at those who were called by the right name, with excited eyes, recognized eyes, and eyes that expected to be satisfied, looking at Ji Xinghe. He understood the meaning of Ji Xinghe's doing this. My master is a little scary. After the teaching time was over, Ji Xinghe sat in a corner of the training area to rest, watching the young people doing various trainings. Jackson came over. Master, he said hesitantly, I always feel that it's not appropriate for you to do this. Ji Xinghe looked at him. What's inappropriate? It's just, I can't really explain it. Master, you should understand. Are you trying to say that I use this method to make them worship me, make them feel the grace of being recognized, make them feel valued by me, and so on, and then let them die one day? Is it inappropriate? Well, that's probably what you mean. Have you forgotten that I'm just a mecha warrior with the rank of captain, and I don't have command authority? But you will have it in the future. I won't have it in the future, Ji Xinghe said firmly. Professional matters should be left to professionals. I can repair mechas, I can fight, but I can't command wars. You can do it. Your previous command was very good, such as the time when we chased the Earl's mecha. That was a battle, not a war. Okay, I probably understand. Then what's the point of doing this? Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment and asked, the commander should have told you about my threat to Tang Qiao in his office, right? He said that he asked me to keep an eye on you, but don't get me wrong, he's just afraid that you'll do something stupid. I said, if something happens to me, you won't agree, Han Li won't agree, and many people won't agree. Well, the commander told me, you're right, I definitely can't agree. I will definitely get to the bottom of it. No matter who it is, you will get to the bottom of it. Han Li will, Su He will, Shen Yu will, but will there really be many people like you? Jackson didn't answer, just shook his head slightly. Yes, in fact, not many people will stand up for me. But I still have to say that before they investigate, they will definitely think that many people are willing to stand up for me, so they will be afraid. Ji Xinghe looked at Jackson and said, the truth is actually very simple. If they think I have this power, then I'd better really have this power. Jackson seemed to understand. So, you just want to let them know that you have this power, and you don't really want to use this method to use this power. Yes, I can do whatever it takes, but I can't have no bottom line. Jackson breathed a sigh of relief and his thoughts were clear. Then he asked curiously, who will be in charge of commanding the war in the future? I don't know. Ji Xinghe thought of Chen Sun and Tu Yuan when he answered, but he was not sure what these two people thought. In terms of military rank, one of these two people was a lieutenant colonel and the other was a major general. He, a captain, could not even be on equal footing with him. As for the fact that Jackson is also a lieutenant colonel, Jackson began to recommend himself. Master, actually, I have a certain talent in this area. I don't want to be a general's mecha warrior, and I'm not a qualified mecha warrior. I think I can be a general. Then go ahead and be it. Why are you telling me? Because I'm yours, Ji Xinghe said seriously. You are not mine. We just have common ideas and goals. If one day your ideas are inconsistent with mine, and you have other goals, I can't say you are wrong, and you don't have to stick to your current ideas and goals for me. Jackson was a little disappointed. This is not what I thought. Your ideas are very dangerous. Same here. Jackson laughed, and then said, Master, I don't think you actually need to remember everyone's names. This is really tiring. You have spent much less time repairing mechas recently than before. Ji Xinghe was silent for a while before saying, from that day on, I felt that repairing mechas was not a very important thing. If war becomes a kind of ignorant capital, no matter how superior the performance of mechas is and how powerful we are, we can only be meaningless exhibits and spectators. Jackson listened thoughtfully. Ji Xinghe continued, moreover, remembering their names is meaningful in itself. Well, when I remember their names, I tell myself that I am memorizing historical knowledge and remembering the names of historical figures. Because for future generations, they and we are all history. History may remember our names, but it will never remember their names. I think their names should be remembered. Since history is unwilling to record them, let me, history, remember them, so I remember them. Jackson was silent. Master, your words are a bit convoluted. I don't quite understand. History? Otherwise, can you say it again in eagle language? Ji Xinghe was ready to speak, but he didn't have time to speak. The alarm suddenly rang in the training area of base number 6, harsh, cold, and ruthless. After paying the price of more than 1,200 mechas, an imperial mecha formation broke into the hangar of base number 3 in the dust storm. Although it was eventually annihilated, the precise location of base number 3 was exposed. The signal shielding device had been activated, but they had prepared a special flare and released it at the entrance of the hangar. The dust storm failed to stop the flare from exposing the precise location of base number 3. Large-scale firepower coverage soon arrived, and the air defense force of base number 3 could not stop it all. There was also a large-scale imperial ground force, advancing towards base number 3 at all costs. Base number 3 was about to be destroyed, and the Imperial military force once again appeared outside base number 6. They were coming. Chapter 198 Duke level? Kill him. In the conference room of base number 6, Ji Xinghe sat in an inconspicuous position, but he was the most conspicuous person in the conference room. The screen was playing relevant videos from base number 3, one after another, shocking. The missiles passing through the dust storm could not be seen at all, only the sudden explosion, because the visibility in the dust storm was only about 100 meters, and this distance was too short for the speed of the missile. The mechanism of the anti-missile system has never relied on sight. When early warning radars, early warning satellites and other monitoring devices are difficult to play a role due to the influence of dust storms, the anti-missile system has almost become a decoration. While playing the video, Instructor Wang beside Ji Xinghe whispered to him about some relevant information. Instructor Wang was an old acquaintance of his. He was a veteran of the same period as Instructor Li. He was an instructor in the training area of base number 6 at the same time. His knowledge reserves in these areas far exceeded that of him, who was a latecomer. The Federation's missile defense system mainly relies on the space-based laser system. The most important part of this system is the space-based laser satellite in the alien planet's synchronous orbit, which can provide us with strategic and tactical ballistic missile early warnings throughout the alien planet, and reliably and stably track ballistic missiles from the boost phase. In simple terms, it is to intercept missiles launched by the Empire while they are still in the ascending period, or when they climb to a certain height and begin to fly towards the surface. This is the most effective and most appropriate interception phase. The space-based laser satellite is equipped with two types of laser detection systems, the staring type and the scanning type. However, due to the dust storm, it is difficult for the scanning type detector to perform rapid regional scanning. Its working principle is to detect a bright tail flame of the missile booster engine against the background of the alien planet. When the scanning type detector is unable to function, the staring type detector cannot observe a specific area, nor can it accurately track the target. We have no way of knowing the direction of the trajectory, the flight speed, and the flight altitude, so we can't intercept effectively. Similarly, the surface early warning radar and X-band ground-based radar in the missile defense system are no longer effective because of the dust storm. Our combat management, command, and control systems for missile defense have almost become decorations. Alice, the system built with more than 600 billion yuan, and the annual maintenance cost is tens of billions of yuan. It's useless. Those Eagle Continent guys, cough, it's still the dust storm that should be blamed. According to the relevant information Ji Xinghe knows, the Federation's technical level in missiles is ahead of the Empire, but this does not mean that the Empire is completely backward. How can the Empire, which can develop rockets, satellites, spacecraft, and warships, really be incompetent in this regard? The essence of a missile is actually a rocket equipped with different types of bombs. It's just because the Emperor of the Empire is afraid of gorillas and monkeys, using missiles to bombard its palace, just like being afraid of nuclear weapons. These strategic resources are only in the hands of the Emperor of the Empire, so the overall development does not seem to be as good as the Federation. All states in the Federation have a historical background for studying such weapons, as well as existing power. This has happened before. Our response strategy is to send out individual starships to track the flight trajectory of the Imperial missiles that have been analyzed and determined, to find the precise launch location of the Empire, and then accurately strike it from space or on the surface. Instructor Wen continued to introduce in a low voice. The location of these Mecha warrior representatives was very remote and would not affect others. The other Mecha warrior representatives beside them were also listening attentively. But individual starships are not fighters. The flight mode and the atmosphere of alien planets mean that it is very difficult to operate. There is also the influence of dust storms. They all risk their lives to find the location and then send the coordinates back, but sometimes it is too late. If they find that the Imperial missiles are being launched and the ammunition on their individual starships has been exhausted, many people will choose to drive the individual starships directly to hit the Imperial artillery positions according to the situation. Hearing this, Ji Xinghe thought of the first time he met Tu Yuan. He said at the time that if he gave him a single soldier starship, he could hit any position according to orders, as long as there were Imperial guerrillas there. He failed to drive the individual starship, but someone was driving it, and many people were launching suicide attacks. No, this is not an attack, this is protection. Wang Shizhen, Will you join this combat mission? This is actually very stupid. Missiles can't hit the target every time. The Empire has no satellites on the alien planet, and it can't accurately guide them. It can only set the coordinates and let the missiles fly over by themselves. It is normal for the error to exceed 1 kilometer in the dust storm. Moreover, individual starships are really expensive, and their lives are even more expensive. Instructor Wang suddenly fell silent, and he didn't want to continue to popularize science to Ji Xinghe. He is an instructor in the training area of the living base. He trains not only mecha warriors, but all recruits who come to the alien planet generally have to undergo adaptive training in the living base to get used to the environment of the alien planet. Only a very small number of recruits with extraordinary talents can go directly to the barracks. Therefore, many of the individual starship pilots who are using their lives to protect the Federation and humans are his soldiers. The relevant video on the screen has been played. The communication between Base Number 6 and Nanxianmen Space Station is now interrupted. When the previous communication was restored, relevant intelligence information, instructions, combat plans, etc. were received. So now it is an internal meeting of Base Number 6. The content of the meeting will be reported to Nanxianmen Space Station after the communication is completed, and adjustments will be made according to relevant instructions. The commander of Base Number 6 signaled relevant personnel to report more specific information about a battle situation. The dust storm will continue for about half a month. Previously, we expected that the Empire might launch an attack at the end of the dust storm, but the scale of their attack exceeded our expectations. At this stage, we have determined that the Empire's goal is to completely destroy our Base Number 3 before the dust storm ends, and to accurately locate our Base Number 6 in the dust storm, preparing for a large-scale attack after the dust storm ends. Their combat goal is to destroy our 2 living bases. The seriousness of losing 2 of the 6 living bases does not need to be explained, and everyone present understands it. The key point of the problem is not here, and it will not be discussed by those present at this time. In this all-out attack launched by the Empire, we used Base Number 3 as bait and caused more than 3.06 million casualties to the Empire, of which the percentage of injured was about 0.7%. In a war on an alien planet, it is rare to be injured but not dead. Once the protective clothing is damaged, even if the body has not been substantially injured for the time being, it will die due to the special environment of the alien planet. This is the same for both the Federation and the Empire. Although the physical fitness of the imperial gorillas is stronger than that of humans, their protective clothing is more rudimentary, and the Empire pays relatively less attention to the wounded. It should be noted that this is good news, but it is not that good, because the form of warfare on the alien planet is completely different from those in the history of the Azure planet. The Empire has the technology of the jump gate, which allows them to have the ability to replenish troops at any time. From a logistical point of view, this form of war with rapid increase in troops and rapid consumption can reduce the consumption of a large number of resources and transportation resources for the Empire. They keep the guerrillas on the Empire planet, and when they need to fight, they let them wear protective clothing, carry weapons, pass through the jump gate to the alien planet, charge, and then die. And our troops' replenishment, the fastest time is about 3 months, and the current voyage from the Azure planet to the alien planet takes 2039 hours. It takes more resources to maintain troops in space for 3 months than it does to maintain troops on the Azure planet for 3 years. And it is not just the 3 months of the voyage that requires the maintenance of troops. The resources invested in the training and equipment of new recruits are also much higher in the Federation than in the Empire. The Empire has slaves, civilians, and nobles. In the Federation, at least in name, everyone is equal. In this all-out attack by the Empire, our casualties were 56,397, if there hadn't been the need to be reminded just now. Compared to the Empire's casualties of more than 3 million, the casualties of more than 50,000 people could be said to be an incredible victory. The Empire's guerrillas are not on the era of slash and burn farming. They have guns, tanks, mechas, and missiles. But now it seems that this may not be a victory worth being proud of. We destroyed 22,637 Empire mechas, and we damaged 19,765 mechas, of which 1,598 were irreparable. We destroyed Empire tanks. The relevant data was still being reported, and Ji Xinghe listened carefully, but was a little distracted. Judging from the number of mechas damaged, the Federation has gained an advantage in this war. Because after the Empire's mechas were destroyed, there was basically no possibility of transporting them back for repair. So the Federation's mechas were damaged per unit, while the Empire destroyed units. But the Empire has too many guerrillas who can drive mechas, while the Federation has only 300,000 active mecha warriors, a number that was officially announced by the Federation at the beginning of last year. In the battles of the last 2 months alone, they were defeated nearly 20,000 times, which means that nearly 20,000 mecha warriors died. How many of the injured mecha warriors can pass the exam again and get back their qualifications to drive mechas like the Blind and the Lime? The 300,000 active mecha warriors are selected from a generation. If they are killed, they will be gone for a long time and have to wait for the next generation to grow up. And now, how many are left? The battle information report was over, and there was no answer that Ji Xinghe wanted to know. The relevant instructions were issued separately, and the relevant opinions and needs were summarized. The meeting ended and started again. Instructor Wang and others all left a meeting room. Only the commander, Jackson, and a dozen others were left. The lowest rank was Lieutenant Colonel. Ji Xinghe, a captain mecha warrior, originally had no authority to stay, but the commander let him stay. To make a long story short, the above means that we should use base 6 as bait and continue to implement the previous battle strategy. We must take advantage of the Empire's all-out offensive at all costs to reduce the Empire's military power as much as possible, the commander said. This means that the center of the battle is our base 6, just like base 3 before. All the support, their combat goal is not to protect our base 6, but to annihilate the Imperial military forces attacking our base 6 as much as possible. If necessary, we will expose our more precise position to induce the Imperial military forces to make corresponding adjustments, so as to achieve a more efficient annihilation effect. The commander hesitated for a moment, and continued in the silence of everyone. Regarding negotiations, judging from the current momentum of the Empire's offensive, they have not been hurt by us, so now is not the best time to negotiate. What really cannot be said to more people is the commander's words, and regarding this kind of decision, no one present has the authority to really participate in the formulation, or even the authority to make suggestions. So this is a notice. We will be destroyed like base number 3, but it is worth it, as it will allow us to gain an advantage in the subsequent war. If there is a negotiation, the initiative will be in our hands because of our sacrifice. The commander said the words "us" and "sacrifice" in a calm tone, and the others were not surprised. Even if they knew that the ending was destruction, someone had to hold on until the last moment. The various weapons in the living base will give the Empire the most painful blow at the last moment, and this blow must be completed by many people, and artificial intelligence systems and remote control operations are not enough. Old Ji, the commander, looked at Ji Xinghe and said softly, "Pack up, your transfer order is to go to base number 5, are you leaving again?" This is the second time that Ji Xinghe received a transfer order to leave because base number 6 encountered a crisis, and the destination was the relatively safer base number 5. But there are two different places. This time it is a crisis that is certain to be inevitable, and this time Ji Rongzhenyu is not there. Ji Xinghe did not agree, but asked, "How many Imperial mechas have been found outside the base?" Someone answered, 300, and the number is still increasing, but you don't have to worry about this. We have support and they will be in place soon. Moreover, Lieutenant Colonel Jackson is here? Ji Xinghe asked again. Will the Xinghe team come? Yes, they have received the transfer order and are on the way. Ji Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that they can come means that they are all right. Tell them that I am not leaving now. Not leaving now, the commander frowned. When do you want to leave? About a week. What's the difference? The commander was a little angry. Ji Xinghe, do you think fighting is a dinner party? You can leave whenever you want. This is a transfer order, an order, not a discussion with you. I know it's an order, but there is really a difference. Ji Xinghe stood up and looked at the commander and said calmly in an old voice, tell them that if you give me a week, I will get 100 gold stars and I will become the 10th ace mecha warrior in active service in the Federation. Everyone was stunned. Considering that Jackson was still present and had many more gold stars than himself, and Han Li, who was said to have more than 90 gold stars, Ji Xinghe added, maybe he is the 11th, maybe the 12th. It doesn't really matter. The important thing is to ask them to give me a week, and I will do what I say. But, the commander came back to his senses. He did not question Ji Xinghe's strength, but said, if you become the ace, the Empire will at least send a Marcus-level mecha to participate in the war. Considering that we have captured a Marcus, they are more likely to send a Duke-level mecha to participate in the war. By then, you may really not be able to leave. When Jackson was about to stand up and say "and me," Ji Xinghe held his shoulder and he could not move. Ji Xinghe said, "Just kill him." Chapter 199 Just picking gold stars all over my body. In the cell of base number 6, Ji Xinghe, who was ready for battle, began to interrogate the Marcus orangutan again. "Why, when we have an ace mecha warrior, you send a Marcus like you, or a Duke to fight?" The Marcus orangutan was very smart. He looked at Ji Xinghe and asked, "How many gold stars do you still need? 46. Has your base become our target of attack? Are you ready to get these 46 gold stars?" Yes, Ji Xinghe did not hide the fact that such interrogations had actually happened many times, but the Marcus orangutan did not cooperate every time. "That's really a pity. I can't kill you with my own hands." The Marcus orangutan's tone was full of loss, and then turned into joy. "But you are finally going to die? That's good." Ji Xinghe did not argue, and asked, "Answer my previous question." "Okay." The Marcus orangutan looked at Ji Xinghe seriously, as if he wanted to remember Ji Xinghe's appearance in his mind, because this is a kind of honor, glory. "Yes, glory. For you, those gold stars sprayed on the mecha are glory, and they are the bet you want to attract nobles like us. And for us, killing you who have more gold stars is also a kind of honor. The glory below 100 gold stars is meaningful to the Earl, but it has no meaning to the Marcus and Duke like me." Ji Xinghe understood. This reason had been guessed before, and now it has finally been confirmed. The Marcus orangutan added, "If I can destroy a federal mecha with 100 gold stars, I can be directly promoted to Duke. Unfortunately, I don't have such an opportunity most of the time. There are too few of your strong men, and they are not willing to fight with us in front of the battlefield." Fighting in front of the battlefield, our history has left a tradition that the generals of the two opposing sides will fight in front of the two armies. You don't have mechas, and you use guns to fight. Is it the same? Yes, although guns appeared after the establishment of the empire, and after the establishment of the empire, the great Emperor Wu ruled the entire planet, but the rebels will also follow this tradition, and we will also give the rebels such respect. Have you never tried this on the alien planet? Tried, but you chose to respond with artillery shells, so you never tried it again. Ji Xinghe did not comment, and asked, "What about the Duke?" For the Duke, he can get a title of at least Earl, which can be used to inherit the title of Duke for his heirs who cannot inherit the title of Duke. If the Duke is powerful enough, he may directly get the title of Marcus. The Duke is stronger than the Marcus, so the rewards for the ace mecha warriors who also defeated the Federation will be smaller, but it is still enough for those Dukes to take action. "How many Dukes do you have?" The Marcus gorilla remained silent. "How many mechas do you have?" The Marcus gorilla continued to remain silent. Ji Xinghe asked some more questions that needed to be asked, but there were almost no answers. The Marcus gorilla would only say what it wanted to say, and only say information that it thought would not have a negative impact on the empire. At the end of the interrogation, Ji Xinghe said, "I will get 100 gold stars within a week. Who do you think is the most likely Duke to come to me?" The Marcus gorilla laughed. "You didn't even ask my name. You didn't even ask me why I wanted to kill you so much, but asked me to tell you who the Duke who is about to kill you is. Do you think I will tell you? Your name is not important, and your hatred for me is not important." Ji Xinghe, who was sitting cross-legged, stood up and looked down at the Marcus gorilla. "Because you don't even have the courage to fight me, you are a waste." The Marcus gorilla was silent. Ji Xinghe turned and left the cage and cell. After he left, the Marcus orangutan, who had been reluctant to talk to others, suddenly spoke. He said to the translator who was always on standby, "My name is Kazmansdwak Rawarden. I want to kill Ji Xinghe because he killed my best son, Milixdwak Rawarden. Let him repeat this message and I will tell him who will come to kill him." After a while, a recording was played to the Marcus orangutan. He recognized that it was Ji Xinghe's voice. He laughed because he felt that Ji Xinghe would definitely think of him and his son's name when he died. "Belrossi IV, the Duke who killed him must be Belrossi IV. The translator asked, "What model of mecha did this Duke drive? What was its performance, and what weapons did he use?" The Marcus orangutan fell silent again. The translator tempted, "Don't you want Captain Ji Xinghe to kill this Duke? From a certain point of view, if Captain Ji Xinghe kills it, you who are still alive will have the opportunity to seek revenge on Captain Ji Xinghe. Moreover, a federal ace mecha warrior with more than 100 gold stars, an ace mecha warrior who has killed the Imperial Duke, will definitely bring you unprecedented merits. You can become a duke, and you can gain glory. The Marcus orangutan continued to remain silent. After wasting half a day's words, the translator failed to get more information. But the translator did not give up. 3 hours later, he said to the Marcus orangutan, "Captain Ji Xinghe has already got the 60th gold star." The Marcus orangutan was silent. 5 hours later, "Captain Ji Xinghe has already got the 63rd gold star." 12 hours later, "Captain Ji Xinghe has received 70 gold stars." Captain Ji Xinghe has reached 76 gold stars. Major Ji Xinghe has received 81 gold stars and has been promoted. Major Ji Xinghe has received the 90th gold star. He asked me to tell you, thank you for your sword, the Mecha heavy sword made of tungsten steel gold. It was the 6th day since Ji Xinghe left the cell. The Marcus orangutan, who had been silent for 6 days, did not know that Ji Xinghe had not asked anyone to tell it anything. But this is not important. What is important is that it knows. Belrossi IV, the Mecha he drives is a custom modification based on the Kata type Mecha, which is the 8th generation Imperial standard Mecha. You know, there are 36 generations of mechas in the Federation, or 36 standard Mecha models. Because not every generation of mechas has a substantial improvement in performance, and many times they are functional upgrades. Therefore, the mechas driven by Han Li and Jackson are not the 36th generation of Federal standard mechas, but are customized and modified from the previous generation of mechas to achieve performance upgrades. The decisive factor in the performance of mechas is the core engine of the mecha. From this point of view, the Federation actually only has 12 generations of mechas, because the most advanced core engine of the Federation's mechas has just been developed to the 12th generation. According to the information currently known to the Federation, the Empire's mechas are only 9 generations. Some experts believe that the Empire actually has the 10th generation of mechas, but they are only in the hands of the Emperor of the Empire. These standard mechas cannot be described by models, because the performance of each generation has been substantially improved. The mechas driven by ordinary Imperial guerrillas are all models of the first 3 generations. The common noble mechas on the battlefield are the 4th, 5th, and 6th generations. Starting from the 7th generation of mechas, they are important resources that only the powerful nobles of the Empire can master, and the earls generally do not have them. The mecha driven by this Marcus guerrilla is the 7th generation of Imperial standard mechas, and its performance is at the same level as the mechas driven by Jackson and Han Li before. The weapons used are bayonets and swords, all made of tungsten steel gold. There are also some joint weapons on the mecha, such as fists, elbows, knees, and shoulders. The weapons at these positions and the protective armor for fixing the weapons are also made of tungsten steel gold. Marcus Orangutan suddenly opened up and talked endlessly, making everyone present excited. The protective armor at other positions and the main frame of the mecha are made of tungsten steel alloy. Tungsten steel alloy, not tungsten steel gold. It is a little worse but actually very strong. There is also the engine. The engine of the mecha is a high-power version of the Royal Academy of Sciences, which is stronger than the conventional 8th generation standard mecha. After saying a lot, Marcus Orangutan looked at the metal door of the cell through the iron pillar of the cage, as if recalling the back of Ji Xinghe when he left. His voice paused for 5 or 6 seconds before speaking again. I don't know if you have given Ji Xinghe a better mecha, but if he is driving the same mecha he used to fight me before, he will die quickly and miserably. The translator did not answer the confidential information. Even though the Marcus guerrilla could not escape, she asked again, what else? Is there any special weapons system on that mecha? No, really? We have intelligence showing that some of your mechas can carry non-cold weapon systems, such as the Duke-class mecha that we destroyed before, and that one. If I said no, then there is none. If there is, it was modified after I was captured, and I don't know, then I said everything I should say. No need to ask, I'm waiting for news of Ji Xinghe's death or survival. Major Ji Xinghe will be alive, forever. He will not die even if your emperor dies, because he will kill your emperor with his own hands. Although the translator knew that saying this might anger the Marcus guerrilla, the suddenly emotional translator still said this. She was not familiar with Ji Xinghe, and they had only worked together twice, both as a translator between the captured guerrilla and Ji Xinghe. But she knew a lot about Ji Xinghe, especially these days. Ji Xinghe, who was hunting alone in the dust storm, shocked everyone with his record, which made her have to be emotional about Ji Xinghe's life and death. The Marcus guerrilla was not angry. When it told the information about the mecha driven by Bilrosi IV, it had already given up many things it had insisted on. What's your name? This was the first time that the Marcus gorilla took the initiative to ask other people's names besides Ji Xinghe. Liu Yingzi, Ken, let me see Ji Xinghe's battle video. No, Liu Yingzi refused categorically, and she didn't even wait for the relevant instructions from the headset. The Marcus gorilla's reaction was exactly the same as she expected, so she was not punished for it. Unknowingly, people who knew Ji Xinghe began to make some decisions on their own. From a certain perspective, this is actually very bad, because obeying orders is too important for soldiers. But from a certain perspective, this is actually very good. Soldiers are also human beings, and they must have their own will. And even Ji Xinghe, the leader, has never really violated military orders. He just occasionally proposed another possibility and relied on his own strength to realize this possibility. I will exchange intelligence. Show me, and I will give you the intelligence you want. Okay, Liu Yingzi knew without applying that the relevant personnel would agree to this condition, so a holographic projection screen appeared in the cell of base number 6. The video content played on it was the battle scene recorded by Ji Xinghe's Mecha combat recorder during these 6 days. There are no teammates, only enemies. Liu Yingzi took the remote control and pressed the pause button from time to time. Every time at this time, Marcus Orangutan would choose one from hundreds of questions to answer. The truth remains to be verified, but whether it is true or false, it is important intelligence for the Federation, just like Ji Xinghe's battle in the video. No matter what his purposes, he is fighting for the Federation. Marcus the gorilla watched it seriously, Liu Yingzi watched it seriously, many people have watched it seriously, and more people will watch it seriously in the future. In fact, there is nothing to see, but one person, one armor, one sword, 2 knives, and pick a body full of gold stars. Chapter 200 I will come back. In the dust storm, a Federation 16th generation standard mecha that had just been repaired at base number 6 was running alone at a very high speed. A mecha heavy sword was hung on its back, and an 8-cut knife was hung on each side of its thighs. From the front, its chest was covered with the golden 5-pointed stars, which had extended to the position of the shoulder blades near the arms. The gold star spraying position of the Federation mecha usually starts from the most conspicuous chest, then the arms, and then the legs, all of which are sprayed on the front of the mecha. Because the mecha warriors are the most powerful individual combat force of the Federation, they must face the enemy to fight, rather than running away with their backs to the enemy. There is an exception, that is, all the positions on the front of the mecha cannot be painted with the new gold stars. But if the gold stars are all over the body, what's the problem with turning your back to the Empire mecha? Standing there is like a mountain, even thousands of troops dare not cross the line. At this time, Ji Xinghe is not covered with the gold stars, not a real mountain, so he can't stand there and don't move, he must move. During the running process, the voice from the base command center sounded in the communication channel. Major Ji Xinghe, the number 132 detection eye was destroyed. According to the news sent back before the destruction, it can be confirmed that there are at least 12 imperial mechas, including 3 noble mechas, 2 baron level, and 1 viscount level. Generally speaking, the baron level mecha is the 4th generation of the imperial standard mecha, the viscount level is the 5th generation of the imperial standard mecha, the earl level is the 6th generation of the imperial standard mecha, and the Marcus is the 7th generation. But sometimes, only the imperial gorillas with the title of baron and viscount can get more advanced mechas because of the prosperity of their family, but this situation is very rare. Those great nobles of the empire will not let their direct descendants appear on the battlefield full of crises. Even if they come to gain military merits, they will choose to participate in relatively safe wars. Received, Ji Xinghe responded while changing his running direction, and his target was the area where the number 132 detection eye was located. The command center reminded, Major Ji Xinghe, this may be a trap set up deliberately by the Imperial Mecha formation. In the past 6 days, they can be sure that you are hunting and fighting alone, and there is a certain deviation from the route of action of our other mecha teams. With your current number of Venus, it is worth an ambush for them, I know. Ji Xinghe did not stop running or calling for support, which made many people in the command center incomprehensible. In the eyes of many people, Jackson, who would definitely persuade Ji Xinghe not to fight like this, did not stop Ji Xinghe, but publicly expressed his support for Ji Xinghe, as if he was eager for Ji Xinghe to fall into an ambush and die. This very different perception is produced only because many people do not know why Ji Xinghe chose to refuse the transfer order and why he wanted to get 100 Venus within a week. He was to protect base number 6 and to destroy more Imperial mechas so that the Federation could gain some advantages in this war centered on base number 6. The number of Imperial mechas is also limited. If he destroys a few more mechas, the Federation's mecha warriors will face fewer. But more, it was because he had to become an ace mecha warrior. I told you, when some people think I have a certain power and regard me as a threat, I'd better have this power. Ji Xinghe only used 2 sentences to make Jackson, who really wanted to dissuade him before, choose to support him. What else can he do? He couldn't beat him, and the apprentice couldn't suppress his master with his rank. The second sentence was, I remember their names as a kind of power, but I won't use this power. I become an ace mecha warrior, which is also a kind of power, and this power is the power I can use. The time is different, the situation is different. Ji Xinghe, who didn't want to be an ace mecha warrior, now has to become an ace mecha warrior, so he stayed. For this reason, he chose a completely different way of fighting from special mecha warriors including Han Li and Jackson, and it was also completely different from his previous fighting style in this dust storm. He no longer hurt the Imperial mecha to provide other mecha warriors with the opportunity to break it, but chose to break all the Imperial mechas that appeared in his sight as much as possible. Among them, most of them are ordinary Imperial mechas, and noble mechas are no more than viscounts. This is not good, because many people will say that his trump card is not good. Even if he is 66 years old, he can't stop the gossip. So he chose to fight alone. Major Ji Xinghe, please pay attention to safety, okay? The interrogation room has a piece of information to convey to you. The encrypted information has been sent. Please pay attention to receiving it. Received. After reading the relevant information from Liu Yingzi's interrogation, Ji Xinghe didn't think much, because he had already run to the lost contact area. The detection eye in this area was destroyed, so he couldn't contact the base anymore, nor could he contact the mecha warriors outside the effective communication distance of the shortwave communication channel. But it doesn't matter. Before base number 3 is completely destroyed, and before the focus of the Empire's attack is truly shifted to base number 6, he will be fine. In the dust storm with a visibility of only 100 meters, Ji Xinghe slowed down his running speed. Calculated at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, a distance of 27.7 meters can be crossed per second, counting the distance required for deceleration, braking, and turning maneuvers. If he didn't slow down, he might have accidentally rushed into the encirclement of more than a dozen or even dozens of Imperial mechas. When it comes to hunting, of course, you have to pick the weak ones. The detection area of the detection eye is a circle with a diameter of about 2 kilometers in the dust storm. This range is not large for Ji Xinghe after slowing down. There are no complex buildings on the surface of the alien planet, and the changes in terrain do not have much impact on the mecha. So it didn't take long for Ji Xinghe to see the Imperial mecha. The 6 Imperial mechas gathered together also discovered him when he was discovered, so they started to charge at the first time. But they did not charge directly at Ji Xinghe's position, but charged to both sides of Ji Xinghe, as if to surround Ji Xinghe. This is not in line with common sense. In terms of the number of Venus on Ji Xinghe's mecha, they should gather together and should never divide their troops to give Ji Xinghe the opportunity to defeat them one by one. So, this is indeed an ambush. But so what? Ji Xinghe did not choose to escape, he chose to start charging. His target was the 3 Imperial mechas that had already rushed to his side. The mecha heavy sword stuck on the mounting point behind his mecha. When he stretched out his hand to grasp the hilt, the buckle of the mounting point had automatically opened. With his sword in hand, he charged forward brazenly. The 3 Imperial mechas chose to pull in a roundabout way. Their purpose was to hold back Ji Xinghe, but how could the performance of their mechas compare with Ji Xinghe's mecha? The distance was extremely short, and the charge was resolute. When Ji Xinghe crossed a distance of 30 steps, the nearly 3-meter-long mecha heavy sword slashed through the neck of an Imperial mecha without any hindrance. When the metal head flew up, the mecha heavy sword had turned around and penetrated into the cockpit of the Imperial mecha from top to bottom. Draw the sword again, and charge again. But this time there was no Imperial mecha in front of Ji Xinghe, and he had to retreat directly after destroying an Imperial mecha. The 2 Imperial mechas closest to him reacted quickly. They knew very well what would happen to them if they let Ji Xinghe escape, so they had to give up the detour and chased after Ji Xinghe's back with a charging posture. What they didn't realize was that Ji Xinghe's escape speed was very slow, much slower than when he was chasing him just now. And when they finally realized this, it was too late. The federal mecha they were chasing suddenly leaped up, as if it wanted to use this action to increase its movement speed. But when the federal mecha fell back to the ground, it had completed the turning action, from facing the two imperial mechas with its back to the two imperial mechas. So his leap was not to speed up the escape, but to stop as soon as possible. The mecha was still sliding backwards due to inertia. Ji Xinghe, who leaned forward to keep the balance of the body, suddenly inserted the mecha heavy sword in his hand into the ground. The giant metal feet of the mecha and the blade of the heavy sword plowed 3 furrows on the ground. The sudden increase in resistance allowed Ji Xinghe's mecha to successfully stop in the shortest possible time. This is a non-standard tactical action that is not on the Federal Mecha driving textbook now, but will be in the future. Its name is very simple: reverse leaping maneuver. The purpose of braking is to charge, and the purpose of charging is to kill the enemy. If it is a turning maneuver, the pursuing Imperial Mecha will also make a turning maneuver, but when Ji Xinghe made this non-standard tactical action just now, the two Imperial Mechas were still charging and chasing at full speed. So the distance between the two sides is very close. The two Imperial Mechas separated at the first time, and the tiny turning maneuver made them charge in 2 directions. Ji Xinghe could only choose to chase one of them. This is a gamble of life. Both of them are betting that Ji Xinghe will chase and kill the other Imperial Mecha. If one bet is right, naturally one bet will be lost. The mecha heavy sword made of tungsten steel easily cut off an Imperial Mecha bayonet, and then penetrated directly into the cockpit of the Imperial Mecha from the side. With the Imperial Mecha as a sheath, when he drew the sword again, Ji Xinghe had another gold star. 92. Ji Xinghe, who was only 8 gold stars away from becoming an ace mecha warrior, did not covet the 4 Imperial Mechas within his sight. He chose a direction without any hesitation and started charging. This time, he really wanted to escape, because the support of the Empire would arrive soon. But it didn't matter. He turned on the external speaker of the mecha and played a recording at maximum power. It was an Imperial language he learned from Liu Yingzi. I will be back, people leave, but the sword remains, in the hearts of the Imperial apes, and there will be a time to cut again. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.